Travis Mannion was killed in Iraq while saving his wounded teammates. Travis's legacy lives on in the 5 words he spoke before leaving for his final deployment. If not me, then who? Guided by this mantra, veterans are continuing their service.
I'm Charles Payne.
I'm Martha McCallum.
I'm Ashley Webster, and this is the Fox News Rundown.
Wednesday, May 14th, 2025. I'm Jessica Rosenthal. Grocery prices fall. The latest data shows inflation rose less than expected and trade fights de-escalate.
Act right. Let's level the trade playing field. You can't keep stealing from us. You can't keep blocking our markets, stealing our manufacturing, because, the president's argument has been that everyone can get rich out of all of this. You just have to have a fair trade playing field.
I'm Dave Anthony. The FAA is planning a major air traffic control upgrade to an outdated system that's had a lot of issues recently, including flight disruptions at Newark, New Jersey's airport.
Where we are when working with this antiquated system from the 70s, and we've been patching it, fixing it, and now the legacy items can't even be supported.
And I'm Joe Concha. I've got the final word on the Fox News Rundown.
The latest economic data shows inflation rose 2.3% in the year-long period ending in April, the smallest 12-month increase in inflation since February of 2021.
Groceries, gasoline, energy, and all other prices are down.
The Food at Home Index fell 0.4% over the month, the largest decline in that index since September of 2020. The president posted on his social media platform that the data means the Fed should have cut rates, but he was also focused on some other economic news when he spoke from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, in his first official foreign trip.
Both outstanding deals. China's agreed. We have to get it down. We have to get the little details down. And Scott, you're going to work on that very hard, but China's agreed to open up to the United States for trade and everything else.
He announced Monday a pause on the 145% tariffs on China, dropping it down to 30%. Democrats, including Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer, were critical.
It seems like China has once again gotten the better of Donald Trump. And that's bad news for American workers, American consumers, American manufacturing.
Fears around tariffs impacting prices aside, some CEOs expanding production in the U.S., like Rene Haas of Arms Holdings, see the tariff's intent. His company designs processors used in semiconductor chips, and he says hopefully tariffs will shift production.
Over 40 years, the amount of investment that moved away from the United States in the semiconductor sector into countries like Malaysia, Taiwan, ultimately China, shifted so much of the intellect and jobs and innovation outside the United States.
For now, though, Wall Street and Main Street are somewhat happier to see a pause on the higher tariffs on China.
Yeah, it's a 90-day pause. I think the markets are looking forward to saying, okay, the president realizes that we need China for something. We can't totally decouple.
Fox Business correspondent Edward Lawrence hosted a chat with the CEO of Arms Holding and the CEO of Hyundai at the Select USA Investment Summit this week.
Which is what I've been hearing from the White House, is that they want some decoupling in certain industries, pharmaceuticals, semiconductors, steel and aluminum, for national security reasons. And then in other sectors, we don't need to decouple from them. We just need them to lower their tariffs. And the president's main goal out of this is to open up China's market to U.S. goods and to reduce the tariff. Right now, China has non-tariff barriers that are blocking U.S. goods from going in, as well as high tariffs on just the goods that do go into China. He also wants to protect the intellectual property for those companies doing business in China. So related to China, he's got a series of goals that he wants to get to. In order to get there, he showed the Chinese that we're going to put high tariffs on. I'm very serious about this. It basically stopped trade between the two countries, almost an embargo, as it was described to me from an official in the Treasury Department. And now that embargo is sort of lifted, so the Chinese know they're serious. The negotiations can take place. And at the end of 90 days, which is August 10th, the president's going to decide there was enough to make a deal, and we're fine keeping the tariffs where they are, or there wasn't enough for a deal, and he's going to snap back those 145% tariff.
I was talking to an importer I know in North Carolina, and I asked him if this was some reprieve or relief. And he said, you know what, it's not 145%, obviously, but it's not really that great of a deal, because he said when you factor in the 25% tariff on steel and aluminum already, pre-existing tariffs from the first administration, and now we're still at 30%, he said it's still pretty problematic. You know, these companies aren't working off these huge margins, right? So he says he's had to let his China team go, and he's looking to still pivot to other Asian countries from which to import. Like, are you hearing similar stories, or what's your vibe?
I am. And in fact, I was at the Select USA Summit that's going on here, and there's a giant contingent from Vietnam who's here saying, hey, look, we're not China. We're not China. Come and look at us for investments. So in addition to looking to invest in the United States, this delegation from Vietnam is trying to attract those U.S. manufacturers to shift supply chains to Vietnam. So it's opening up some opportunities. And that's one of the goals, not one of the goals, but one of the side effects of the Trump tariff effect is, and in his first term, the president warned companies about doing business in China, and he warned China to open up its country, and they were started down that path in the phase one trade deal. But then when Biden came in, when the Biden administration took over, the Chinese ignored that deal, and Biden never enforced it. So, now the president is back to saying, look, China, you act right. Let's level the trade playing field. You can't keep stealing from us. You can't keep blocking our markets, stealing our manufacturing because you make it cheap to manufacture there, but won't take any of our manufacturing. You level that trade playing field and everyone will get along. The president's argument has been that everyone can get rich out of all of this. You just have to have a fair trade playing field.
When you hear the president say, because he said the big news in his mind out of all of this is that China's opening up, right? We keep hearing the words opening up. You've referenced it here in just the past few minutes. I think we know what that means, right? But do we have any technicals on what that means in terms of lowering non-tariff barriers?
And we do not know the details, but from experience, when the phase one trade deal was made, that was one of the things that China had to do. And it relates to, part of it relates to, right now, if you're a company in the U.S. and you want to do business in China, you have to give up 51% of your company to a Chinese citizen, and then that Chinese citizen gets all the IP, gets all the intellectual property, gets all of the technical specs, gets all of half the money for basically doing nothing other than being a Chinese citizen, and that's when you can do business in China. That's how you can sell. So under the phase one trade deal, they were working towards a U.S. company, let's say, going into China will then fully still be a U.S. company owned and not have to partner with a Chinese partner in order to do business in China. And that's kind of, that might be the roadmap. That would be huge. That might be the roadmap. And I can tell you that China was making that change. China was making that there were rules that were going into their version of Congress, in November of that year, and when the president lost, all of those rules just stopped where they were, and they never went forward. They were protecting intellectual property. They had written rules to do that, final rules. They had written rules that certain U.S. companies would be allowed to be wholly owned within China, and in fact, rules that they would allow investment firms. JP Morgan Chase was one that really wanted to invest and do business and expand out in China, and they were going to allow financial services to go over there. In China, right. And so that could be a template of what we're looking at now, because I can tell you the current U.S. trade representative, Jamieson Greer, was the chief of staff for the former U.S. trade representative, Robert Lighthizer, at that time. So he's sort of in that vein and knows exactly how that negotiation went. And we might see a duplication of it. Now, this is 4 years later, 5 years later, so it could be different, but that could be an indication of one of the things that they would like to see.
Wow, interesting. Okay, so tell me, because you sat down with the CEO of Hyundai, a auto manufacturer, obviously, and ARM Holdings, they design chip processors. What did you glean from them about doing business right now in this tariff environment? I know those are two very different companies, and one is more AI related, and one is obviously auto manufacturing, but still doing buku business in the U.S.
But they connect. It's very interesting. What I did learn and I didn't know is that ARM's Holdings makes the software that runs the chips that's in about 70% of the devices that people use worldwide. So we all use ARM technology without even knowing it. And ARM actually runs the chips that run the robotics that are in the manufacturing for Hyundai, as well as some of the cars. They have some chips in the cars where their software is. So there is a connection there. You know, it was very interesting. I asked them, the big elephant in the room, if the tariffs were the reason they announced investments in the U.S. Now, Hyundai was very early on in the Trump administration and announced a $21 billion expansion of their plant in Georgia, as well as building within that $21 billion, $6 billion of it is to build a steel factory in Louisiana. So that they're, you know, it's very interesting. And I wanted to know if that was a result of the tariffs. And what they told me was no. However, the president and CEO, Jose Munoz, said that it's a side effect, it's a benefit of what happened. He said they were planning to increase the investment in the U.S. anyway, but this is just sort of icing on the cake because now they won't have to deal with any tariffs. The price of their cars will be lower, and they hope to do 1.2 million units once this expansion is done. That's 1.2 million vehicles coming into the U.S. market each year after 4 years. It's going to take them 4 years to ramp up this expansion. But, you know, the tariffs are sort of an added bonus and protection for them. So their product will be cheaper. Other products coming from other countries will be a little bit more expensive. That gives them an edge up in terms of sales. They can go to folks and say, look, it's made here in the U.S., and look, it's a lower price. You know, ARM Technology, they are partnering with a number of the groups that are expanding in the United States. Stargate is a giant data facility that's a partnership between OpenAI, let me get I do know that OpenAI, SoftBank, Oracle, NVIDIA's involved, MGX, and they're a partner in this. It's a $500 billion investment in the U.S. Now, tariffs don't affect this, but the business climate does. And what he said, or Rene Haas, the CEO of ARM, said, is that the deregulation that's going on, the business-friendly environment, is helping this project speed up and come online faster. In addition, the power needed, he believes, will also be sped up in terms of the permits that are needed. He believes the Trump administration will streamline that process and get those faster. So the power will be there when the data centers come online.
Wow. Finally, Edward, got to ask, because you're at the White House so often. We hear this vigorous defense, right, about these tariffs from the White House and this insistence that we're going to see so much more money, that we're going to, gather up all this additional revenue that's going to go to the federal government. But if that money is made because consumers are in part paying higher prices, does that become a political issue for Republicans?
Yeah, and it should be interesting to note that in the latest CPI inflation report, we did not see inflation tick up. But yet, if you look at the monthly Treasury statement that came out for April, we saw a 130% increase in revenue from tariffs from April of 2024 to April of 2025. When you look at those 2 months, that difference was 130% more. It was more than double in tariffs what they collected in 2024 and during the month of April. So at the moment, we're not seeing the price increases. Economists widely believe there's going to be a one-time step-up price increase. However, if he's got the tariffs pause, the president has the tariffs pause. So if you're looking at 10% baseline, which is what the president wants, that can be absorbed by a company through technology, making things more efficient. In China's case, manipulating their currency to make the numbers work out, or direct assistance, which China has announced for a lot of their manufacturers. So, 10%, that's absorbable. When you're starting to talk about 30%, that might get a little uncomfortable, but still, for China, for example, that can be absorbable. When you look at higher than 30%, that's where you're going to see the real price increases. But in the first Trump administration, we didn't see the price increases. We are currently not seeing the price increases at the moment. And we don't know what's going to happen going forward. But, with the tariffs at the level they are today, you're not seeing the price increases or pressures for that price increase, for that matter.
Fox Business White House correspondent Edward Lawrence, thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks, Jessica. I appreciate it.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Oil investments involve a high degree of risk and uncertainty and are only suitable for accredited investors. Actual results may vary.
President Trump says drill, baby, drill. And he's declared a national energy emergency and is making the U.S. oil industry a priority with support for more active drilling and support for our hardworking oil and gas industry. If you are an SEC accredited investor and qualified to make at least a $100,000 investment, you can deduct nearly 100% of your investment for this tax year. Don't miss out on this limited time opportunity to create potential income for up to 20 or more years to come. Call 800-544-1221 now and connect directly to Encore Energy. Encore is a major investor and experienced horizontal well operator in its core area of operations. Call Encore Energy now at 800-544-1221 and find out if your investment will be tax deductible for 2025 with the potential for lucrative cash flow for years to come. Call 800-544-1221. That's 800-544-1221.
Greg is a real Prevagen user, and this is his story.
Hi, I'm Greg. I'm not an actor. I'm just a regular person. 8 years ago, I just didn't feel like I was on my game. I started taking Prevagen, and I want people to know that Prevagen has worked for me. Give it a try. I want it to help you just like it has helped me.
Prevagen, at stores everywhere without a prescription. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
The working families of Laona Labor's District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Labor's District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Laborers, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
Want money back for your home improvement projects this summer? Call CNC Heating and Air Conditioning, your York certified comfort experts. Family owned and operated, serving Montgomery and Bucks counties for over 50 years. With 24/7 service and trained technicians, CNC will make sure your system is running efficiently all summer long. Refer a friend, and if they purchase a new full HVAC system, you both receive money back as a thank you for supporting our family owned business. Schedule an estimate today at cc-hvac.com/referral.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Give your liver the support it needs with Active Liver. Go to new NORDICUSA.com, Amazon, or ask for Active Liver at your local CVS. New you, new Nordic.
A promise is potent, born of intention, fueled by commitment. It's seeing things through, always showing up. And we know a thing or two about promises here at Susan G. Komen. Over 40 years ago, we locked arms with you toward one vision: a world without breast cancer. By investing in life-saving research and standing up for patient rights, we are shifting the system so all people everywhere get the care they deserve. Because if you've just been diagnosed and don't know where to turn, we've got you. If you can't afford the treatment you need, we've got you. And if you are driven to raise money to honor the best friend you've just lost, we have a place for you here. Because of you, we're supporting those who need help today while tirelessly searching for tomorrow's cures. Ending breast cancer needs all of us. Visit Komen.org and be a part of the Susan G. Komen community today.
When I grow up, I want to be a new pair of blue jeans.
When I grow up, I want to be a kid's first computer.
When I grow up, I don't want to be a piece of garbage. And if you recycle me, I won't be.
Give your garbage another life. Recycle. Learn how at iwanttoberecycled.org. Brought to you by Keep America Beautiful and the Ad Council.
Free speech lives here. With Don Stensland, 10 till noon. On Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Happening from the Fox News Rundown.
Good morning. It's Wednesday, May 14th, 2025. I'm Ted Lindner. This is the Fox News Rundown. Eric and Lyle Menendez are eligible for parole after more than 3 decades in prison. Fox's Kristen Goodwin's got all the details for us.
A judge reducing Eric and Lyle Menendez's murder sentences from life without parole to 50 years to life, saying he was shocked by letters of support he received from prison officials, calling it remarkable. The state parole board will still need to consider the case. The brothers' cousin Anna Maria Baralt, a retired judge, and a former inmate who served time with them, all testifying they believe the two had been rehabilitated after serving more than 30 years in prison for the 1989 fatal shootings of their parents. LA County District Attorney Nathan Hochman had argued against resentencing, saying they hadn't fully owned up to their crimes. In court, Lyle saying, "I killed my mother and father. I offer no excuse." Eric saying, "I am truly sorry. My parents should be alive." Kristen Goodwin, Fox News.
And the case of the Menendez brothers surging back to public attention after the release of the Netflix series Monsters, the Lyle and Eric Menendez story, and the documentary, The Menendez Brothers. Cassie Ventura, the former girlfriend of hip-hop mogul Sean P. Diddy Combs, is going to start Wednesday's session of Combs' sex trafficking trial. She'll be back on the witness stand for another day of testimony. And a medical tech company now has a way to connect the brain of a paralyzed person to an iPhone. The details on this from Fox's Evan Brown.
We've all heard about advancements in medical tech leading to brain-computer interfaces where a device implanted and attached to a patient's brain can interpret thoughts and translate them into actions. Now, one company says they can connect the human brain to Apple devices. Synchron says that its brain-computer interface will allow a patient with motor skill impairment to think commands to an iPhone, an iPad, or even Apple's Vision Pro augmented reality glasses. There would be no need to touch it or even speak to it. The company says it worked with Apple, which is including the connectivity inside its accessibility features. Eben Brown, Fox News.
And there you go for your Wednesday morning, May 14th, 2025. I'm Ted Lindner, and that's a look at your Fox News Rundown.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Ride Home with Rich Cioli. Weekdays on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Kayal and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
White Marsh Township officials have canceled their annual 4th of July parade, and residents of Monco Township are none too happy. This is about allowing anti-Semitic protesters that we have seen throughout this listening area to continue to instill fear in people. To me, I would argue, show goes on. We will do what we do every year around or on the 4th of July, and we will make sure that we are properly prepared in the event any of these threats come to fruition.
Start your day with Kayal and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday. And I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-207-4545. That's 800-207-4545. Once again, that's 800-207-4545.
Look through your children's eyes, and you'll see the true magic of a forest. It's a storybook world for them. You look and see a tree. They see the wrinkled face of a wizard with arms outstretched to the sky. They see treasure in pebbles. They see a windy path that could lead to adventure. When they discover the forest, their imagination is inspired by the smell of pine, the crunch of leaves beneath their feet, the sound of birds calling out for attention. And they see you, their fearless guide through this fascinating forest world. You are the hero in this book. This is a memory being made. This is what they will laugh about years from now. These are the roots, grounding and nourishing them.
Find a forest near you and start exploring at discovertheforest.org. Then look through your children's eyes and discover the magic all around you. That's discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the United States Forest Service and the Ad Council.
Click this link now to review my bank transfer. I didn't make a bank transfer. Ugh, another phishing message. Are you frustrated by these too? So much of our lives are online today. To make sure my information is protected, I checked out CISA's Secure Our World resources. They've got 4 simple ways we can stay safe online. First, learn to recognize and report phishing. Next, create a strong, unique password for each online account, and use a password manager if you can. Then turn on multi-factor authentication for extra security, and you'll receive a code when logging in. And finally, turn on automatic software updates for convenience and safety. Click here to track my delivery. Another phishing message. But now I know how to protect myself from scammers, and you can learn too. Go to CISA at cisa.gov/secure our world for more quick, easy tips to be safer online.
Children are the greatest joy and our best hope for a better future. Friends, they are the future. But did you know that millions of kids right here in our own backyard are facing hunger every day? Without healthy food, it's harder to grow, to thrive, to feel their best.
The impact when children don't have enough to eat is tremendous because when you're hungry and your basic needs aren't being met, you cannot learn.
Every child deserves to be fed. This is a problem we know how to solve. Food is not just food. It's energy, health, confidence, hope, and even love. Yes, love.
Breakfast in the classroom contributes to kids being more focused, which leads to higher grades, and simply just their well-being.
Thank you! Learn more about how No Kid Hungry is helping end child hunger in America at helpnokidhungry.org.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet?
Not yet.
Do it today.
Okay.
At 1210 WPHT.
I'm Lauren Simonetti, and this is the Fox Business Report.
A mixed day on Wall Street Tuesday. The Dow lost 270, fueled by United Health's 17% loss. The S&P 500 up 42. The tech-heavy NASDAQ up 301. NVIDIA up over 5.5%. Its market capitalization back over $3 trillion for the first time in several months, allowing it to pass Apple as the second largest U.S. company. NVIDIA will partner with Saudi Arabia's sovereign wealth fund-owned AI startup and will ship 18,000 chips there. The president continuing his Middle East trip today. Yesterday, a commitment from the Saudis to invest approximately $1 trillion in the U.S. The Consumer Price Index up 0.2% in April. Year to year, it was 2.3%, the lowest since February 2021. Core CPI, removing food and energy costs, also up 0.2%. Year to year, it was at 2.8%, the lowest since March 2021. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky, invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
There's an FAA meeting today discussing flight reductions at Newark, New Jersey's airport, plagued lately by a lot of flight delays and cancellations following technical glitches that briefly cut communications and radar screens, prompting some air traffic controllers there to go on leave, leading to staffing shortages.
When these terminals go dark and there are so many planes flying above, the public
is freaked out.
Democratic Senate Leader Chuck Schumer wants Newark to be the FAA's top priority. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy says it is.
We have two issues, the reliability of the telecom, but also the old equipment that we're using paired together are causing a lot of issues in the system.
And Duffy says that's not all.
These issues, along with staffing shortages at Philadelphia and runway construction at Newark, have led to the delays for passengers.
As he also pushes for a multi-year, multi-billion-dollar upgrade to the nation's outdated air traffic control system following a deadly mid-air collision near Washington, D.C., and other smaller plane crashes and a near collision of two jets this year in Chicago.
Newark is just a snapshot, but we have kicked this can down the road for so long.
Ken Christensen is an aviation safety and airport analyst, commercial pilot, and former NASA and Air Force crash investigator.
It'd be like getting a brand new credit card and running up your credit, and you're enjoying everything you're purchasing. But at some point, you're going to have no more purchasing power, and you're going to have to pay that debt off, or you're going to go bankrupt. So where we are when working with this antiquated system from the 70s, and we've been patching it, fixing it, and now the legacy items can't even be supported.
Is it true that they've had to go on eBay to buy certain pieces of equipment when they have to fix things?
Some components, because you get consolidators and electronic components, and then you have a primary market, secondary market, and then we're down to the tertiary market, and they'll go out and reach out and get parts and pieces for that. That's a problem, and then these manufacturers of the parts sort of go away. And this is where things get expensive at the end of life cycle.
In Newark, they've been replacing copper lines with high-speed fiber. It's going to take some more time to put this all into place. My understanding is they've had to also bring down the speeds across this fiber because the computer systems can't handle a lot of speed. Is that all?
That's right. So high-speed fiber is great until now you're choking your computer. So you have to buffer that as it goes in, or you can overwhelm it. Think about like drinking from a fire hose. You have to reduce that pressure, so you can sip that water instead of forcing it down your throat. And that's a problem. These were very robust systems in the past. They're still very robust. They work well, but they're not scalable anymore. And we have to get into the current technology. And quite frankly, we are 25 years behind some of the other countries even.
Now, the Transportation Secretary, Sean Duffy, says he wants this project for upgrades that take maybe 3 or 4 years only, and they have to do a huge job. They have to build 6 new air traffic control centers, replacing outdated facilities, modern hardware, modern software, 618 radar systems that are outdated, and other telecommunications gear. Is that possible in this amount of time?
Is it possible? Yes, it is possible. Is it probable? Probably not, without support. And the support has to be regulation. The support has to be more robust teams with milestones on the FAA side, and a lot of contractor support. So if we look back to World War II, where we had a 4-year war, and we ramped up manufacturing in that short period of time and produced ships and airplanes, we can do that. There's no doubt in my mind that we can't do that. However, all the regulations and the unionization and all this all prevents rapid deployment of this. But understand, this is like moving the wheels on a train that's underway, a moving train.
Right, because they have to still operate the old system while they're building the new one and updating.
Absolutely. And Dave, I think what's important to recognize here that, we're not a brand new country anymore, like the UAE, and you see new developing countries having really state-of-the-art airports. We don't have state-of-the-art airports. We've only built 3 new airports in the United States since the 1950s. All the other airports were legacy airports from the 50s and 40s that were modified, expanded, and they're about as big as they can get now because of urban encroachment around the airport. And you have to deal with noise abatement and land use. And unless we were to do something like eminent domain as far as capacity, we're sort of stuck with what we have. Now, you spoke earlier about the controllers.
Yeah. We have about 3,000 short,
because-
aren't we? Ken, aren't we about 3,000 controllers short of what we need to have or should have for the system? Is that correct?
Dave, I'm not exactly sure on the number, but that sounds right. With the advent of tech jobs and everything, a lot of people, aviation and space, that was really the sexy job to have, and in aviation. And since then, some other very attractive jobs have come into place. So the working population that would normally go into those at that time, high-tech jobs and well-paying jobs are now going into other areas.
These
So
are
we just don't
stressful
have the
jobs,
interest.
though. This is a very stressful, high-tension job, right?
I would say you adapt to your environment. So flying can be stressful, but it also can be very relaxing and rewarding. Once you know how to do it, it's not very stressful.
But as far as the air traffic control shortage, the controllers, I know that they want to have incentives to keep people from retiring, incentives to hire more people. Is that easier to do than the equipment upgrade?
It is not, from a technology standpoint, it's easier because you're training people. But these two can be done in parallel. If we look at how the military recruits, we need to put that kind of pressure on getting great people out there. Air traffic controllers are paid very well. I think some of the average controllers are about $150K a year. That's for a government job. That's very good. During the Obama administration, and I'm not necessarily pointing fingers to President Obama, but this is when it happened. We were having this issue back then, and they lowered standards to get more diversity. And these lowering standards, we had a higher washout rate at Oklahoma City. That's where the FAA schoolhouse is, if you will, for air traffic controllers. We had a lot of washout rates, and then we had sub-performance out in the field. All three of those systems, maintenance, operations, and air traffic control, must work in unison. And when they don't, we have an incident like we had at DCA with a Black Hawk helicopter crashed into the RJ. And that's when things fail.
And that's in January, and that is the start of a lot of the incidents that started to make people worry about air safety. You have spent time as an investigator for crashes with NASA and the Air Force. The commercial jet that gets rammed by the Black Hawk helicopter, as you look at that, what is the main cause in your view?
What was key here to me was the air traffic controller gave an instruction to the Black Hawk helicopter. They called the call sign and they said, pass behind the regional jet, pass to the left of it. And so they see a regional jet just happened to be taken off from DCA. So that's the regional jets, and right at their 12 o'clock high, and they're like, okay, they're going to be underneath it to the left of it. That's good. In my mind, the controller failed to say was they could have been more proactive. But really, the threat was coming left to right. So as a helicopter is going straight, the regional jet that the controller was trying to inform the H-60 pilot, the Black Hawk helicopter pilot, was that the traffic coming left to right passed behind them. So had they given that instruction, both pilots would have turned their head to the left, and then they would have seen an imminent collision, and they could have just dove down and flown underneath it, or just stopped and sunk down and let the jet pass through. So there has to be shared blame. The pilots did not have situational awareness on their area. They were flying high. It was on a check. They were doing a check ride for one of the pilots. Maybe they were talking and having inter-cockpit communications amongst themselves, and that was a distraction, and this could have possibly been avoided.
With these different incidents, though, that we've had this year, it's like a snowball. It just keeps growing, and people get more worried. People concerned about flying. What do you tell that person who is afraid to fly now because of this year?
This is what I tell them, Dave. The major airlines, I'm not talking about the little small airplanes or the business jets, just the majors. They move more than the population of the United States every year. And for 11 years, we hadn't had a fatality. So again, flying safer than driving, and statistically. But we are a growing country. You got to scale infrastructure. If you don't scale infrastructure, then you're going to have these capacity issues. That's why we have delays.
But should people expect this summer to be slower when they travel?
I think it's going to be a regular summer. I think they're going to do more strategic scheduling of aircraft, because most airports close down at midnight, and midnight to 6 o'clock. That's when the airplanes are dormant on the tarmac, so they can stretch out when those planes take off and when they land to meet that capacity, to meet the capacity needs.
Ken Christensen, aviation safety and airport specialist, commercial pilot, former NASA and Air Force aircraft crash investigator as well. Great to have you on. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Dave. Been a pleasure.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard joining MediShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true people are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MediShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE. 855-51-BIBLE.
Greg is a real Prevagen user, and this is his story.
Hi, I'm Greg. I'm not an actor. I'm just a regular person. 8 years ago, I just didn't feel like I was on my game. I started taking Prevagen, and I want people to know that Prevagen has worked for me. Give it a try. I want it to help you just like it has helped me.
Prevagen, at stores everywhere without a prescription. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Looking for beautiful, high-quality furniture for your home? Look no further than Bucks County Estate Traders. Skip the big chains and discover their massive showroom in Hatfield, packed with 16,000 unique pieces, where you can furnish your whole home in one easy visit. Shop comfortably and get it delivered locally or wherever you are. Thanks to their exclusive white glove carrier network, Bucks County Estate Traders handles delivery nationwide, so you can save time, effort, and money. Visit BucksCountyEstateTraders.com or their showroom in Hatfield today.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-777-1225. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-777-1225. That's 800-777-1225. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-777-1225. 800-777-1225.
Fox News, I'm Chris DeMeo. President Trump with remarks this morning at the Gulf Cooperation Council Summit in Saudi Arabia.
We'll stand with our friends and partners and we'll confront the aggression that threatens us all.
The president sets off later today for Qatar, the second stop in his Mideast tour. He'll be honored with a state dinner in Qatar. A judge reducing the Menendez brothers' sentence, now getting 50 years to life for their parents' murder.
This encourages people who are incarcerated to make the right decisions, to take the right path. So it's just a win-win on so many levels.
Menendez attorney Mark Garagos, the brothers remain jailed, a parole hearing set for next month. Ukrainian President Zelensky says he'll be waiting for Russian President Vladimir Putin in Ankara on Thursday for talks. Putin not saying if he'll be there. America's listening to Fox News.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. It looks like international travel could be in Southwest Airlines' future. It has filed with the Transportation Department for authority to fly to any country with which the U.S. has an open skies agreement. United Airlines is going ultra premium on some flights aboard 787s beginning early next year. It plans to offer a new interior featuring 8 studio suites with privacy doors and 27-inch TVs. Also on board will be 35 Premium Plus seats and 33 Economy Plus seats. 2 months after emerging from bankruptcy, Spirit Airlines, often the butt of jokes for its barebone service, is rolling out its own perks. It's now planning to offer premium options for travelers, including extra legroom seats. Airbnb is pushing its overhauled app that's not just for homeowners and travelers, but also for personal chefs, hairstylists, trainers, and tour operators to offer their services. I'm Nancy Lyons, Bloomberg Radio.
An American Heritage Cash Reward MasterCard helps you tackle that to-do list. Get up to 3% cash back at home improvement stores, groceries, and pharmacies. And when the chores are done, treat yourself to a well-deserved vacation, earning 2% cash back on travel, hotels, and rideshares, and 1% on everything else you buy, including online purchases. Apply today at americanheritagecu.org/creditcards. Subject to credit approval, insured by NCUA, Equal Opportunity Lender.
Team Foster raises money to provide life-saving service dogs to injured and disabled veterans. Show up for the veteran community at Team Foster's Rough Ride Philly event. This 24-hour spin event starts at 10 a.m. on May 31st at the 23rd Street Armory. Part competition and part festival. You can ride for 15 minutes or 5 hours. Join or create a team for Rough Ride Philly at roughride.org. That's roughride.org.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
Not everyone who handles your personal information is as careful as you are, which might explain why there's a victim of identity theft every 5 seconds in the United States. Fortunately, there's LifeLock. LifeLock will monitor hundreds of millions of data points a second for threats to your identity. And if your identity's stolen, a U.S.-based restoration specialist will fix it guaranteed, or your money back. Save 40% your first year with my name, Clay, as your promo code at LifeLock.com. LifeLock, for the threats you can't control. Terms apply.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Because we have lawyers in all 50 states, I see lots of lawyers' ads. Most seem to be bragging on results, but are they true or misleading? For example, in some cases, a firm may try a case even though the at-fault party has no lawyer, then brag in the ad about their results. My son Matt got one for nearly $50 million, but we never collected one dime. Some lawyers may say they got a result even though they were sitting second chair at a firm like mine, and even though they had little to do with it. Happens all the time. All that glitters is not gold. At Morgan & Morgan, our results are real. Visit forthepeople.com and go to settlements and verdicts to see for yourself what your case may be worth before you hire a law firm. Do your homework. Fact check. It's easy and too important not to. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Head on over to Citizens Bank Park on Thursday, May 29th at 6:45 when the Phillies take on the Braves, and all fans take home a retro Phillies cap presented by SEI. Snag your seats today at Phillies.com. Catch the Phils playing host to the Brew Crew at CBP for a weekend series on Friday, May 30th at 6:45, Saturday, May 31st at 4:05, and Sunday, June 1st at 1:35. Secure your seats at Phillies.com.
Attention! Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-632-5959. 800-632-5959. Again, that's 800-632-5959.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause. Brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that will affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on a Wednesday, May 14th. It is indeed Kayal and Company, right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app, and of course streaming live for your video viewing pleasure over on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning, 855-839-1210. That is the phone number on social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, K-A-Y-A-L. Dawn Stenzelin with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Omquist, Jimmy Kelly, our associate producers. It is a What Up Wednesday. That means Tony Bruno will join us live from Florida, where I am going to guess it is a little drier there than it is here in the Delaware Valley. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Yeah. Good morning. It is a raw, rainy, miserable morning, that's for sure.
Good gosh. Gregory, how are you?
Can you turn the volume up
a little bit on your microphone there, sweetie? You.
Who, me?
Sure.
Not you, sweetie, Nick.
Oh.
I mean,
Your other sweetie.
My other sweetie, Dawn.
Somebody was, as usual, tampering and tinkering. But does it sound okay now?
No, it needs to be up.
Little
Up, lady. Up.
tad bit.
Up.
It's all the way up.
There we go.
There we go.
There we go.
It is all the way up.
There we go. Thank you.
It is fully up.
I'm fully turned on and up.
It doesn't go up any higher than that.
Yes, 5:59 a.m. and I was on and up.
You know, I'm old enough to remember when great morning shows had like separate studios from the rest of the shows throughout the day. Remember that? Remember that stretch?
You want that now, Diva?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, like a highly decorated,
yeah.
gorgeous, built for television type morning radio studio.
Yeah.
And then everybody else can just kind of do the old-fashioned thing. Hey, buddy, how you doing over there?
Hi, how are you? Sorry, I had to do a little technical.
There you go. By the way, in Philadelphia, can we, when it's like, there's digital billboards now on things like the Schuylkill Expressway that say road ponding, look out for flooding, sharp curve ahead, drive with caution. Can we stop doing 72 and a 55 during a typhoon?
Thank you.
I mean,
Especially on Lincoln Drive, okay?
Jeez. I saw 3 accidents, 2 state troopers. Then I'm going through legitimate spots on the Schuylkill 76 eastbound that you could probably classify as a swimming pool. And I got people just going right through. And wonder why we have all these accidents.
And more of them happening right now. I'm looking at the traffic cams.
Great.
What a mess out there.
It is. What a day we have for you. Love, love, love all of the stories that we are going to get to. All of the bombshell revelations in the Joe Biden book that were leaked out methodically in a calculated fashion yesterday. That'll be the theme of the big take in the first half.
I know. I read the big take. I know where you're going, but I just want to say this. Jake Tapper is disgraceful.
He is.
He really is disgraceful.
And Alex Thompson's not much better.
Yeah. But to be fair to what's his nuts who nobody knows.
Thompson.
Jake Tapper is on the air daily.
Yes.
Saying you're going to play. I saw the clips you're going to play. You have receipts of Jake Tapper saying, it's just a stutter. It's just a stutter.
Yep.
How dare you say something like that?
In a highly coveted legacy media, well-paid position. And now, I mean, we're at a point where you can, in this country, God bless this country.
Yeah.
You can just dish out propaganda. You can lie 24/7, make a killing doing it, then be exposed for being a liar, pivot your grift to another platform, this being a book, and then tell everybody, quote, oh, I knew all along. Well, we were aware of, and blah, 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 blah. I picked the wrong career.
The worst is when they say, well, the White House and the officials misled us. No, they didn't. Look at anything else other than the White House officials, and they would have told you there's something going on here. For God's sake, we have a clip of Mark Halperin saying in 2017 he saw something was wrong.
Yeah, 8 years ago.
And he dry humped allegedly somebody. I mean, you know what I mean? Like he's not exactly the bastion of good ideas
or integrity.
Yeah. Oh Lord,
I love it. I really do. If I would have known it was this good.
Right, Dawn, that was him. I don't want to say something out of you. Okay.
You're right.
Thank you.
19 years ago, if I would have known that this blows away sports talk radio, I never would have wasted my time mucking and grinding the Eagles every day of my life.
Although, speaking of the Eagles, I have an amazing video of Saquon Barkley deadlifting, bench pressing, squatting 540 pounds.
It's amazing.
Bro is a machine.
He is. He
like,
is.
And like he does it, and he's smiling. Like it doesn't even.
Right.
It's unbelievable.
The Giants just let him go.
It's another story.
All right, so the big take on Biden, also the economy, the economic numbers, also this morning. It looks like we're going to have to head back on over to Montgomery County, and we will play a game called Meet Plymouth Whitemarsh's Mrs. Doubtfire.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. We've talked a lot about these stories, and now they are a mere 6.5 miles from my house. Trump's plane, we'll get to that. Bruno, the cut sheet, and much more. And as I look up at my TV, I see Joe Biden walking up steps into a... Oh, no, that's Trump. No, I swear to God. I thought Fox was rolling. I swear to God, with the back of the hair.
No, that's amazing.
Trump's lost a lot of weight. Holy hell! I mean, I literally thought that was Biden. They were showing the gaffes. Remember when he was walking up the steps to Air Force One, tripping and falling? But no, that's actually Trump. Not tripping and falling, walking up steps to go into a different plane. All right, but anywho, let's get down to business. Round number one of the news at 6:06. The great Dawn Stensland.
And good morning on this raw, rainy, cold morning. We'll tell you when this weather will break, but for now, be safe, as we say, as you drive in this morning. Kayal and Company News Live. A lot breaking and a lot developing, even early this morning with, yes, another shooting. Apparently, violent gunmen and violent criminals, they don't zoom it in, even when the weather is horrible, even when we have this rainy weather. One person killed, 2 others injured in that triple shooting in Philadelphia's Kensington section. Happened early this morning, right at the intersection of Hope and West Cambridge Streets. Police say a 42-year-old man in the driver's seat of a pickup truck was killed after he was shot in the head. A 49-year-old man in the passenger seat is in critical condition as I'm speaking. So a third victim showed up at Episcopal Hospital by a private vehicle that police say is connected to the same shooting. So police now investigating exactly how these 3 guys are connected, but they're looking into whether this shooting is related to yet another shooting in the neighborhood 8 hours earlier. So that would have been late last night, about 5 blocks away on Hope Street, where another 42-year-old guy was killed. So police looking at multiple surveillance cameras in and around this entire area, hoping that it'll give them more information and catch the killers in Philadelphia.
I love the fact that you said they don't zoom it in. That would be amazing if Sherelle Parker issued a press conference today saying for the next 3 months, all shootings will go virtual and you have to work remotely.
Yeah, and wear a mask. Well, a lot of them do wear that's the only medical mask you see nowadays, right, Nick?
It's for criminals.
Just curious, I asked this a couple times yesterday. Any description of the shooters?
No, sir.
Okay, just wondering.
By the way, has that always been the case, or is that just a new thing? Dawn, you've reported on shootings in this city for a quarter century.
It's been going on a long time.
I mean, I think the citizens of said area would like to know, if there's a shooter among them, so they can pick them out. But I'm sure we know the car they were driving and the description and the plates.
Yeah.
But the description of the human that fired said gun, it's a male.
True story.
It's a male. Swedish tourist. Yes, Fest guy.
Swedish tourist.
Yes, Fest guy. You are correct.
We are learning new information this morning with regard to the deaths of a man and a woman whose bodies were found after that house fire in Washington Township. This is South Jersey. And we know that initially this looked like some sort of horrible accident. Neighbors reporting an explosion of fast-moving, intense fire. And then we had learned, no, this was not an accident at all, that this was being investigated as something nefarious. And now the situation tragically ruled by the Gloucester County Prosecutor's Office yesterday as a murder-suicide. So police as well as firefighters responding to all those frantic and panicked 911 calls to that house fire and the explosion just after 2 o'clock in the morning. This was Sunday morning at a home on, ironically named Tranquility Court, a very quiet, tree-lined neighborhood, quiet, nice community. Investigators say a man found dead inside the home, believed to be the tenant or the owner of the home, was discovered in the living room with a handgun near his body. The Gloucester County medical examiner ruling his death a suicide caused by fire. So the woman found on a bed had suffered a fatal gunshot wound to her head before the fire started. So authorities saying that, in other words, the woman is in bed, the man shoots and kills her, shooting her in the head, starts the fire, and both pronounced dead. Now, we're pending, this situation, they're not identifying them. Obviously, we know who these people are. Their neighbors know who they are. Neighbors speaking out saying they're absolutely shocked by this horrible situation. But the investigators, police say they're still notifying family and so on, so they're not officially releasing these individuals' names. They say the presence of an accelerant was found in the home, and they went on to say the home's gas line had been tampered with, allowing an unrestricted flow of natural gas into the home, which explains, of course, this explains why neighbors heard that explosion.
Boy, I've never heard of suicide by fire. Jeez. I mean, of all the ways that you can take your own life by fire.
My God.
I mean, that's not a it's not a slow. That's not a quick, easy way out of culpability. Jeez.
So we're still getting the details. I know there was a girlfriend of the man who lived, an ex-girlfriend of the man who lives there, and he had given his dog and dog food and money for the dog to the ex-girlfriend and said, please take care of my dog. And so that was just right, apparently days before this happened. So some real tragic details out of this whole thing, and the community speaking out. In Los Angeles, one of the headlines this morning, Eric and Lyle Menendez, the brothers accused many years ago when they were young of murdering their parents, and this was back in, well, they were sentenced back in 1989 for the murders of their parents, Jose and Kitty Menendez, but they were resentenced yesterday to 50 years to life in prison. Wow. This actually makes them eligible for parole now. So even though the headline may sound like, wait a minute, they were resentenced to the 50 years to life in prison. By the way, they've already served, 35 years behind bars.
Right.
But this is the latest step, in other words, that puts them, on the tee, if you will, to be eligible for parole. And I believe there are two chances for the eligibility of their parole, of their release.
So I'm assuming, just based on the math, about 15 years from now they could be out?
Or perhaps sooner. Now, remember this case, among others, out in L.A., the so-called woke prosecutor, the voters, if you will, voted him out, put in a more law and order type prosecutor. And so the DA there in Los Angeles has advocated for them to remain behind bars because they have not shown, according to the DA, remorse and not really confessed to everything. And there have been some, behind the scenes situations. So, I don't know what's going to happen here, but I know Eric Menendez is being quoted as releasing a statement last night saying he's touched and humbled by the outpouring of support.
Lyle Menendez, 57 years old. Eric Menendez, the younger brother, 54.
It's funny how, because there was a Netflix movie series on it,
which influenced this, no doubt.
There's been a lot of documentaries on it, and it's interesting how over the years the narrative on things change, because I remember growing up, everybody was just like, don't Menendez your parents, you know what I mean? Like
that was a thing.
Like it became and you see this, and you see that there's a little bit more nuance to it, and how there may or may not have been sexual abuse that was happening in the family, and they just got fed up with it, and took matters into their own hands, just to say. So obviously nobody really knows the true story, but I mean, it is telling to me that a lot of their family members, the brothers and sisters and stuff of their parents, are saying that they should be released.
Yeah, it is.
So I think there's a little bit more to the story than we see. I don't want to judge everything off of what I see on a documentary, because I can, obviously they have an agenda as well.
Sure.
But I do think that there is a little bit more to this story.
So you're saying they weren't raised by Peter and Michael and Carol Brady?
No.
Okay.
No, I don't think anybody questions the abuse that happened.
Yeah.
But it was pretty vile sexual abuse that happened, according to, reports.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, what a stretch that must have been in as a news media person, Dawn. Can you imagine if your career would have taken you to L.A. from 1988 through, let's say, 95? Between Menendez, Rodney
or you
King,
and your media career,
OJ,
right?
Yeah, but I was never a news person. You were the journalist.
True.
Well,
imagine if you covered the Menendezes, Rodney King, and OJ.
Well, here's the thing too about that, is that they kind of all fit, because one influenced another. You know what I mean? Like, one was a reaction to another. Their first trial, which was a mistrial or hung jury or something, was kind of influenced by the Rodney King thing. And then they got retried, and that was after OJ, And that kind of influenced the outcome of that case.
Imagine being the DA in that. Was that Gil Garcetti? You could write a book on us being the DA for all those years.
That was OJ. I'm not sure if that was the Menendez thing too.
Yeah. Wow.
Shows you how law and order and justice and the origins, if you will, the history of it. When you think about social justice today and policing, and it kind of shows you how it evolved. Let us say. So one of the headlines is, I know we'll talk all things Trump. Yesterday, an incredible day, historic day, inflation cooling, so there's a lot of economic news. But one of the headlines that impacts us, because he was a Phillies player, I will just headline it, out of baseball purgatory. So we're talking about Rob Manfred removing former Phillies player Pete Rose, Shoeless Joe Jackson, and other dead players from Major League Baseball's permanently ineligible list.
I got to tell you, if I'm Pete Rose's estate, I don't know if he has a wife or... I would say, you know what, Rob Manfred, Major League Baseball, why don't you go pound sand? Really? Honestly, now he's eligible for the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
That he's dead.
I guess in all seriousness, once you die, there's no baseball purgatory.
I mean, I'm all...
You know what I mean?
I mean, I was all for him serving his penance, serving his time for gambling on the game. I don't think he ever bet against his team. Way too competitive for that. But you can't be... It's like insider trading with politics. If you're a pro athlete, you can't gamble on games that you play in. And if you're Nancy Pelosi, you shouldn't be trading stocks. But after 30 years, 35 years, I would have put him in the Hall of Fame. It's amazing. We tolerate rapists and sexual abusers and perhaps even murderers more than we do Pete Rose. I'm wrong with that.
There's the statement on, if you're watching now on
Phillies.
YouTube, you can see it.
Yeah. And by the way, the Phillies don't get off the hook for this either, in my opinion, or any team. I love how they all just march to the beat of, whatever baseball says for 3.5 decades, and then now baseball changes their stance, and they're like, we change ours. We agree with you, Rob.
The Phillies support today's decision by Commissioner Manfred and Major League Baseball to remove Pete Rose from the permanently ineligible list as one of the greatest players in the history of the game. Pete made significant on-field contributions to the Phillies over his 5 seasons, 1979 to 1983, with the club highlighted by our first World Series title in 1980, which is also a great year. Thank you very much.
Yes.
But the Phillies supported him remember he was here. When was that? A couple of years before, obviously he died a year ago, but I mean... I think
true.
they supported him, and he was here, and you had protesters and people who were still saying, no, he doesn't deserve everything. They were bringing up all kinds of issues, not even the gambling.
Yeah. I mean, my man had some vices.
Who doesn't?
Who doesn't, right?
Yeah.
He was been known to be choke slammed a couple of times at WrestleMania. I love Pete Rose.
Oh, my goodness.
What an entertainer.
So much to talk about today, especially the weather. This is Kayal and Company News Live, and Nick, I don't know when we get a reprieve, but I hope everybody's driving safe out there because it's nasty.
I agree, Dawn. 60 degrees right now. You've got heavy rains, flooded roads, ponding everywhere, going up to 67 today. Rain will be out of here for the most part by 9 a.m., probably some intermittent sprinkles throughout the day, but it's going to linger through Friday as we'll clear up Friday heading into the weekend. And weather's brought to you by the way, I'm getting really good at the weather. You see the delivery here, the verbiage. Put like one of the, what do they call those, a green screens behind me? I start pointing at the clouds. I could do it. You imagine me on the Weather Channel?
We need to put a bad hairpiece on you.
Yeah, give me.
Yeah,
can I borrow Frank Luntz's toupee? Luntz, let me rock that for a little bit, man. Weather is sponsored by MTRule.com, your generator experts. That's MTRule.com. All right, quick break. We'll come back. It is a Wednesday Big Take, and we have a lot of other great stories to get to. The Big Take, lie, cheat, and steal. It's next on Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
Are you tired of high cable TV rates? Sign up for Dish today and get a $500 bonus offer while supplies last. Plus, lock in your price for 2 years guaranteed. Call All American Dish, your Dish authorized retailer now.
800-296-1251. 800-296-1251. That's 800-296-1251. Offers require credit qualification, 24-month commitment, early termination fee, and e-auto pay. Restrictions apply. Call for details.
Welcome to Staples.
Hi, I hear Staples prints it all.
Oh, you bet. Posters, banners.
Can you print it all for Father's Day?
Oh, of course. Photo gifts like canvas prints, photo puzzles.
Can you print it all for graduation?
Sure can. Custom cards and invites.
Can you print a huge banner with the grad's picture?
Oh, definitely.
Even an embarrassing baby picture?
Oh, those are the best kind.
I know, right?
Print it all for dads and grads at Staples. And right now, get 40% off custom cards, invites, and photo gifts. N75 exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/radio, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Your roof isn't just shingles and nails, it's an investment in your home's future. Hi, this is Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. At Emmons, we use and install only top-tier roofing and siding materials that help boost your home's curb appeal and help your home's resale value. As you know, the most expensive project is the one you have to do twice, so get the job done right the first time with Emmons. Call us today at 856-556-3229 or visit callemmons.com. From the main line to the shore, from top to bottom, inside and out, at Emmons, we have you covered.
Hey, it's Joe to Camera. I've got the perfect Father's Day gift for you. Tickets to see the story of Philly sports put to music. With Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra, I've seen the show. It's phenomenal. Conklin with all of his voices and songs, plus celebrity guests. It's sports. It's comedy. It's music. It's Philly.
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at Wildwood High School on Baker Ave, Friday, July 11th. And at the Ocean City Music Pier, Saturday, July 12th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
Breaking news! Newsflash! Just announced! TurnersvilleJeep.com is celebrating massive savings all month long with their Employee Pricing for All event. Take advantage of true employee pricing this month only on a huge selection of Jeep Grand Cherokees, Jeep Wranglers, Ram 1500 trucks, Dodge Durangos, and more. Don't miss your opportunity to save thousands this month at TurnersvilleJeep.com. Just minutes from all bridges. Drive a little, save a lot at TurnersvilleJeep.com.
It's time to get focused. Focused on improving the lives of our beloved pets by feeding them the most nutritious pet food on the planet. With 2 decades of experience, the Dogs and Cats Rules stores can guide you in the right direction to meet your pet's needs. Fads come and go, but there's no substitute for premium meat inclusive food for your pets. If you changed your pet's food lately and they're starting to look like a shaggy dog, smelly ears and biting their feet all the time, you need to come into one of our 7 very convenient locations or visit dogsandcatsrule.pet.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
Subscribe to our YouTube channel yet? Not yet. Do it today. Okay. At 1210 WPHT.
Come fly with me, let's fly away.
Hit the like button on YouTube.
If you can use some exotic booze, there's a bar in far Bombay. Come
man.
on and fly
Exotic
with
booze.
me. Let's
Kayal and
fly,
Company.
let's fly away.
What a day. What a day. So many great things to get into. Tony Bruno coming up 7:45 this morning from Florida. And also, shortly later this morning, about 6:45 or so, we will get into the latest with Plymouth White Marsh. We were over in that area yesterday over anti-Semitism, terrorism threats leading to the cancellation of July 4th family-friendly activities. And now we have high school shenanigans. We'll get to that coming up in just a little bit. 6:26, let's get down to business. Time for a Wednesday morning Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
The Big Take, lie, cheat, and steal. There was once a famous wrestler. He was named Eddie Guerrero, and his catchphrase was lie, cheat, and steal. Maybe Greg Stocker is correct. Politics really is professional wrestling. Because when it comes to the legacy media and the Democrats over the last 5 years, actually the last decade if you think about it, during the Trump era of politics, there's nothing they won't try to do in order to win. That includes concealing the health of Joe Biden. That would also include the health of the economy under Donald Trump being underrepresented or misrepresented. Stunning new details continue to emerge about the decline of Joe Biden, what the legacy media and Democrats knew behind closed doors, and how we, the people, were correct all along. The same mainstream media that has lied to you about Trump's economy and tariffs are the same hacks that told you Joe Biden was sharp as a tack and working 24/7 around the clock. This could be the nail in the coffin, folks, for the establishment bought and paid for legacy media. Late on Tuesday's show, we gave you 2 updates on Joe Biden. Around 9:30 during Dawn's Big Three, she told you that ABC News reported that Joe Biden underwent a health procedure, and it was revealed then that doctors found a, quote, small nodule on his prostate during a, quote, routine physical exam. Okay, he's in his 80s, not crazy. It happens. Right as Dawn wrapped up the Big Three, I gave you a new report from Axios that said exclusive, quote, Joe Biden's physical decline was so severe that advisors privately discussed the possibility he would need to use a wheelchair if he won re-election. And then around 12:30 in the afternoon yesterday, more bombshells on Joe Biden's erosion were revealed. According to the upcoming new book written by CNN's Jake Tapper and Axios' Alex Thompson, Joe Biden didn't even recognize George Clooney at a June 2024 fundraiser. Remember, we played you the video on the cut sheet of Obama and Clooney walking Joe off the stage. He didn't even recognize Clooney, despite the two having known each other for 15 plus years. Lie, cheat, and steal. In fact, it's been going on since October of 2020. Anything and everything to keep Trump out, get Biden in, and then keep him in. Here was the famous showdown from October of 2020 on CBS when Trump destroyed Leslie Stahl as she tried to protect Joe and Hunter over the laptop. Listen and watch.
It's one of the biggest scandals I've ever seen, and you don't cover it. You want to talk about...
Well, because it can't be verified.
You want to talk
I'm
about insignificant things.
I'm telling you.
Of course it can be verified. Excuse me, they found the laptop. Leslie.
It can't be verified.
What can't be verified?
The laptop.
Why do you say that?
Because
even the
it's
family
verified.
hasn't... The family on the laptop, he's gone into hiding. For 5 days, he's gone into hiding.
He's preparing for your debate.
Oh, it's taken him 5 days to prepare? I doubt it.
We all know that had COVID and George Floyd not happened in 2020, that Donald Trump would have had a really, really good chance of being reelected. Had the American public not known, or had known, I should say, about the Biden corruption and the laptop, we've seen people that have been polled post-election. If they knew about Hunter Biden and the Biden family corruption on the laptop, odds are those people would have voted against Joe Biden. But no, they buried it. The media, the FBI, Facebook, flagged, censored, deplatformed. The New York Post was correct. Miranda Devine, great reporting. Trump was correct there in that statement with Leslie Stahl. and we were correct. But we were labeled right-wing conspiracy theorists. Trump was a Russian asset, misinformation and disinformation spreaders. We were all guilty of it, right? And shamed into submission. And then again, it happened in 2024. They were lying and cheating and trying to steal another one. We were correct. Speaking of fake strapper from CNN, here's a montage of Jakey Boy lying about Biden's decline as he now gets set to cash in on a book deal. Listen and watch this montage.
How do you think it makes little kids with stutters feel when they see you make a comment like that?
It's very clearly a cognitive decline.
Okay.
That's what I'm referring to. It makes me uncomfortable.
You have no I can't. That's so amazing. It's so amazing to me that
and try and figure out an answer.
A cognitive decline. President Biden embraces his stutter, talking about it, while Trump mocks it, exaggerates it, belittles it. He's sharp physically. I mean, mentally. Yeah. I think the question is physically, right? Right. More so? Right. Right. And the guy who's his chief opponent is only 3 or 4 years younger than him.
Exactly. I mean, you have questioned President Biden's age, mental fitness, ability to lead. Of those supporting Biden, you said, quote, shame on all of you pretending everything is okay. You're leading us and him into a disaster. Do you worry that you damaged him at all? I don't doubt that you got hugs and handshakes behind closed doors today, and maybe even publicly, some of them because they like you personally. But I've heard a lot of really nasty stuff about you from your Democratic colleagues. Sure. I mean, just like, what is he thinking? Exercise in narcissism. I mean, false claims to the Wall Street Journal about President Biden's mental fitness and acuity. He's 81, and his memory, it doesn't seem great. It's not horrible, but I don't understand the outrage. Quote, behind closed doors, Biden shows signs of slipping, unquote. The Wall Street Journal is owned by News Corp, which is run by the Murdochs. Beyond the headline, there is some critical nuance here. The article is mostly based on observations of Republicans, with former Speaker Kevin McCarthy the only one going on the record. They do note in the article that most of the criticism comes from Republicans. Have you heard any concerns from anyone who has met with President Biden about him seeming a little slower? No. The Russians are trying to make us and the public not trust our election integrity. Joe Biden has dementia, all this stuff.
Just unbelievable. First it was, well, Joe has a stutter. Then it was, I had a cold. Well, he is 81 after all. It's hard to dislike anything more than legacy media. You can try, but you might not succeed. Jake Tapper, total fraud. One man who can give him a run for his money, though, Joe Scarborough on MSNBC. Remember when he lectured all of us almost a year ago today from his perch? Listen and watch.
But comparing that guy's mental state, I've said it for years now, he's cogent. But I undersold him when I said he was cogent. He's far beyond cogent. In fact, I think he's better than he's ever been. Intellectually, analytically, because he's been around for 50 years. And, I don't know if people know this or not, Biden used to be a hothead. Sometimes that Irishman would get in front of the reasoning. Sometimes he would say things he didn't want to say. This is, and I don't really, I don't really care. Start your tape right now, because I'm about to tell you the truth. And F you if you can't handle the truth.
Imagine being a retired husband and wife in your mid to late 60s. You get up each morning, you pour a cup of coffee, you sit down to eat your breakfast, and you're watching that zero credibility crisis actor and his snooty sidekick over your bowl of Cheerios. How can any self-respecting American even turn that show on? Speaking of lying about health, let's check in on the media and the Democrats when it pertains to the economy. Tariffs, they screamed. Raging inflation, they screamed. Fear-mongering. So far, the experts have been wrong again. Here is CNN reporting the best inflation numbers yesterday in 4 years and 3 months. Listen and watch.
This morning, the opening bell just rang moments ago on Wall Street, and investors are responding to brand new inflation numbers. You see a little bit of a mixed bag there. NASDAQ up, S&P up, the Dow down just by a bit. But there is new data that just landed from the Labor Department showing inflation year over year actually slowed to the lowest annual inflation rate since February of 2021.
How about that? February of 2021, the first boosters and COVID shots were not even available for people my age at that point. Don't be a panicking. What about specifics? Here was Maria Bartiromo of Fox Business. Listen and watch.
There's no doubt about it. I mean, CPI up 0.2% is a good number. And Mark Tepper, right before the number came out, I mentioned oil is down, eggs are down, food is down. We're seeing that reflected. So all that hysteria over tariffs is not showing up in these numbers.
No, not at all.
Bloomberg reporting the following. J.P. Morgan boosted its forecast for U.S. economic growth after a temporary trade deal between the United States and China, and they are now dropping their earlier call that the world's largest economy would sink into a recession in 2025. I got to tell you, been a rough stretch for the old guard in Democrat politics. And the new faces and the new voices, well, they're not any better. The final piece of laughable news centers around Jasmine Crockett and David Hogg. According to reports from the Washington Post, of all places, the DNC might have to oust their little protege and puppet because they didn't adhere to their own diversity rules before electing David Hogg to the DNC vice chair of leadership. And when it comes to showing their stupidity, it's been a few days since we checked in on Jasmine Crockett. But what she's about to say here in this clip, it really ties into what we just talked about with the big take. Listen and watch.
And so the thing is this. Anybody that did their research voted the right way. The people that had the information, they voted the right way. These are facts. The more educated voters and the voters that went to the legacy media, frankly, they voted the right way. It's the ones that were getting the fake news or the lies. They were the ones that were voting the wrong way.
Fake news, like everything Jake Tapper said for 1 minute and 51 seconds in that clip I played from our friends at Grabian. Actually, honey, I think in light of everything I just presented, you might want to walk that statement back. A little thing called receipts, right? The experts were wrong. We were right. But you can keep the grift going, lie, cheat, and steal. Because nowadays there's this thing called X, and it's leveled the playing field not only with free speech, but also with information and facts, and the ability to pull up clips of the past to expose the lies and the propaganda. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
855-839-1210 if you want to jump in on social media at 1210 WPHT, and of course your comments on the YouTube chat, youtube.com/@1210 WPHT. All right, Dawn, your choice of healthy discussion on the health of Joe or the health of the economy, or both?
As far as the health of the economy yesterday, I thought it was a great day and just great news that we're on deck for peace and prosperity. The fact that inflation came in cooler. The fact that we have this incredible $600 billion investment promise by the Saudis, and they signed that deal, pumping billions into our economy. The fact that Trump, met with Syria. It was an historic day. I know the so-called mainstream media won't remember it as that, but to me, I know I'm always glass half full. But I was so hopeful yesterday. I think can't we all agree that we want peace and prosperity?
I don't know anybody that's rooting for the economy to fail. Maybe a really, really wealthy, diabolical Democrat, but I think even common sense Democrats are rooting for good economic numbers every month.
Yeah, so it's a win-win, right?
I agree. Let me get to Joe.
As far as Joe Biden, I'll just say real quick,
No,
Nick,
take your time.
Look, the fact that anybody goes for their regular, how often do I bug you? You know what I mean? Like, go for your regular.
How often do you go, sweetie?
I know, I'm the worst. I'm always the caretaker, so I'm making everybody else's appointments.
I'm starting to think I'm the healthiest guy on this show, despite my liver is about as hard as a basketball.
No, I mean, I'm blessed. I'm grateful, that I'm healthy, but I just think for Joe Biden, he goes to get these checkups, for cancer, like every 90 days at this point. That's probably, where he should be. So the fact that they caught it, it's just another reminder.
Mm-hmm.
We were even talking about Kat Timpf from Fox, who's the libertarian, who, she's having her baby, and they realize she has stage 0 breast cancer, but has to get a full mastectomy. I mean, it's this bittersweet thing, but all of these people, the good news is if you go and you get the testing and you don't put it off, they can catch it early. And nowadays, cancer is not a death sentence.
I don't even think, I know the way they reported it with the small nodule on his prostate, they said it was during his routine physical exam. I don't even believe routine physical exam anymore. I think, and I have no way to confirm this. I'm not a doctor. I can only make an educated guess based on what my eyes and ears show. He's got dementia. He has to have dementia or some sort of mental medical decline condition of the brain. I don't know what it is. I don't think they'll ever reveal it, or maybe years from now it'll come out. But I started thinking about Joe Biden yesterday as all these little tidbits, which, by the way, these aren't really breaking news stories. Axios' Alex Thompson and Jake Tapper for CNN are dropping little nuggets to build up the anticipation for whenever the release of their book is. I think it's coming out this summer. So this is not news to them. They've been sitting on all of this as they published the book, and certainly have been sitting on it for years knowing that he was in decline. But we only saw in the course of a day Joe Biden. Sometimes we'd go days without seeing from him or hearing from him. So we would see when we got Joe in rare cameos, it was in drips and drabs, 1 hour here, 30 minutes there, 5% of the day there. But Jill Biden, I want to talk about Jill Biden for a second, because remember, she finished, and Greg was all over the idea that she, almost in scripted fashion, finished his sentence on The View. Jill, think about this. If you're married, right? Who do you spend most of your time with? It's probably your spouse, right? Short of work and kid activities, you're with your spouse a ton. And the first person that probably picks up on any decline or any change in behavior or mood or health is your significant other. So let's say Jill with Joe at 81 years old is with him 16, 17, 18 hours a day. What did she see behind the scenes when Joe is in his pajamas? When Joe's in a T-shirt and shorts, when Joe's lounging on the beach chair in Delaware. We saw Joe in different iterations, super energetic, wired, shouting, yelling, eyes bugging out of his head. Then we saw the sleepy Joe. We saw him fall up steps. We saw him fall down steps. We saw him fall off a bike. We saw him trip over sandbags. What was he like in his worst moments behind the scenes? I think, Stalker, you said Halperin noticed decline 8 years ago?
Yeah.
In 2017?
Yeah, we have a clip of him saying in 2017 he was at a book signing, and he was like all over the place. And to quote Halperin, he was a train wreck.
That would have been when he was 74 or 73.
Yeah.
But remember, we suspected this back when he ran the basement campaign.
Yeah. Sure.
During COVID.
Sure.
You know what I mean? So...
But that goes back 3 years even before that.
Yeah. I think they all knew. The least of whom I blame is his wife of many, many, many years, because she's a wife. She's protecting her husband. I think that all of those partisans, all of the people who were working for us, right? We paid, I know Greg disagrees with me, but she's not an elected official. Her loyalty is not to us.
Jill is numero uno on
Maybe.
the list
You don't, I don't know that.
I was actually...
There are lots of partisans and media hacks who made a ton of money, who banked on him and who propped him up and who wanted him to stay in power.
I love the fact that you have this take, because my take is the exact opposite. I have it jotted down here, and I don't want anybody to get offended by this, but this is politics. This is everybody's lives. It's a cutthroat industry, right? I would actually argue, and I've even put this in quotes, Jill Biden... I don't even know if I should say this.
Say it.
Should I censor this? Should I self-censor here, Stalker?
Yes.
Yeah.
Should I? It's not a curse word.
Okay.
It's just the way I feel about Jill Biden.
Don't talk about the former first lady. It's not about her. It's about all the partisan career politicians
Dawn,
in the swamp.
Dawn, I love you.
Say it.
She is the political pig of our lifetime.
Oh, stop.
She is.
She wanted the gravy. She wanted the gravy train to keep
all
rolling.
The political oink oinks.
Oh, I'm not. Look, they're all bad.
that are out there
They're
in the
all
swamp.
bad.
She's not an elected official.
No, I know.
She's a wife and a first lady.
But no self awareness for her husband just expiring before our very eyes.
You know what?
Hasn't she made enough money that her and her husband can just, chill out in the basement and, Netflix?
No, I think she was, as a wife, she was she was probably trying to protect, in her mind, his legacy and their family's legacy.
Her legacy.
No, I don't think that. I think to attack her of all people, when you had, multi-million-dollar, $12 million a year anchor people who were complicit, when you have all of these individuals who were just sucking off the teat, if you will, of the government.
They were sucking something off.
They were.
Oh, there's people that are
And
far worse
all of
criminals. I'm just
Well, no,
thinking
I mean,
about it like ethically and morally. I'm not saying she's a rotten human being, but in the game of politics, she's actually perfect for the Democrat Party. She would stroll Dianne Feinstein up to a podium at 98.
But she didn't. I
know.
mean, all she did was protect her husband. Yes, finish his sentences. But what if they had come around her and said, Mrs. Biden, it's time. Let's have a graceful situation where we can give him dignity. She would have gone along with it.
Yeah.
She absolutely would have. She had no power. So there was a void, if you will. And so, yeah, she filled it to protect her husband. But I don't. She is the last person.
No, she's
blame all.
She's the
no,
first person.
How can you say that she had no
All right,
power?
she
actually
has
had
more. No,
zero
she has more
power.
power. She has more power over
Please.
him than anybody else does. There's no.
Well,
She had
I
no
disagree with
power
that.
in the
No.
government of the White House.
Obama
what
had
about
more power
all of
than she
these
did.
Democrats? What
She
about
had more-
Chuck Schumer, who's holding
Yes,
this
yes.
Sunday
Now,
morning news
here's
conference?
where I agree with
What
Dawn.
about all these pundits?
Yes, Pelosi,
All
Schumer,
of them.
Obama, Axelrod.
They all knew.
They had more. They have more power than Jill did. But the fact that Jill could have been involved or is involved, I think we had that one report where she was the one running some of the conferences. I mean, nobody elected her. I mean, could you imagine what the media would be like if Melania was the one running a massive meeting with Marco Rubio and Kristi Noem?
Yeah.
Oh my God, their heads would explode.
She has. I mean, both of you. Is there one person in this world who could say to you, "Hey, you know what? I think what you're doing is not the right thing. I think you need to step aside and do something else." It would be your spouse.
Yes.
At least it would be for me.
Yeah.
You have no idea whether or not she even said that. But the problem is the Democrats felt they had nobody better, and so they put her and an elderly man with apparent dementia issues in a horrible position.
She was just defending still to this day on The View. Remember, she was saying, Joe sitting in bed reading briefs while I read my book. There's no chance that was happening.
Right, but she's she is not an elected official. She's a spouse protecting the dignity and the legacy of her husband from her standpoint. There were powerful people. There were powerful people. What about KJP?
Yeah.
What about Jen Psaki?
They don't have the ear. They don't have the ear of the
what
president.
About Chuck Schumer?
KJP's
what about
got no
Obama?
power.
What about Nancy Pelosi?
Obama's
Name
too.
a Democrat. What about AOC? None of these people knew
Joe
that
Biden
this man
won.
was in declining mental, cognitive health issues.
Press
And
secretaries
you're going to
have
blame
no
the
sway.
wife?
They
Give me
just
a
get
break.
up. They just get up there and spew.
Joe Biden won. Obama 2. Michelle Obama 3.
All over power over Jill.
All over all over who's the most culpable in propping Joe up. Those three. Those three right there.
But think about the greed though. As far as Jill, I get it. You want to some extent. I get what you're saying, Dawn. As far as defending your husband, but this was at the detriment of the United States of America. I mean, we were going to basically reelect if they did not pull the coup after the June 27th debate. We're going to elect a vegetable
after the debate. If you guys remember, he stopped off at some press gaggle, and she was like, oh, he was wonderful in it. She was wonderful in it. She's the most culpable of them all. And by the way, the scariest thing about this whole thing is that if Joe would have gotten to the finish line, he would have won. But he would have done better than Kamala Harris. More people would have voted for him. More Democrats would have voted for him than voted for Kamala Harris. That's the scariest thing.
You're not wrong. Yeah, I mean,
he would have gotten farther.
And I've said on this show, say what you want. She still received 76 million votes.
Joe would have done better. I'm telling you, Joe would have done better. In the state that he was in, he would have done better.
Wow, that's scary.
He wouldn't have won.
This is going to go down as an unbelievable exercise. And it'll be after I'm long dead and gone, which is about 18 and a half years from now. But they're going to do this in the history books, the classrooms, the schools. When when you're growing up, we learned about Abraham Lincoln and George Washington and JFK. When the kids start to learn in the history books about the 2024 election, think about what they're going to hear about. They're going to hear about the June 27th debate. They're going to hear about July 13th in Butler, PA. They're going to hear about July 21st when Kamala basically shoved Joe out the door. They're going to hear about the second assassination attempt on a golf course in September. I think sometimes we forget just because we live it every day and it's our job. And for all of you that listen, you live it. But like, think about if you're a history nerd or a history buff, the 2024 election cycle, if I were to say this 7 years ago, you'd have been like, nah, that's a Hollywood movie. There's no way that would play out in real time in real life. And it did. And we lived it. And think about the kids that are going to think about this years from now. I'm fascinated by this. I think everybody should just try to write a book on the 2024 election that was. This is like stuff that should be Netflix documentaries just being cranked out left and right. The hell with all these other dopes with these books like Jake Tapper. This is just pure cinema.
The fact that, name who was his Secretary of State for 4 years? Antony Blinken.
Yeah.
You're telling me Blinken or what about Janet Yellen?
Ugh.
What about Lloyd Austin?
Ugh.
None of these people. I mean, he had a huge cabinet. He was around all of those top Democrats all the time, who, by the way, were on all of these shows with Jake Tapper and others defending the Dems and doing their spin. But all of these people I would put way above the First Lady of the United States. They were complicit.
Yeah, and when I wrapped up the big take this morning saying that this is the death nail, this is the last straw for the legacy media. I know it won't be. Some dopes will still continue to watch. They'll still exist because of big pharma advertising, because it contributes 75% of their revenue. But their ratings will continue to crash and burn. I don't understand how anybody, after the last year, forget the last 5 years, the way they shamed you, but the last year, how they lied to you. In any other business, if you went to a car dealership, and I suggest Piazza Auto, if you went to a restaurant, if you went to any other place of business, and the sales reps, the owners, the managers lied to your face and sold you a lemon, you would never go back to them for your next purchase. You would get on Google, do a Google review, you'd go on Yelp. This place sucks. 0 out of 5 stars. How can anybody ever go back to CNN or MSNBC after what they tried to tell you about Joe Biden? What did Scarborough say? He's cogent. He's cogent. And remember, he used to have a temper. He's Irish. That guy gets paid millions of dollars to just lie to your face and actually pull out the newspaper on set. I see him sometimes. He's reading it's like he's having breakfast with his wife on a Florida yacht in retirement. They get paid millions of dollars to do that, and they're handed a script.
But why doesn't anybody? Why don't you ask Pete Buttigieg? What did he know? How many times did he see Biden?
Yeah, of
what
course.
about Alejandro Mayorkas?
Of course, but that
They all
doesn't.
know.
Merrick Garland.
There's nobody with the president more than his wife. There's except Trump. But there's nobody there's nobody with Joe Biden more than Jill. She knew. She's the only one who could talk some sense in him and say, don't do this.
But these
and certainly don't run a second time.
And she's a doctor.
But these government officials who make a salary paid by us, we the people, they lied. I mean, Jill
They're
Biden.
just trying to protect their own jobs. They're just trying to protect their own jobs. What's worse about her?
I can't believe you're blaming the caretaker.
The family. That's
Blame the caretaker.
That's the family. That's somebody you supposedly love, and you're propping them out for a second term. Are you insane? You witch?
She
You don't say that about her. Here's the thing.
She
may very well have said Joe's not up to this. We don't know what happened.
She was out there saying right after the debate, he answered all the questions.
Right, because
he was wonderful.
She's the caretaker. She's trying to do the spin, but you don't know. She may have told top Democrats he can't do another term. This is you have no idea.
It was elder abuse.
She may have thought that herself.
It was elder abuse. What she did. It was absolutely elder abuse.
But
what
these
she did. I don't care if you're a
Democrats and
Democrat
these
or,
high-paid media pundits, they went out there day in and day out, and they lied to the American people.
Also,
Never
too,
forget
with
that.
Joe, what about the self-respect of knowing when you lose your fastball? That's the biggest problem with all of these politicians, with no age limits and no term limits and things like that. They stick around as the shell of what they used to be. I'm telling you right now, I might go home today and have a conversation with my wife. Not that she, really enjoys what I do for a living. She hates me in many capacities. But I'm going to say, Kristen, if you get the sense that I am a shot fighter, and chances are, Odyssey will notice it right away, because in radio you'll get whacked before you even get a chance to have a conversation with your wife. But I'm going to tell you this, Kristen, if I become 80% of what I once was behind the microphone, I want you to tell me, because you should be the first to know that I am fading.
Yes.
And put me out to pasture.
Agreed.
But here, just compare and contrast. When you think about all these top Democrats, and by the way, the Gavin Newsoms, or whether it's the Pete Buttigieg or whoever, all of these people were complicit in this big lie. And I think since the basement campaign of Joe Biden, but look at these same people, these same pundits, these same media moguls who make a ton of money, right? These same people, now that John Fetterman here in Pennsylvania, right, is all of a sudden he's not standing in line and doing exactly what they want and towing the Dem line, the progressive line. And so now they're saying, oh, he needs intervention. He's not taking his meds. Why didn't these same people do that with Joe Biden?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So that's why I say these people are still there, and it's so nasty and ugly what they're willing to do, and it's at our expense. These same people who allowed tens of millions of people to flow into this country, many of them violent criminals, and they continue to invest in, and they continue to defend them. There's the same group of people. It's the same herd, a bunch of followers mindset. All they care about is their partisan politics and their political career, and they don't care about us. We are the collateral damage in all of this.
855-839-1210. Hour 2 is on the way. Dawn will have some news to kick off the 7 o'clock hour. I'm also being ripped on X. Newman Price says no more weather. Kale, ever since you took over the weather, it rains every day.
It's true. It's absolutely true.
Nick Kale, the rainmaker.
Yes, I make it rain, baby.
He has to do the weather because of the sponsor.
Yes.
So don't blame him.
Yes, there's a reason why I'm doing the weather.
And it's Generac, which is appropriate right now.
Exactly.
You know, with people's power and the down trees.
Yep. 855-839-1210. News is next. And then it looks like we have a dude pretending to be a chick in women's sports right here in Plymouth White Marsh High School in White Marsh Township. Yeah. Hello, Mrs. Doubtfire. 7 o'clock hour is next.
Trenton's latest dumb idea, equity pricing. So now your monthly electric bill is based on how much money you make, not on how much electricity you use? Who does that? I'm Jack Chittarelli. When I'm governor, the days of Trenton Democrats raising taxes, wasting our money, and ruining our state are over. I'll root out waste and corruption to cut spending. We'll cap property taxes for families and freeze them for seniors. And I'll end Murphy's radical energy agenda that's driving up our electric bills.
Paid for by Chittarelli for Governor, Inc., P.O. Box 225, Annandale, New Jersey.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Check the back seat. Check the back seat.
Gets in your head, right? Good, because every year dozens of children are forgotten in the back seat. Cars get hot fast and can be deadly, so get it in your head. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? When it comes to Big Wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Switch to Consumer Cellular to get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Plans start at just $20 a month, and now for a limited time, new customers can get their second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit a store near you, or consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this important announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit. 800-384-7878. 800-384-7878. 800-384-7878. Some big news. Iran is threatening to wipe Israel off the map and destroy America. Now, UN inspectors say Iran is close to getting nuclear weapons, just weeks away. But President Trump vows he won't let them. He's even moved 2 aircraft carriers to the area. This is a big story, and Newsmax's Rob Finnerty is covering it all this week and exposing the real threat. Tune in at 8 p.m. Eastern tonight for Rob's series Stop Iran and find out Trump's secret plan to fix this. Watch Finnerty on Newsmax on all major cable systems. President Trump says he watches Newsmax all the time. You should too. So download the free Newsmax app on your smartphone and sign up for Newsmax Plus to watch us anytime, anywhere. Millions are making the switch to Newsmax because it's real news for real people.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios, powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Business owners everywhere are raving about ZipRecruiter's new feature, Zip Intro, which does the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates to meet with you as soon as the next day. So we decided to call up some of these employers and hear their stories. Today, we're on the phone with Pilates studio owner Crystal M. Harris. Crystal, how has Zip Intro helped you hire?
Well, I was opening a Pilates studio in McDonough, Georgia, and I needed to staff up quickly. Zip Intro did the work for me. It helped me find enthusiastic candidates who matched my qualifications perfectly.
That's great.
Yeah, I had my Zip Intro session on Tuesday, did all the interviews by Thursday, sent out the offers on Friday, and they started on Monday. Because Zip Intro did most of the work, I saved so much time.
Absolutely. And to our listeners, you can try Zip Intro for free right now at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow.
The working families of Laona Neighbors District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Neighbors District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Neighbors, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
From Broomall to Blackwood, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hello, everybody.
Kayal and Company, 7:03. As we jumpstart hour 2 on a Wednesday morning, Tony Bruno coming up at 7:45 for a midweek edition of What's on the Cut Sheet. 7 o'clock hour is brought to you by Bucks County Estate Traders. Furnish your home and make a statement for spring with just one trip to Bucks County Estate Traders. You can browse over 16,000 pieces of all high-quality, famous brands, meticulously cared for and curated by their experts. Visit BucksCountyEstateTraders.com or their 58,000 square foot showroom in Hatfield, Pennsylvania. All right, we're going to get to a couple of local stories shortly, but first, speaking of local, let's get to the news. Round number 2 at 7:04. We give it off to not Dr. Jill Biden, the great Dawn Stensland.
Dr. Jill Biden? That's bizarre. You got Jill on the brain.
I've got Jilly on the brain.
Jill Biden on the brain.
I got Philly Jilly on the skull.
Oh, my goodness.
Yes.
Yeah, on this Wednesday, May 14th, 59 degrees, raw, rainy. The rain is letting up a little bit, but a lot of water on the roadways and multiple accidents across our entire region. So on this miserable rainy morning, be safe as you're out there driving if you have to be. One person killed, 2 others injured. That was in this shooting that happened in Philadelphia's Kensington section early this morning, and police on the scene well into, they were still on the scene, I think still at about 5, 6 o'clock this morning out in this pouring rain. So this thing actually went down about 4 o'clock this morning, intersection of Hope and West Cambria Streets. Police say a 42-year-old man in the driver's seat of the pickup truck was shot to death, shot in the head, execution style. 49-year-old man in the passenger seat, we're told, is in critical condition. He was rushed to the hospital. And then a third victim showed up on his own, apparently, or somebody dropped him off at a different hospital by private vehicle. And police say this is all interconnected. So police looking into whether this particular shooting, that this all began at 4 o'clock this morning, is this related to another shooting that happened late last night in the neighborhood that was about 5 blocks away on Hope Street, where another 42-year-old guy was shot and killed. So there are always multiple, surveillance cameras that keep the receipts. Police working out in this torrential rain, but this is as they try to track this and pick up all those bullet casings. And it's one of those things where, once again, you're looking at maybe 20 bullet casings that they have to pick up. It's pouring rain and trying to, keep the integrity of the scene, if you will, on this rainy morning. But it's the same story, whether it's rain or no rain, that we see these shootings happening either late in the night or in the wee hours of this morning.
And it's never just 1 or 2 bullets, Dawn.
No.
It's always a clip or a clip plus. It's like the Wild Wild West.
Yeah, they're not worried about the cost of them, are they?
No,
Very expensive.
No. But if you're going to purchase some criminals, seriously, go to King Shooter Supply, Henderson Road, King of Prussia.
I'll take you to another story, and this is the hiring of a new superintendent. This is in a different Bucks County district, the Centennial School District in Bucks County. So the current superintendent is Dana Bedden, and Mr. Bedden's last day on the job is actually June 30th upcoming. So the Centennial School District Board of Directors, they're going to be voting coming up May 27th on the employment agreement that they've come to with Dr. Abram Lukabaugh to serve as their next superintendent. And so he's very impressive. But there were parents who came out. I don't know if all of these parents are with Centennial or are they from Abe Lukabaugh? His name sounds familiar. Remember, he was from Central Bucks School District, if you remember his name. He was somebody who, the headlines this morning, they're claiming that he was anti-LGBTQ+. Lukabaugh has said that he simply wanted to keep the sexualization of children out of the classroom.
Oh, yeah.
And remember him?
What a radical.
And he was somebody who said kids can wear whatever bracelets and jewelry and accessories they want, but we're going to keep the only flag allowed in any classroom. And the board at the time supported it. But he was somebody who said, let's just have the American flag, no other flags.
Such a right-wing nut job, that guy. That poor guy. He should never work in education again.
So I'll just remind you of Dr. Abe Lukabaugh and what he did when he was this superintendent. And he was forced out with that. Remember, that was a raucous situation in Central Bucks.
Yeah, that was the height of the culture wars leading up to midterms, right?
It was.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yep.
And then they switched from R to D.
Yep.
And that's when Democrats, centralized from D.C. nationally, pumped hundreds of thousands of dollars into that board race. But for Lukabaugh, I'll just bring you back to the summer. It was actually June, July of 2 years ago. And it was a 31-year-old teacher who taught at Central Bucks South and CB West after Lukabaugh was the one who said this guy was suspended with pay pending an investigation of allegations of misconduct. So in this case, this 31-year-old teacher, Michael London, at the time, was accused by some students of improper behavior. The actual DA's office, whatever was going on, they had said that they The DA's initial investigation said they did not find any evidence of criminality. Abe Lukabaugh believed the child victims, and they did their own investigation, paid private investigators, and then they sure found criminal evidence. And so I'll just remind you of that because that was never in the headlines, but this guy was credited by many parents at the time because he was persistent in his pursuit of keeping predators and pedophiles out of our local schools.
I don't know how you can't get behind that, man, but apparently some people can't.
So, in this one, I know he's getting, once again, I think it's unfair, the local media, the stance that they're taking, and I feel in truth, they're not reporting what this particular superintendent did at the time.
Of course not.
You know,
of course not. I'm sure the Philadelphia Inquirer or any local TV channels are not going to give the proper perspective on this, but I'm not surprised.
Yeah. So we have that going on. And by the way, as far as Centennial School District, those insiders are saying he'll be the new superintendent. So we'll see. We'll follow it. It's May 27th is that vote. Just want to put that in perspective and give you the, put the all the sides of the story in the headlines. Inflation cooling, that was one of the big headlines yesterday as we look at what's going on worldwide with Trump, obviously, in Saudi Arabia, kind of taking that victory lap. I know we'll get to all of that on Greg's cut sheet. So much happening. I will also point out to you, they kept saying that the Saudis had rolled out the red carpet, but it was a purple carpet because that's the royal color. So that's why he wore the purple tie. And that's why all the carpets and everything you saw, they physically put out a purple carpet for Trump and the Trump team.
They also rolled out the golden arches for Trump.
Oh, did you
They
see
did
that?
with McDonald's.
Play cut one, Phil, if you have it. This is amazing. Look at this. YouTube.com/@1210 WPHT. They trucked in a McDonald's.
This is the best.
Almost food truck, right? I mean, that's like a food truck.
Yeah, I'll take a quarter pounder and a hummus.
Yeah. What I mean, what do they like? What's their burgers made out of? Like, camel?
Camel's hump.
Well, they had all kinds of caviar and all this food, and then this rolls up, and I think Trump would rather have the Mickey D's than the caviar, quite frankly.
Well, so would I actually. I hate caviar.
I got to tell you guys, I make no bones about the fact that I'm a libertarian. Trump's speech yesterday in Saudi Arabia was just music to my ears as far as non-interventionalist and like stop with these forever wars and rebuilding countries. And I feel like yesterday's speech that Trump gave officially put the death knell into the neocon wing of the Republican Party, which is shocking to me because, it wasn't too long ago that I was on morning radio and I was sitting here yelling about the Bush administration, not making many fans, yelling about the Bush administration and how, they all they want to do is, war. And everybody at that time was like, oh, America, love it or leave it. Oh, love it or leave it. I was just like, you guys are gonna regret this. You don't know what you're talking about. Iraq has weapons of mass destruction.
WMD.
Okay.
Yeah. Look at you making friends and fans with the Trump base.
No, I just it's
mark the tape, Jimbo.
It's amazing. It's that speech, and I'll play some of it. To hear a Republican president saying that, it's just I never thought I would hear that in my lifetime. Honestly,
forgive me for not giving proper credit, but it was either Dawn or Greg. One of you said it yesterday, kind of in passing. Did you notice? And I'm paraphrasing what one of you said.
I said it.
He bypassed Bibi.
Yeah. Well,
which is interesting.
I have to say this
because I got text about that all day yesterday.
I'm wondering how Ben Shapiro, Mark Levin, those guys feel about Trump's speech in Saudi Arabia.
Oh,
look, I have an issue with with bowing down to the Saudis. It's not just him, by the way. Every president does it. I have a huge problem with that because I believe Saudi Arabia funds terrorists.
Well, they do.
Was directly involved in 9/11.
They were.
But the to go over there and try and just be like, no, I'm done with all of these wars and all of this. Like we're like everybody mind their own S. To be blunt, it was a breath of fresh air to hear, honestly.
And he also said, and I actually reposted Senator Dave McCormick commenting on this, but he also said that Iran should be denuked, if you will.
Yes, they should. Absolutely. By the way, speaking of McCormick, I got like 17 tweets yesterday.
I know.
And I'm not criticizing the audience. I'm glad you sent me this and passed it along because I was not aware of this. I guess on one of the Fox Sunday shows, there was a graphic put up of Republican senators that oppose the defunding of USAID from DOGE, and McCormick is on the list. He joined the ranks of Lindsey Graham and Tim Scott and Mark Wayne Mullins from Oklahoma.
Yep.
We're going to need I've never had Dave on the show, but anybody that has a relationship with Dave, that's got to be numero uno, question number one.
I just had him on like the day before that vote. Darn it.
Next time you get him on, you got to ask.
Got some splaining to do.
I'm willing to hear you out, but I thought we were on board with cutting the waste, fraud, and abuse.
So President Trump meeting with Syria's leader in Saudi Arabia. And basically it's today because they're obviously many hours ahead of us, but he's announcing these plans to lift the sanctions which punish the Syrian economy. He attended a final event in Saudi Arabia, meeting with the leaders of Bahrain, Kuwait, Oman, Qatar, or Qatar, if you want to say Qatar, Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, before departing for Qatar on the second leg of his trip. And so at this point, Trump plans to participate in the state visit and a state dinner with those Qatari leaders. And by the way, I know that the Dems are planning, they're putting up a big sign outside Mar-a-Lago that says Qatar-a-Lago.
That's funny.
Are they going to have funny? Are they going to have any 62-year-old women with masks on singing?
That is also funny.
I don't know.
Qatar,
by the way, he defended it yesterday by basically saying, hey, our like these other countries have these amazing planes. Why can't we have an amazing plane? So, okay. So we're just gonna do it because their planes are cooler than ours.
Let me give you the most. I thought about this yesterday because I do have Trump plane fatigue, but I know that the Politico stories out there with the plane being not so free. And I just wanted this to me should be the most simplistic answer if you just think about any type of gift or expense logically. Now, remember, keep in mind, Air Force One, a little bit dated. If Air Force One is as dated as they claim, ask yourself this. What are the costs to modernize it? We've seen plenty of stories in Newark, Atlanta, and elsewhere of dated FAA infrastructure. We've also seen Boeing planes that have been crapping out. So if it's cheaper to upgrade the current Air Force One on our tax dollars, then do that. But if it's not, and if upgrading the standards on this plane from the Saudis as a gift requires a higher cost, which comes out of our pockets, then you should not be happy about it. Because I believe the specifics were, with this new Palace plane, it's not equipped safety-wise based on the requirements to tout around the president, right, to protect him and his well-being. So just look at his current plane, look at the new plane. Whatever one is cheaper for the American taxpayer to fund, that should be your answer to the whole story and the whole drama.
Well, I think once he announced, so I wonder if people feel differently once he announced that the Saudis, and with all that biggity big business investment, that the Saudis are making $600 billion, invested into the American economy, et cetera. So I just wonder if people feel, because the way that the way that they've described it is more of a barter, that hey, we're packing this into, it's not. They're saying it's not a gift. I'm just giving you the talking point, the narrative from the Saudis. It's not a gift. It's a loaner until you guys can get your S together, and get an up-to-date plane that's not 40 years old.
A loaner.
It's a loaner.
Well, it's like Piazza.
It's like
Here's a Land Rover loaner.
It's basically like Enterprise or Avis.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Okay.
It's Riyadh rental. That's what that is.
We don't need. I mean, especially since we have a billionaire for our president, we don't need somebody else. You know what I mean? Like he has his own money. He can.
Yeah, he's working for free. He doesn't make a salary.
Okay. But we don't need to. We don't need to. If he wants a palace in the sky, then buy it himself.
By the way, if I was ever a
Seriously.
billionaire president, I would still take the $400,000 a year.
Well, he didn't though. He donates it.
I know.
Which he's done.
I wouldn't though. I'd be like, I want that too.
That's because he's making a killing off of crypto. He doesn't need.
I know.
He doesn't need that paltry.
Amazing.
$400,000.
He's 78 and knows how to make money on crypto. I can't figure out the pin pad at Giant now.
Check his bank account with the meme coins.
I know.
Nothing shady going on there.
Wow.
It's very transparent, Greg. We can all look it up. It's all
in
there.
6
Right
minutes.
out there. It's not like the Bidens funneled through phony LLCs.
So we can see who's
Absolutely.
who's putting the money in there. Okay.
It's all transparent.
All right, Mommy Crypto. You know everything.
That's right. That's my new name, Mama Crypto, baby.
Mama Crypto.
MC.
In 6 minutes, Stalker went from praising
baby.
Trump to dumping on him on Bitcoin.
That's right. Mommy Crypto.
You never know what's going to happen, folks.
That's right. We do have
Every
a break.
segment matters.
We have to do a break.
Yes, we do.
And the nation's top health official, RFK Jr., he's going to face questions today in D.C. from lawmakers. And as well, he, I guess he went swimming in this gross...
sewage. Raw sewage.
A la George Carlin, maybe?
I have
Nasty.
to show my grandkids.
It is bizarre that guy monitors every calorie that goes into his body, but he'll jump into acid.
Just so you know, he went into like one of those natural springs, but there was a big sign on it that says it
It's
was,
like bacteria
it was
laden.
closed from high levels of bacteria.
Ew.
Yeah, he's like, back in the day when you do the little rope swing in the summer into the creek.
A little bacteria never hurt anybody. Yeah. A little bacteria. I'm going to
Toughens you up.
I'm gonna stand up for my buddy RFK Jr.
We'll do a Kayal and Company quarry jump with Bobby.
I used to jump into quarries all the time.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? God only knows what was. Where did I grow up? I grew up in the Sleep Belt.
Yeah.
A bunch of hicks up there.
Nothing to do in Bangor. Just jump into dirty water.
I jumped in dirty water all the time. I think it was good for me. You know what I mean? I was from like 17 to 40, until I had a disgusting child. I was never sick.
What's dirtier, quarries or kids?
Well, that's what I'm saying. We swim in the ocean.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Who cares?
Swim from Alcatraz.
I know liberals want to make a big deal out of the RFK Jr. swimming in a sewage infested.
That's all they have right now.
It's not sewage. It's just bacteria.
That's all they have.
Yeah.
What Bobby's jumping into, what Trump's flying in, they're out of bullets.
Yep.
They're grasping at straws. It's over.
I think that we should all swim in bacteria laden water.
Ew.
It might make us more tough.
Yeah.
It's gross.
I'll give you one quick prediction before we wrap up the segment. By the way, this is still Dawn's news. If Trump strikes the true trade deal with China before Labor Day, red wave in the midterms. The one that didn't come in 2022, the one that did come with the general election in 2024. If that trade deal is great for America, it's curtains for the Democrats in the midterms.
Ruh-roh. Hey, by the way, all this rain, because we're going to get to the forecast, led to the Phillies postponing last night's game against the St. Louis Cardinals at Citizens Bank Park. So I don't know how they're going to get these games in, but it's a double today. So 105 for the Phils, and then another of the second game scheduled for 6:15. So fans who have tickets for last night's game can use them for tonight's game.
Cool. And it's going to rain all day today.
It's going to rain all day. I don't
That's
know.
right.
So then they're going to be like
They're gonna
two
be
behind.
They're going to be
Oh
playing
my
St.
gosh.
Louis
Yes.
in at the end of September.
So, Nick, I don't know if this forecast is going to improve. Do you think they'll get either game in this evening at Citizens Bank Park?
I'm going to say no, Dawn. Here's your weather. It's raining. And it will rain until further notice. Weather brought to you by MTRule.com, your Generac generator experts. That's MTRUHL.com.
You need a Generac right now if you lose power because of that the stupid rain.
Yep, that's correct. All right, calls 855-839-1210. And then also we have a local story in the world of track and field with a transgender athlete. Kayal and Company, but first a word from our friends at the Piazza Auto Group, and we're talking about the flagship brand, and that is Honda. Right now, you can lease the popular 2025 Civic and the HR-V, both of them, either one of them, starting at $249 per month. The Civic offers sporty performance, while the all-wheel drive HR-V provides the versatility needed for every drive. That's a new 2025 Civic or the HR-V, just $249 per month for 36 months, but this offer will not last long. So visit Piazza Honda of Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or my location, which is Springfield. You could do that today or whenever the rain clears out. But if it's too rainy, shop online. PiazzaHonda.com. Leases with $29.99 down plus tax and tags at 10,000 miles per year for well-qualified buyers. See dealer for details.
Oh, you got to talk about Kitchen Magic. You know, at Kitchen Magic, they believe the heart of your home deserves American-made, high quality that you can trust. And that's why Kitchen Magic manufactures all of their products right in Nazareth, Pennsylvania. So, of course, you're not going to face any kind of shipping delays or any possible tariff surprises or any surprises, quite frankly, because Kitchen Magic is local, family-owned, and they're proud of their reliable services that they offer. Custom kitchen remodeling that you can count on. This month only, enjoy up to 30% off your dream kitchen. Visit kitchenmagic.com. Schedule your free design consultation today. 30% off. What are you waiting for? kitchenmagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Enjoy the spring weather with some of your favorite tequila and bourbon brands. Head into your local PA Fine Wine and Good Spirit store to take advantage of $2 off 750 milliliter bottles of El Jimador and Herradura Silver Tequila. Also, the world's first Reposado Tequila, Herradura Reposado. And finally, Woodford Reserve Bourbon, the official bourbon of the Kentucky Derby. And don't forget to pick up a 4-pack of Jack and Coke or Jack and Coca-Cola Zero Sugar. Ready to drink in a can. Celebrate responsibly.
Whiskey Specialty 7% ABF. Jack Daniel's Distillery, Lynchburg, Tennessee. Jack Daniel's and Old Number 7 are registered trademarks of Jack Daniel's Property Inc. Coca-Cola is a trademark of the Coca-Cola Company.
I'm Emma Greed, and I've spent the last 20 years building, running, and investing in some incredible businesses. The more success I've had, the more people started coming to me with questions. How do you start a business? How do you raise money? How do I bounce back from failure? On my new podcast, Aspire with Emma Greed, I'll be answering these questions and more through weekly conversations with the smartest minds out there. Listen to and follow Aspire with Emma Greed, an Odyssey podcast available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
My name is Barbara Panzano. I live in Hatboro, Pennsylvania. It's really important to get involved with Crash Proof sooner rather than later. You're going to make more than you ever made in the stock market. With Crash Proof, I actually made double digits in 2 of my accounts. One was over 20% and one was over 13%. Unbelievable returns for my first year. And the best thing is, with this volatile market, it's not going to affect me. I know that I'm guaranteed my principal. The double-digit returns that I earned will never be taken away. With the tariffs and a potential trade war, it's going to be a very rough year. But I won't be experiencing any of that pain because I'm involved in crash-proof retirement. I have peace of mind, and I don't have to stay up worrying about it at night anymore.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the William Penn Inn on June 10th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Hi, it's John Ashdale, the Car Czar from Colonial Hyundai. This May, we're bringing back not one, but 2 of our most popular offers. For a limited time, save up to 20% off any brand new Hyundai in stock. That's a savings of up to $10,000 off. Or I'll give you $6,500 for your trade guaranteed, no matter the condition, only at Colonial Hyundai. To celebrate the grand reopening of our new showroom, Hyundai has shipped us a special selection of vehicles, and for a limited time, you can save up to 20% off any new Hyundai in stock. At Colonial Hyundai, we want to make your new vehicle even more affordable. So now through May 31st, don't miss out on the best financing in the business with rates as low as 0%. And every new Hyundai comes with 3 years complimentary maintenance and America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain, and Hyundai Assurance. Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
In stock vehicles only. Tax and tags additional. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for full details. Offer expires May 31st, 2025.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Everything was swollen, even my eyelids. I was on kidney dialysis 8 hours a day.
When Crystal needed a kidney, her mom's friend Janet gave her one. Virtua Health, South Jersey's only transplant center, made it possible.
Crystal's so full of life, you can't help but love her.
After a short recovery, Janet's doing great, and Crystal, even better.
And I just got engaged.
Virtua Health, here for transplant, here for good. Learn more at virtua.org/here-for-good.
Get ready to hit it out of the park every time you fire up the grill this spring with Hatfield. Swing into action with Hatfield's variety of marinated pork, ground pork and sausage, ham, bacon, and your favorite Hatfield Phillies Franks. With over 24 distinct flavors that can be ready in minutes, Hatfield pork is food you'll feel good about serving. From home or at the ballpark, find your flavor with Hatfield, the official pork provider of the Phillies. Visit simplyhatfield.com for recipes and put pork on your fork.
You know you have pride in your team when you offer a guarantee for the life of your roof. That's right, for decades and thousands of roof installations, the award-winning team at GP Martini lives for roofing. That's why homeowners trust GP Martini to protect their largest investment. Whether you're considering an asphalt, shingle roof, metal roof, or even a solar roof, you can trust GP Martini Roofing. Visit martiniroofing.com. There's probably a satisfied GP Martini customer in your neighborhood. martiniroofing.com.
Parks Racing and the Pennsylvania Thoroughbred Horsemen's Association invite you and your family to Preakness Stakes Day, Saturday, May 17th. Gates open at 10 a.m. for live horse racing. Free family fun from 1 to 5 in the Picnic Grove with moonbounce, face painters, and more. Plus food and beverage specials. Advanced wagering on the Preakness Stakes begins Friday, May 16th. Preakness Stakes Day, Saturday, May 17th at Parks Racing in Ben Salem. Come play, win. Gates open 10 a.m. Post time 12:40. Details at parksracing.com. Must be 18 to wager at Parks Racing. 21 for casino gambling. Gambling problem 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. I want to talk about my friend and dentist, Dr. Robert Bentz at the Bentz Dental Group. I just completed my first dental implant. I did have some anxiety. Dr. Bentz explained it, got me through the process, and it's been very successful. I would say textbook. That's what you get with Dr. Bentz. Not only great skill, but he coaches you through it, helps you through any anxiety that you might have. Get on the road to great dental health. Call the Bentz Dental Group, 610-272-6949. Visit BentzDentalGroup.com.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Free speech lives here. With Dom Giordano, weekdays noon till 3 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
It's on. Hello.
Kayal and Company, we are on, and hello to you. If you're just joining us, where have you been? We've been doing this for an hour and a half. 7:33, it's a Wednesday morning. Tony Bruno and the Cut Sheet in just about 10 minutes here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, 855-839-1210. I'm going to get to White Marsh in just a moment, but I do want to get to a couple of these calls from our Joe, Jill, and media conversation earlier about the Democrats and Dr. Jill and the cover-up and everybody that was involved in trying to conceal Joe Biden's health while simultaneously saying, you don't know what you're seeing and you don't know what you're hearing. Wayne is up first. He's in Levittown. He's on Kayal and Company. What's up, Wayne?
Good morning, crew. No, I just wanted to say to Nick and Greg, you guys were right on the money with Joe Biden. But Dawn, I don't know how. Can you please stop defending her? If your husband kept going out there and stumbling and fumbling and messing up speeches and everything, and you're just going to keep pushing him out there, you're his wife. You're going to let him keep embarrassing himself. And besides that,
my point is this, though.
Out there for another term, also.
But my point is, what about all of the cabinet?
Everybody around him.
Why does everybody want to blame the wife?
You're his wife.
I know everybody wants to blame the wife, not all the career politicians who were right there in Biden's cabinet, who were right there supporting him. You don't know.
You're the one that should be protecting him. You're the one that should be making sure that he don't embarrass himself. You shouldn't want to push him out there.
So have you talked to Jill Biden? Do you know if she tried? We have no idea what happened behind the scenes.
Let's run him out there for another term. You're his wife. Don't embarrass the gentleman like that. That's you can't blame everybody else. You got to blame her.
My point is this: that I can blame those whose salaries I pay. Okay, we as taxpayers, we paid all of those. Pete Buttigieg, who's going to run for president now. That's what he's saying, right?
With a beard.
So let's make him accountable. Let's make Gavin Newsom accountable. Let's make Nancy Pelosi accountable. Let's make Mayorkas. And what about all of those individuals who are living off of the money we provide for them for their salaries? Because I can make them accountable because they were there on the job. So I'm not saying that she gets a pass, but I'm saying she is toward the bottom of my list of people. I want to make those public officials, those swamp members who have been living off the government teat for pretty much their entire adult lives.
Joe Biden
make
did too.
them okay, put her on the list, but she's like number 52 on the list.
Oh, she's number one.
I'm simply saying, why aren't you calling out his entire cabinet member?
Well,
his entire cabinet.
They're all complicit. I just feel like you're as a spouse, you're around your husband / president of the United States more than any of these people are. Look, they're all guilty. I just found it interesting, and I'll actually bring it back to my my wife's parents. We talk about all the characters that are content on this show from my wife's side. So my mother-in-law, we know she's got stage 5 TDS. But I also told you the reason I took the only 2 vaccines in 2021 in March was because the in-laws were coming down to Nashville, and my father-in-law was dealing with diabetes and cancer, right? Remember, this was before we knew that, we were told, the vaccine, you get the vaccine and COVID stops with you. You won't kill anybody that's immune compromised, right? So my father-in-law has been dealing with diabetes and cancer for about the last 6 years. He's now 65. And the reason I bring this up is because he and my mother-in-law own a small business. Not only do they have gourmet pretzel stores in what they used to call things like a mall, but they also do a concession and catering business that travels between Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Delaware, Maryland, Virginia. Point being, my father-in-law, for years and years and years, would be the mule. He was the guy carrying the big heavy grills, right? The big fryers, putting them on, the rolling carts and just killing himself, right? My mother-in-law would handle the business aspect of it, the booking of the events, the accounting, the finances, all of that. Point being, my mother-in-law, super, super capitalist. She loves money. Even she said, after my father-in-law went through cancer and diabetes, she said, Dan, you cannot kill yourself each and every day with these. You're just worn down. You're physically a shell of yourself. This is at 62. Now, fast forward to Joe Biden, 81 years old, not killing himself, working as the president of the United States. He's not hauling around fryers and ovens. And Jill was like, yeah, you got 4 more in you. Keep that gravy train rolling. That's my point.
Yep, my only point with all of this is I'm not saying she should be off the list, right? Because as a wife, you would hope that a spouse would be the one to protect the legacy of their loved one and protect their dignity which I think at the end of the day is what they robbed this man of. And remember the Easter Bunny, and people laughed at it. Actually, it was elder abuse. I agree with that. But I'm simply saying all of these people who are going to be running for president in 2028, and all of the pundits and all of the president's men and all of his cabinet members, they're not going away. They're still all in that arena, and let's call them out every time they're in the public eye. Let's make sure that we don't forget that all of those people were, and the Wall Street Journal did a huge piece on it last December, how they all knew. I mean, every one of them, they knew that Biden was diminished, and the entire administration was covering this up.
855-839-1210. Let's grab one last call before we get to Tony Bruno and the cut sheet. By the way, if we don't get to this White Marsh video, we can use this in the cut sheet. I got to talk about this. All the stories that we have talked about with trans athletes across the country. Now we have one legitimately right here in our backyard beyond the Riley Gaines, Leah Thomas stuff from years ago. Kathy, I'm assuming, is listening on the Odyssey app because she is in Michigan. Kathy, good morning. How are you?
I listen on Alexa, but I also watch on YouTube.
Yeah, YouTube.
Alexa and YouTube, we like it.
Did you hit the subscribe button and the like button, Miss Kathy?
Oh yeah, but for some reason YouTube won't let me make comments. But
what did you do?
Something about child protection. I don't know what, but I can't make comments on YouTube.
Oh. Well, you can make your comments right now on the radio. Go right ahead.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I get what Dawn is saying. There's a lot of people who are complicit, but Dr. Jill knew her husband was in decline. She covered for him. Think about Woodrow Wilson's wife. He had a stroke. I was watching a thing on Glenn Beck. She hid his stroke and his condition for 2 years and made all the decisions. She'd run in and say, oh, yeah, he says this and he says that. Nancy Reagan, we know, hid the condition of Ronald Reagan when he was getting dementia.
Yep.
Hillary Clinton knew her husband was a cheater, and she stood by her man. Okay, so that's what wives do. But you could see it. My husband has Parkinson's. I don't go out and tell people he has Parkinson's. I treat him like a normal person. But I can see the decline. And if he was running for president, I'd say, honey, I don't think you should do that. She wanted to stay in the White House. She wanted to keep the power just like everybody else did. There was a time when they were standing by the helicopter, and she had to help him put his coat on. I do that with my husband almost every day when he goes to put his coat on. I got to help him. So I know that she saw the decline. And after the speech, she was seen saying, oh, Joe, you did such a great job. You answered all the questions. What would Melania talk to Trump like that? She talked to him like a child, like a parent would speak to a child. She knew. So she's just as complicit as everybody else. And I get what Dawn is saying, that everybody else, and if they're running for office, but Democrats want to hold on to the power, and she wanted to stay in the White House. Yeah. She didn't. In fact, I think it was after he said he wouldn't run, there was a time when they were getting out of the beast, and she just dropped his hand and walked away from him.
I think more than the power, though, Kathy, I think it's about the money. Right? We've heard the reports that the Biden funds have dried up because now that Joe's out of office, he's not going to have that same access, that same stroke, the same sway, right? Hunter Biden, we all knew Hunter Biden was not making millions on his paintings. His paintings are trash. He's an amateur, not a real painter. He's got no artistic ability. None of these people were making all this money based on pure merit. They were making their money based on the influence of the name, right? We heard this from Slapnuts, Comer or Comey, whoever the hell is, whatever the guy that was just doing all this nonsense with these investigations where they never could really finish off the dotting of the I's and the crossing of the T's. Checks, bank fraud, bank wiring, all this money going around to every person with the last name Biden. That's what this was about. It's not. It wasn't to me. That's not so much about Jill and the power. It's about Jill and the money.
You know what I'm more interested in?
What's that?
How did Kathy find us in Michigan?
That's a good question.
We should have asked her that.
YouTube and Alexa, she said?
Well, yeah. I mean, like, does she just...
Or does she have ties to this area?
Maybe she said, hey, Alexa, play
Brilliant
me the best morning show in talk radio.
Yeah, baby.
I'm just But, like, seriously, I know there's a lot of people on the YouTube chat and stuff that are not from the Philly area.
Right.
Like, how did you find us? Do you just search out live shows? You know, because other morning shows purport to be live, but they're actually not.
Or local,
and they're actually not. So I'm just curious how, like, is there some sort of algorithm that comes in? You know, like Nick said, you know, greatest morning shows in the history of radio. I don't know. I'm just
possible.
curious.
It's possible, folks. You never know.
Yes.
Ask them. We should ask Kathy how she found this.
Yes.
I just want all of you to remember Jake Sullivan and who was the whisperer and the fixer, Zintz, one of his top guys.
Yeah.
What about Barack Obama? He was on with a late night pundit, alleged comedian, and Obama. They joked about Obama's third term and Obama the puppet master. So I just want everybody to remember all of these people who've gotten filthy rich, who had actual power over the Democrat Party, who actually could have said in a way that would have been listened to, hey guys, we've got a guy who needs his dignity, and we're the Democrats. We should control this, and we should get somebody different. And those people were on the payroll, and we were
So was she. She was on the payroll too.
I'm just saying, I think it's, first of all, I will say this, it gets you nowhere to blame, Mrs. Biden, who's a senior citizen herself. Poopy face as he throws a paper.
Greg's
at
trying
you.
to throw paper at Dawn through the glass window.
I know, silly head. It gets you nowhere
You're
to
gonna
blame.
die on this hill, aren't you, sweetie?
It gets you nowhere to blame Jill Biden, but where it gets you to say, what about the Obamas? What about all of these puppet masters who gained and, in fact, still have political careers? So you actually gain as an American by holding those individuals accountable moving forward. A lady who's a senior citizen and a wife who dealt, this was the hand she was dealt, whether you say she should have spoken up or whatever, that gets you nowhere because you have no control over the wife. But you have some control over talking about all of these people who were complicit in this cover-up, and namely as well, powerful figures in the media.
Yeah.
Can we play a woman flipping out at Dunkin' Donuts?
Yes.
that's way more entertaining.
We will get to that with the cut sheet coming up in a moment.
You
but
guys want to blame the woman for everything.
That's true.
I blame my wife all the time.
We're a very sexist show.
I have
and
no
the men
sway.
Are the problem in
I have
this
no
equation.
stroke in my household. They don't even give me cash at my house.
Wow.
I don't have access to passwords. My wife won't even let me go out for the mail. She goes out. I'm just kidding. Playing radio. All right, let's
neutered Nick.
Yeah, that is correct. I'm going to change that to my Twitter handle. All right, let's go down to Florida because I know if Tony Bruno ever lost his fastball, Miss Robin would not be trotting him out on a Wednesday morning. Hello, sir.
Good morning, and thank you for joining. Dawn, I know you're getting killed in the chat, and I know that's not important to a lot of people, but it starts with Dr. Jill. Can I still call her Dr. Jill? And it starts with Mayor Pete growing a beard and going out there and sputtering nonsense. And by the way, yes, I take Robin everywhere with me, but she bosses me around. I'm not a cuckold, so to speak, but I am a guy that I listen to her. I listen to her, but she's not the boss of me. That's Dr. Jill, Dawn. Why does she have to go on The View with him? That's the question.
Yeah.
If she's not controlling him, why is she on The View trying to make sure that he says the right stuff? It's embarrassing.
All right, I want to move on.
If I would have known the big take would have taken up the first half of the show, I wouldn't have wasted another hour preparing a show sheet.
I'm just saying, rather than blame the babysitter, Chief of Staff Jeff Zients, let's blame all those power brokers, National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan. There are a lot of people who you're going to hear their names and remember each and every, and what about the Obamas? All of these people were complicit. I'm simply saying, in this debate right here to blame a senior citizen lady who you're not really going to hear much from because she's home still babysitting and changing her husband's diapers. Where does that get you? It gets you nowhere. Hold these people accountable, America. All of these other people, they benefited from this and they continue their political careers. So I'm just saying she's low on my list.
All right. Greg Stalker, it is 7:49.
Wow.
And believe it or not, there are actually other stories out there.
There are.
Let's
Keep your
get to
eye on the ball, people.
Yes.
Not the cuckold.
My ball right here.
Oh!
What's on the cut sheet on this?
Wednesday.
Thank you. I'm just doing a little dramatic pause. You don't need to finish my sentences.
Wednesday.
Love. My love.
Sorry, baby.
Dawn, when I'm
not doing his cuckold either.
Baby, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Let's get back to the oligarchies.
All right, let's just put a bow on this. Mark Halperin, I've been teasing this since 6:02. Mark Halperin said that this is 28, Phil. I think it is 28. Yeah. He says that in 2017. Just after he left the White House, he saw him do a book appearance, and he was a train wreck, meaning Joe Biden. Roll this.
I continue to laugh when I hear people say, we didn't know, and we only had a hint of it, or we saw it in the debate, but not before. That's something reporters sometimes say, and a lot of Democratic officials say. It's a farce. So I've covered Joe Biden and know Joe Biden for pretty much my whole career. And in 2017, just after he left the White House, he had a book out and he was on a book tour. And I saw him do a book event, very friendly interviewer, big crowd. And he was a train wreck. He was glassy-eyed. He had trouble following the conversation. He talked tauntingly. Again, this is 2017, long before he ran for president in 2020. And I said after the event, thank goodness Joe Biden's out of office. Thank goodness he's no longer going to be in public life. And how could his family and his advisors possibly let him go on a book tour when he was in no position to be on a public stage? 2017. Now, I'm not a doctor. I know Joe Biden decently well, but there are plenty of people who know him better. I couldn't believe he ran for president in 2020. And so, to me, his mental decline was apparent in 2017. And now what you have is a bunch of people who say it was only apparent to them on the day of the debate in the 2024 campaign.
Well, that's pretty amazing, is it not? I mean, less than a year removed from being Obama's vice president, less than a year into Trump, year one, term one, and Halperin could see that he was a shot fighter. And it took the June 27th, 2024 debate for it to become a finality. 7 years. Pretty remarkable.
I gotta blame the media and the fact that Jake Tapper is still out there,
the worst,
pimping his book. They're the frauds.
Yep.
The entire media is the frauds. You know, the cheap fakes and the deep fakes and all the other stuff. The media is the most complicit because they ran the cover. 2020, remember it well. Joe Biden with the Jeeps in circles in Wilmington. They didn't want him out anywhere. They single-handedly carried him. And the media, once he won, they were carrying him every day. They were covering up for him. And the fact that Jake Tapper is still employed at CNN is the biggest joke. You know, we talk about, you were right, Dawn, about, you know, all of his people, Zients and Jake Sullivan and all these other strappers. But Jake Tapper is an embarrassment. And the fact that he's still openly pushing his book, which everybody knew about, and then blaming George Clooney got mad because Biden didn't even recognize him. That's the point we're at right now. Instead of let's worry about the country now. Yeah. The fact that we're still focused on Biden, the only reason we're still focused on Biden is because of the media. The media is still trying to prop him up and not saying they didn't know anything. We knew it when we saw the campaign. They hid him for an entire year when he was running for president, and then they had Josh Shapiro and all these other states changing voting laws so they can find a way to slip him in the darkness of night at 3 o'clock in the morning. That's what happened. But you know what? I'm glad that Biden won and he was exposed because now Trump is back in and showing the world what real leadership looks like. That's all I care about. I care about having someone in charge who the world now is looking at and saying, yeah, this guy's no Joe Biden. He's 79, whatever he is. He's out there running around 24 hours a day. Joe Biden is sitting in a sitz bath bed right now, somewhere in Delaware.
By the way, all of these excerpts coming out of Jake Tapper's book, and I'm not here to promote Jake Tapper's book, but it does come out in 6 days. And I say that because I can't imagine. I mean, if nobody's watching Jake Tapper on television, and nobody, and the lesser of the two here is Alex Thompson, a writer for Axios. But, I mean, if you're not going to consume Jake for, quote, free, and I know it's not free, we pay for it on our cable bill, but if you're not going to watch Jake Tapper, are you really going to pay $32 for his book?
I don't know, guys. They're getting a lot of play with this book.
Are they?
A lot of play.
Do you think it'll be like a New York Times bestseller?
Well, probably, but that doesn't
mean much these days.
Everybody's a New York Times bestseller.
Okay.
That's the most fraudulent of them all.
Okay.
I'm a New York Times bestseller. You release a book and you could be a New York Times bestseller.
Okay.
It's all fixed.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
By the way, Philly Godfather, our great friend, the gambling expert, local Greek guy, he sold more books than Jake Tapper. He's like number one on Amazon, for God's sake.
Don, please get off the YouTube chat. Please pay attention to the show. I don't need you. I don't need you distracted. I don't need you distracted. Pay attention. Stop on the YouTube chat. Pay attention to the show.
I'm paying attention.
Thank you.
Wait, Harry Mays just
I'm a
checked
woman.
in
I
on the
can
YouTube
multitask.
chat.
Oh, Harry's in there too?
Harry said Strapper reference. It's officially Wednesday.
All right, let's get Sean Farish in the chat, and everybody else that contributes to the show, we'll all just chat along together.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. I see Dawn's not listening to me. Great.
That's right.
Duly noted, sweetie.
Look, I'm a woman. I can multitask.
Jelly Belly Pritzker. This is cut 3.
Jelly Belly.
Said, by the way, somebody said that when he speaks, somebody should superimpose, flatulence and like gas noises and belly rumblings.
Do you remember the two fat twins on the bike in the 70s in those commercials?
Yeah.
That reminds me, it looks like J.B. Pritzker and Chris Christie going on the Bend to the Shore bike ride.
Is that sloppy Chris Christie?
That is sloppy Chris Christie, and I would play the drop, and I'd have to flip back 6 different pages.
Sloppy Chris Christie.
There we go.
There he is. Yeah.
He says that Biden should have either run the full 2024 campaign or dropped out before the party primaries. Cut 3.
How much responsibility do you think President Biden bears for the second presidency of Donald Trump because of his refusal not to run?
Yeah, I think that's a good question.
Isn't this wild, by the way?
That his pouch is basically next to his coffee cup on the table?
I know. Do we have to sit him sideways? That side view.
Yeah,
I know.
Not flattering.
No, the fact that we kind of called this, but the fact that the media is just throwing Biden under the bus.
Of course.
Like he was beloved. Yeah. Beloved. And now they're like, hey, does Biden bear responsibility for Trump?
But it's just like all the hit pieces on Fetterman. It starts with one, and then everybody starts, regurgitating the same talking points. This started in the media with Joe, late 2023, early 2024. It started with a New York Times article, and then everybody basically picked up their own version of it. And that's what they do. Once it becomes indefensible, they all jump on the bandwagon and pile on.
All right, keep going.
Think posed the right way. What I mean to say is, look, all this stuff about his health or, commentary that people are making in books, frankly, that's very backward looking. I think the one thing that I would say is that certainly either he needed to be the Democratic nominee as he promised he would be, or he needed to drop out before the Democratic primaries, right? You can't have, and I learned this when I ran for governor, if you're going to have new people running, right, you've got to be able to run in a set of primaries so people can see you operate. They get to know you during a set of primaries. Remember, when Biden dropped out and essentially asked Kamala Harris to step up, which was the right thing to do if he's going to step away, people didn't know who she was. And with 108 days left, it was near impossible for her to introduce herself. If you asked 100 people on the street, do they know who the vice president is? Most people have no idea. And they didn't know much about Kamala Harris, honestly. You and I do, and people who follow politics do, but most people don't. Maybe 5 people out of 100. So she had to go introduce herself, tell everybody who she is, withstand all the scrutiny and attacks that were coming from the other side, and had only 108 days to accomplish the goal of winning.
Now, I don't know if she went on there, Hunt, to ask Pritzker when JB first noticed or recognized any decline or if he saw any decline in Joe. I'm guessing he will give spin and say he never saw it up until June 27th. But then again, JB Pritzker probably hasn't seen his penis in a decade either.
Stop. Jesus, man.
Or his belly, or his toes, or his feet, or his feet.
Right.
By the way, here's a guy, right?
It's just
Trump's
geometry
talking about
here.
the fat. Trump's talking about the fat shot. And it should be cheaper. It's $88 someplace, and then it's $1,300 in New York. This is an oligarch.
Oligarch.
Yes, it is. It is.
He's an oligarch.
You're right.
J.B. Pritzker's a billionaire who goes and hides in oligarchy. He goes down to his mansion here in Florida and hides. He can't afford the fat shot. Look at that guy. That guy wants to be president. Look at these clowns who Mayor Pete, who can't even grow a beard.
Oh boy, here we go.
Have
Hey,
you seen this clown?
I can't grow a beard either, Tony. Don't
I
discriminate.
Can't either. I get it. I only can grow this part of my beard, just the front part.
Yeah.
But I'm not trying to run for president. By the way, the guy Mayor Pete, who was the transportation guy worrying about racist bridges, now all of a sudden he's now blaming Trump and Sean Duffy for the problems at Newark Airport and in our and all the airports around America.
Yeah.
Because in 3 months or 4 months, 5 months, you're supposed to be able to fix something that's been broken for decades.
I'm also surprised, speaking of Pritzker and being fat and taking the shot,
Oh, boy.
Trump said something to the effect of one of his good friends is, quote, taking the fat shot. There are people saying that it's Elon Musk that is taking the weight loss shot, to which I'm thinking, I never really considered Elon Musk to be remotely fat. I don't even know that by BMI standards that he's fat.
No.
Yeah, a lot of people are saying that it's Musk on the weight loss shot. I'm like, why? I mean, he's got a little jiggle,
Musk.
but he's not fat.
No, it's not Musk.
Okay.
Cut 4 here. Casey Hunt to Chuck Schumer. Did you really not have any idea Biden was not fit to serve a second term? This is unbelievable. It's May of 2025.
Yeah.
Where were all these reporters then?
They're on a 3-year delay. They're on a larger delay than we are on radio.
And if you went and I'm sorry,
they're being puppeted as well. By the way, Elon Musk in 2024 lost 40 pounds. There was an article in the University of Maryland, and he did indeed fast, exercise, and Manjaro.
Oh,
40
yeah,
pounds.
that Manjaro.
He went from 250 to 210.
So
that's good.
Is that what is
Manjaro?
What is Manjaro?
Don't they have that at the Oligarchy, Olive Garden?
Oligarchy.
Manjaro menu.
That's today's special. Manjaro. I don't know. I'll look it up.
Cut 4, Phil.
You sat next to Biden in the Oval Office February 27th, 2024, just a handful of months before the president took that debate stage. And it was later reported that you and other Democratic leaders were talking before the debate about having a plan. You and Hakeem Jeffries, Nancy Pelosi, Barack Obama. I understand you later denied that ever happened. But I am curious, I'm interested to know whether the man that you saw sitting there on that couch on that day, you were in there, you saw him up close and personal. Did you really not have any idea that he was not fit to serve a second term?
Casey, we're looking forward. We have the largest Medicaid in front of us. We have the whole federal government
You're facing all of
at
this
risk.
because you lost a presidential election. And is
Look.
that not Joe Biden's responsibility for deciding to run again?
We're looking forward.
Wow.
That's it?
Wow.
That's it.
Yeah, that's
All right.
it.
Senator Chuck Schumer, I know you got to go.
Oh, my God.
It takes courage to call a
Good for her.
spade a spade and call things out when nobody else is willing to do it. These people, in my opinion, Casey Hunt, you don't get an ounce of credit. Yeah, that's like saying I knew the Eagles were going to win after the game was already over. Did you make a prediction?
Yeah.
Did you go out on a limb before? No, you didn't. And by the way, Chuck Schumer, this is a man who tried to melt cheese on a frozen beef patty on a grill before the burger was even thawed.
Exactly.
I don't want to hear from Chuck.
The entire media, obviously CNN is beating the drum for Jake Tapper's book, Jake Strapper, I refer to him as.
That's right.
He'll always be Jake Strapper to me. But the fact that everybody, even the Lester Holt was promoting the book last night. So they got the entire media who was complicit in covering up Joe Biden now trying to sell a book for Jake Tapper, who still somehow has a job at CNN, even though nobody watches him.
Yeah. Can we stay on this theme of hating the media? Remember on April 4th?
Absolutely.
Remember on April 4th, this is Cut 12, Phil, when Jim Cramer warned of a 1987 Black Monday-style market crash?
Yes.
For those of you who don't remember, we called this out at the time, and I believe I said, because we played it on the cut sheet, Nick, if you remember, I believe I said mark the tape on this.
Mark the tape.
He will be 1,000,000% wrong.
Yep.
Roll this.
Doesn't try to reach out and reward these countries and companies that play by the rules in the 1987 scenario, the one where we went down 3 days and then down 22% on Monday, has the most cogency. We will not have to wait out too long, will we? We'll know by Monday. Fortunately, we had an excellent set of employment numbers today. At least it makes it less likely a crash will necessarily lead to a recession. But if President Trump stays intransigent and does nothing to ameliorate the damage that I saw these last 2 days, I'm not going to be constructive here. I will contain my anger, but only because I lived through 87, and in the end, I came out okay. I was in cash for the crash. I know what this feels like. Oh, and if Europe moves against our fabulous tech companies next week, then I will be furious. That I promise you, because it should not happen.
So since the comment just over a month ago, the S&P 500 is up over 16%. If you sold on April 4th, by the way, listen to Jim Cramer. If you sold on April 4th, you missed out on some of the greatest one-month gains ever.
I'm actually going through. We've got all of our house stuff finalized for the big move later this summer. And
congratulations!
Thank you. My financial.
The big move is that will that be on the big take? Will the big move be on
yeah,
the big take?
Should be. Yeah, we're gonna actually roll clips of me moving couches across floors and marking up walls and having my wife throw a dustpan at me or something. Yeah, it's going to be great. But our financial guy said, I need all your 401k stuff. And the point of this conversation is I don't hardly ever check my 401k because I'm not doing anything with it for years. And I looked yesterday because I had to give him some data, and my 401k is up 11.8% since April 30th. So for all of you out there that were panicking over your 401ks when you're not even touching it till you're in retirement or 59 and a half or 65 or whatever, just whatever Jim Cramer says, do the opposite. If he tells you today's Wednesday, assume it's Thursday. If he says you need to lose,
another national embarrassment Philly guy, national embarrassment Philly guy on national TV. This is a guy that had to be scolded on national television after the 2008 crash, when he was responsible for it. And now he's out there boasting and hitting. The only thing he does that I actually somewhat like is the sound effects.
Yeah.
You know, he hits the buttons and stuff. Yeah. That's what he should do. He shouldn't talk. He should just hit his sound effects.
Well, let's go through this.
Belching sounds. Yes.
Local people. We have Dr. Jill, Philly girl.
Right.
Joe Biden,
loser.
Delaware, Scranton. Kristen Welker,
loser.
Philly girl.
Loser.
Jake Tapper.
Loser.
Jim Cramer. Who else in the mainstream big time media has Philadelphia ties? Who am I missing here? I'm gonna put this list together of Philly strappers.
Andrea Mitchell.
Is she a Philly girl?
Yeah.
Andrea Mitchell?
Oh yeah, absolutely. She worked at KYW back when I was doing news in the 70s.
Okay.
They trot her out every once in a while now.
They
you
do.
notice what's his name? The guy that NBC got rid of, the guy with the bad hair who combs it down
Matt
now,
Lauer.
who was their main.
Lauer.
No, not Matt Lauer. The guy that goes on CNN now. These people all get fired by NBC.
Chuck Todd?
Chuck Todd.
Yeah.
Remember Chuck Todd, Meet the Press? Now he's on CNN with Cassie Hunt at 4 o'clock in the afternoon trying to save his career.
Yeah, he's picking up stringer work.
Somebody brought up what's happening at Newark, and actually our entire airline industry, which seems to be. Hopefully, you're not flying over Memorial Day weekend, everybody, because good God, or at least not out of Newark. Sean Duffy was on the CNBC program. Let's start here with cut 9, Phil, if you will.
Secretary Duffy, first of all, thank you for taking this seriously and working quickly. Obviously, this is something that's built up over years and even decades when it comes to the equipment that we're dealing with. If Newark is the worst place in the country right now, where's the second worst? And should we expect to see this happen in other cities across the nation over the coming months?
Great question.
No, listen, so we're starting to see cracks in the system, right? It's safe, but we should heed the warnings that we see with the equipment that we use, and we should fix it. A lot of Americans fly. And so to make sure that we have great infrastructure, that we lead the world on this infrastructure, I think is incredibly important. Newark is interesting because last summer, that airspace at Newark was controlled by the New York TRACON, which had LaGuardia and JFK. Last summer, they moved Newark down to the Philly TRACON. and that created a number of problems when they moved it. Again, they didn't harden the connections that were necessary, and they didn't move one of the systems that are necessary down to Philly. They're pulling that information out of the Newark TRACON. This gets really complicated really quick, so I'm sorry about talking about those things, but because of the setup when that airspace was moved from N90 in New York down to Philly, it created problems that we're now dealing with today. Had the work been done last summer up front to make sure that the lines were hardened and all the systems were in Philly, I don't think we'd be dealing with this situation.
Why did that happen last summer?
We fix it.
Yeah. What happened last summer? Who decided to not push that through? They didn't have money from Congress. What happened?
There was politics, between Chuck Schumer, the FAA, the controllers. The real problem was that they weren't able to get enough controllers at the New York TRACON that controls that airspace. There were staffing shortages, and I think the FAA thought that they would have better staffing options in Philly. It was a process that was going on for a couple of years. The move happened last summer. Right. Pete Buttigieg and the FAA, certified that the move should take place. The problem was they didn't do the precursor work necessary to make sure that we wouldn't have the problems that we're seeing today.
Just going beyond partisan politics for a moment, initially when this stuff started happening, the left wanted to blame Trump for the cuts in different agencies. Yeah. And then, of course, you have the bipartisan infrastructure bill of Biden from 3 or 4 years ago. But just think about multiple administrations going back 25, 30 years, Republican or Democrat. And then just think about how gentle and subtle so many things are that we've learned about in the last 5 years, right? COVID happens, upends the whole system. Secret Service, Trump, Butler, July, not nearly as buttoned up as we thought. We had this illusion that the Secret Service is the best of the best and nothing can penetrate the assets that they're trying to protect. Boeing's just falling apart. The FAA is a disgrace. It's amazing how many just different administrations or institutions in this country that we take for granted, that we just assume is the best of the best. They're a disaster like everybody else. They really are.
Well, by the way, Chris Matthews has been added to the list of disgraceful Philadelphia guys. I mean, it's just unbelievable.
Let's go to
Luckily,
Jimmy
I'm still here.
Yeah.
And Jimmy Matthews, yeah. No, that's his relative, right?
Yeah. He'll call in.
By the way, the Pope's brother lives in Port Charlotte.
Luke.
He's the star of the week now. He's everywhere. Have you seen him, Dawn?
Yes.
The Pope's brother, who's MAGA, down here. I'm going to get him on my show. The Pope's brother. He's got a great tan.
Lou.
And, the other brother, not the one in Chicago. This is the guy down here.
Yeah, his name's Lou.
Lou. Not Big Lou.
Right.
Big Lou.
He's on social, too.
He's got two.
One more from Duffy. He says we're 3,000 air traffic controllers short. Oh, good.
Well, that'll be buttoned up in a week.
Great.
Seriously. If you're flying out of Philly, Memorial Day weekend, maybe drive.
Yeah,
drive.
Or if you're in the market for a job, I'm
just saying.
You can scoop up a nice 6-figure gig if you're able to handle that pressure.
Well,
Exactly.
Roll it.
Right?
Secretary, the FAA told the New York Times that as few as 3 air traffic controllers were scheduled to work last night directing planes in and out of Newark, and at some points there was just one fully certified controller on duty. There were delays of up to 7 hours yesterday. How is that possible? Is that true?
Yeah, listen, we're 3,000 air traffic controllers short. And it's going to take time to train up those controllers. Let me just explain, one quick thing. If you have a controller who, say, works in the D.C. airspace, they've been in the job for 20 years, they're experienced. If you move them up to Newark, it takes them almost a year to get trained up on that specific airspace. So I just can't move controllers around the country and fill the gaps in Newark. It's a specifically trained controller that can work that airspace. And so when we had, air traffic controllers after the system went down a couple weeks ago that took leave because they were stressed out, that puts more pressure on the system. We had a few additional situations last night. And again, what we do is we will slow down traffic. You'll see delays, but safety is the top priority. And so if you don't have the controllers to navigate the airspace, you slow the airspace down. Or if it's not safe, you shut the airspace down. That's what we do. And so you might complain about delays, which I agree, traveling with a family in this environment is challenging. But in the end, I want to make sure you get to the place that you're going and you get there safely.
Well, you know, when Sean gets home this weekend and flies back to see his wife, Rachel Campos Duffy from Fox and Friends Weekends, you think he's going to sit there and say, you know, I can't believe I gave up that nice, cushy TV gig and that salary for this S show. 3,000 short.
Yeah.
That doesn't happen overnight.
Crazy.
That does not happen in just one presidential term. That is neglect. You talk about waste, fraud, and abuse. Well, I need to understand how we arrived at the point where 3,000 short. I thought we had a police shortage in some of these municipalities.
The fact that Mayor Pete is out there regaling all of these housewives somewhere, wherever he was appearing the other day with a bad beard, and not embarrassed about the racist bridges. What did he do? The infrastructure bill, all this money. They did nothing. They did nothing with the money. And then the mayor of Newark is too busy trying to break into a detention center with the rest of these grandstanding morons. You know, look at all the people in power in New Jersey. You know, you got the mayor of Newark. He wants to be the governor of New Jersey. Then you got what's his name? Cory Booker. Is he up there in Newark?
Yeah,
Isn't that
he?
his area? Yeah, he's out there crying about drug prices. Now that Trump said he wants to lower drug prices, now he wants to lower drug prices.
Yeah.
These are the people who are in charge of northern New Jersey, and they're doing nothing but protesting every day. That's what they do.
And I think about this as well with what Duffy just said there. It's not like he can rearrange the chairs on the deck of the Titanic. Even if you're really good, you've been doing it for a quarter century, you're making $200,000 a year. You can't even go to your boss and say, hey, for a raise, I'll go fix up and clean up with all the mess in Newark. Even if you're skilled and gifted beyond belief and qualified, according to Duffy, to go run Newark, you have to have a year's worth of training to understand the lay of the land in the air, so to speak.
What I don't get is that I'm looking at 1 year ago, there's an article on CNN, May 14th, 2024, the headline CNN, FAA still short about 3,000 air traffic controllers, new federal numbers show. So if they knew this exactly 1 year ago, and it takes a year to train the people in, either they weren't doing that or they've lost more people. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So what has been going on?
So they knew this, but they didn't know that Joe Biden had dementia. Very interesting.
I wanted to get to this yesterday, and I never did. This just verifies everything that Don Stenzel says. That is correct. Tim Tebow was on the Sean Ryan podcast, and he shared a map showing 111,000 IPA addresses that downloaded child porn, and it's not porn, it's child abuse, of kids under the age of 12 in just the past 30 days. So, Dawn, when you say you see pedophiles around every corner,
told you.
I mean, look at this map. You have to see this map. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Roll this.
I brought a map to share with you. Is this map? Every
look at that map
on that. So first of all, that is a
looks like a Verizon wireless coverage map.
Map. It's called the Red Dot Map. And every this is over the last 30 days. And every red dot on that map is at least one unique IP address.
Can we pause that?
Yeah.
Pause that.
Individuals
Bring it back to where I can get the map.
Sharing, distributed.
Let me see if we can just give me a close-up of the map. Just go back and give me the map.
There you go.
Right there.
That map
Look at the disparity from the center of the country to the right.
Yeah.
Like the East Coast especially.
Yep.
Oh
wow.
My God.
Yeah. Well, I mean, look, there's more people.
Yeah.
No, I know, but I
you know
mean,
what I
look
mean?
at the
So-
disparity. I mean, it's just.
Yeah,
You know who's not running that? You know who's not running that video?
Who?
The sports networks, because Tim Tebow is a guy they don't like because he's Christian and he's he helps people.
Yep.
And he works on college football during the football season. But when he goes and does stuff like this and exposes what's going on out there, he's not getting any mentions.
Nope.
You think ESPN or Fox Sports 1 or any of these other sports networks spent 1 second on this story?
Well, forget the sports networks. Why would he not be booked on CNN today or MSNBC or Fox News?
Because they're trying to sell Jake Tapper's book. Come on, man.
I mean, this, with all due respect to the Sean Ryan podcast, who maybe I should know what it is. I don't know what the Sean Ryan podcast is.
He does a good job.
Okay.
Yeah. Roll a little bit more.
He doesn't wear socks, though. That's good. You know the weather's warming up. When a guy's not wearing socks and wearing shoes.
I'm not wearing socks. I'm in flip flop.
Oh, disgrace!
The flops are out,
it's
baby.
60 degrees outside.
Yeah, it's middle of May.
It's 60 degrees outside.
Yeah, I don't control
and you're not
the
at
weather.
the beach.
Look, only Marjorie Taylor Greene has access to who controls the weather.
Oh. I keep going.
Downloading, sharing, distributing child abuse and rape images under the age of 12. And there's over 111,000 of them just in the U.S. of the last 30 days. And that's
the ones we know about,
because I think it brings to life so much of the evil that we're trying to face. And people will say, well, that's just over there and it's in those countries and it's all of those places. And it's not. Sean, it's right here in our backyard.
Yeah.
It is right here.
Yep, there you go. It's crazy.
111,000. Dawn has spotted out 61,000 of them in the last week.
That's right.
She sees them.
And those are
it is disgusting.
By the way, those are the ones we know about. You know what I mean? So I'm guessing there's probably more.
We have a real.
By the way, give Tim Tebow credit because he's sitting there. He's got a cup of coffee and water, and then there's a full stocked bar right behind him. You see all the booze behind him?
Yeah.
And there's Tim Tebow.
No way I'm drinking a caffeinated beverage with that selection.
Sorry, I didn't mean to bring the show down. I wanted to get to that yesterday, and I didn't. Just to show that I know we kid Dawn about pedophiles, but
watch your kids. Do not trust your kids, and make sure everybody who comes into your home, like HVAC, whatever. That's why I always say, make sure that company vets everybody and screens everybody.
Yep.
Because it's. I mean, this is real.
Yeah, and to bring it to politics for a moment, I know Pam Bondi's got the Epstein files on her desk. Right, they're on the desk. They've been on the desk, like a paperweight, like the red apple I gave my teacher in 5th grade. It's on her desk. It's been sitting on the desk. Here's what Tim Tebow should do. He should drop that chart right on Pam Bondi's desk and say, "Hey, tell Cash get on these."
Yep.
And Cash has done some nice work recently with some of these stings. But apparently, we've got about 6 figures worth of individuals that need to be sucked up off the street and thrown in a gulag.
In the last 30 days.
In the last 30 days.
Firing squad.
All of them?
Castration.
Yeah?
Castration in the public square. So we can all laugh at their wrinkled, shriveled up papers.
Stream it live. You can purchase it from the federal government website for $99.99.
Yep.
And millions of people, I guarantee you, would tune in because we're a gory society and use that to pay off the deficit.
We're going to need more prisons. I see now that our buddy up there at the Homeland Security wants to get Rikers Island and fire that baby back up. We're going to need more prisons. We're going to need more prisons.
We're going to need more bullets. We need more bullets.
Going to need a bigger boat, Tone.
Put between the eyes of these psychopaths. You brought up the Pope, Tony Bruno. Sonny Hostin yesterday brought up the fact that we have the first black Pope.
Oh, yeah? Right. What, did he get a little smoke on his forehead?
Well, no. According to Sonny Hostin, it's the first black Pope. This is cut 23, Phil. Roll it.
There's one other thing that's also very interesting to me because President Trump, as you remember, called Haiti a certain type of country.
An asshole.
As it turns out, our
country.
new American Pope has Haitian and black roots. So we actually have a black Pope. Apparently, it's like chef's kiss for me. So apparently both...
Chef's kiss for
Not one person in America or across the globe did the research on that, nor do they care about the revelation.
Well, remember now, on Friday, when the Pope was announced, she started condemning him as a white anti-LGBTQ plus guy.
Yeah.
She hated the Pope because he was anti-LGBTQ plus.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, a couple days later on Monday, he has family that's Creole, great grandparents,
Yep.
Creole and Haitian, and now all of a sudden she loves the Pope only because of his ancestry.
Here's my
that's the kind.
Yeah.
That's what The View is, and that's why we only watch The View for clips so we can mock these dunces.
Yes. Here's my only requirement to be Pope. Just don't be a creepy pervert with kids and minors.
Thank you.
Just don't get involved in the
Exactly.
sex stuff, and then I
Thank
don't
you.
care what you do.
Well,
How about that?
I don't know if the popes are getting involved, but it's just the
Or in the cover up, or
that
burying information.
I want to get. I have a video that I really want to get Dawn's take on. It's a mother breastfeeding out in public, and I want to get your take on this. We have the entire video, but tell us about Chapman.
Yes, we got to talk about Chapman. You've heard me talk about replacing my windows and doors with my friends at Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding for years now. Well, if you're thinking about redoing your siding, right now is the perfect time. By the way, Chapman, they're currently offering 15% off James Hardy Fiber Cement Siding and or Certainteed Vinyl Siding, both beautiful choices. Siding's not just for the curb appeal, as I say. It acts as that protective barrier in all the seasons, whether it's harsh weather in the winter, the spring, the summer, etc. So whether you want the fiber cement siding or the vinyl, Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding, they've got you covered. Mike and Mark Chapman, they started this business more than 30 years ago, and they complete every project with such care and such precision. So just call them, text 610-431-8898, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Take advantage of 15% off today. Experience the Chapman difference. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Success is picking up extra shifts for your family. Now you want to be the boss. Success is getting your foot in the door. Now you want to take the next step. Success looks different to everyone, and University of Maryland Global Campus can help you reach your goals. And there's never been a better time to get started on your future. Apply now and save with no application fee. As an accredited state university, UMGC has been transforming lives for over 75 years. With more than 135 undergraduate and graduate degrees and certificates, online and hybrid courses, personalized support, financial resources, and lifetime career services, achieving your dreams is more possible than ever before. Choose the program that's right for your career goals and get started on your next success. No application fee if you apply by May 30th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
The cut sheet is super juicy on a Wednesday as Tony Bruno is with us as we roll on 8:27 here on Kayal and Company.
By the way, Dawn, this one's for you because Nick, Tony, and I can't breastfeed. This woman was seen. By the way,
Pete can, though.
I don't know. I'll tell you what.
I'm sorry, Tony. You're right.
I keep gaining weight. I might try it.
So, two questions about this. By the way, youtube.com/@1210WPHT if you want to see this video. My first question is this kid too old to be breastfeeding? And second, Look, I'm all for women being able to do this wherever they want to. I think yes. More women, as long as they are able to, should breastfeed, because I think it's the healthiest option for their child. There's so many nutrients and everything that the mother can give a child that regular formula can't. I'll get off my soapbox for a second, but 2 questions about this.
And also, to keep in mind, we are now circling back full circle here, because Dawn earlier was on her tangent about sucking on a teat
of the government.
So this is out at a restaurant, full out. The kids out. Roll this.
Okay, because that makes sense to do that. So change it to the short frame, right? Because it just makes sense.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Did the guy on the TV make the putt, though? That's what I want to know. In the background. There's a TV on the background of golf.
Okay, we've got appetizers.
They're ordering appetizers.
We got sear and sizzle.
Mother's Day.
Yeah.
Hey, Mom, give me some of that milk right here. Hey, come on now. Everybody's getting apps. We got the endless apps coming on Mother's Day. We got all the flowers on the table. How about a little bit of that that juice, Mom?
Jasmine Crockett's a total mess, isn't she?
Booby juice. All right, Don Stenslin, since we can't
booby juice.
since we can't get into this because we're not women. Sucking on that booby juice. What's the verdict?
So believe me, you will guzzle. Full disclosure, I did breastfeed my boys until
they were 12.
They were, like almost 2. Yeah. But look how
almost 2. Wow.
Yes,
that's not that bad.
That's really healthy.
Yeah. What's it feel like?
Yes, Nick.
No, honestly, I'm not being a pig. Is it painful?
No.
Do you suck it up just because of the nutritional value?
Well, at first it is, but then it's like Hannibal Lecter. The nipples get,
All right. Okay.
It rubs the lotion on its skin.
Wasn't that the movie
Put the
Hannibal
lotion
Lecter when he said
put the lotion in the handbag.
Yeah.
The body gets tough.
Yeah. That's a very. By the way, that was a very. How can I say this? For family purposes, it was
It was PG.
She was very engorged, right?
She is.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
But here's the thing. I will say, if you look at pictures of any Hollywood event, recently the Met, you're going to see just as much boobage, if you will. You're going to see just as much of things, hanging out and translucent material, and nobody really says much. But God forbid this mom on Mother's Day is, before lunch, and a lot of people have a little kid running around screaming, crying because they're hungry. Not her baby. Her baby is right there. He's getting his wonderful little milkshake.
He's a little
the
old.
healthiest. No, I bet you he's
a milkshake brings all the boys
2.
to the yard.
You think he's 2?
I think he's just her healthy big boy.
All right. Phil, put up a poll question: appropriate or not? I
say inappropriate.
No, I'm going to side with Dawn. I'm going to say
doesn't bother me.
I'm going to say super appropriate.
That's beautiful.
It doesn't bother me either.
I'm going to go
and
inappropriate.
when you go to airports. And you go to airports now, they have these lactation stations.
Yeah.
There's like these little booths where women are supposed to go in there to lactate.
Yeah.
I want you to lactate wherever you want to, ladies. If I can take my shirt off in the beautiful Florida sunshine and expose my boobies, why can't women? We have the same
Tony
thing.
Bruno.
We have nipples. Men have nipples. Women have nipples.
Yep.
Why is it that a woman's nipple is offensive?
I'm going to go
I never
back.
got that. I
Bruno.
never understood that. How is
tell
that
you why.
offensive?
Place of business. I'm going to go back to the season 7 of Married with Children.
Stop!
1993.
Season 7!
When the lady tries to breastfeed and Gary's Shoes and Accessories for Today's Woman and Alan Griff say, "What in God's name are you doing?" And she says, "I'm breastfeeding." And he says, "Why?" And she says, "Well, he can't make himself breakfast." And she says she needs something healthy. And Al says, "Well, go down to the Dairy Queen and get an Orange Bang." Like, we have to take these women and let them go to their vehicle.
That was a lot of setup for
let them
not
go.
a great punchline.
It wasn't about the punchline. It's about the logic here. Not in a place of business. Go outside on the little.
So you're not going to allow any women in any shopping malls or restaurants to women or teenage girls or college-age girls on spring break. None of them should wear bikinis. None of them should show half or more of their breast.
No, I said
in public.
breastfeeding.
Oh.
You don't see the breast when they're feeding. The kid's latched on there. You don't even see the nipple.
So when it's not just like for your little gratuitous pleasure to watch boobies, nice little young boobies hanging out, right?
Hey, look, if it was up to me, they would have breasts on the back as well.
No, but
4 of them.
Look, I will say in general, is that my choice? You would not have known that I was even doing that, except one time in church. It was, I don't know which was Michael or David, but like, because I always had like a nice little light scarf.
You were more clandestine about it.
Absolutely, you wouldn't even know it.
That's
but
the thing.
You did hear at one point.
But in all honesty, I'm just playing along here, having fun. I would argue I would rather have a quiet kid in a restaurant, whether I'm with her or as another patron that's being breastfed, than a loud, obnoxious kid running around, banging his head, falling.
Let me ask you this, because that's a very good point. While I agree with Dawn that I have no problem with this, more mothers, as long as they can, I'm not shaming anybody, as long as they can, should breastfeed their child because it's better for the child. It's better for development. It's better for everything. Every scientist says that.
Yeah.
And it's cheaper.
However,
it saves you a minimum of $5,000 a year.
However, I do think that in a situation like that, maybe cover up just a little bit. You don't need the entire shebang out.
Yeah.
Right? Like
to that point,
just a little bit.
You can see that she has other children because they pano there's a
Can we go back to
girl,
the freeze frame
so
just
she
so
has
I can
a bunch of
re-examine
kids.
this?
And I do think there's a piece of this where you have so many kids. Like I know moms like that. Like they have so many kids.
Yeah.
They're with family. I don't think she's trying in any way to be an exhibitionist. She's just very comfortable in that moment, you know.
Exactly.
And she has a bunch of kids. It's not like if it's your first kid, you're like, oh my gosh, you know.
Yeah.
But I think she's just like,
okay,
let's go. What appetizers are we getting, guys? She's not even
just put her,
noticing.
Phil, put her up.
Yeah, there you go.
The hell with us. Get our 4 boxes out. Throw her box up. Yeah, and a little over the top.
See, to me,
even money she has an OnlyFans.
No, stop. We don't know. We don't know.
And the good thing is, see, he's latching low, looking up.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So I mean, that's what the thing is. The teat is lower, and so the young man has to go up and get it. You know what I'm saying?
He does
breaking it down scientifically.
Oh, he's
and I like
tapping
this
it.
circle.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh
He's bringing
yeah.
the milk down. Right?
Oh yeah.
He does look a little old to be doing that. Now, to be fair,
No,
he's
he
just
doesn't.
a big boy. I bet you he's 23. I bet you he's 22
We want to hit
months
that
old.
hard.
To be fair, I my because my son's a big boy too. He probably was that size at 1.5 or 2.
I bet you.
I'm just saying. Okay. All right. By the way, the YouTube chat, the YouTube vote right now,
What do you guys vote?
YouTube.com/@1210 WPHT. If you want to vote appropriate or not, 60% say no. 60%.
Wait,
wow.
Dawn's having a rough morning of takes.
I don't care.
Oh, I'm with Dawn on this one. I'm not with her on Dr. Jill. I'm with her on breastfeeding.
Stay
Women
the
have to
course.
breastfeed.
Go for it. That's what we do here.
I disagree with the chat. I believe that get on over there and vote if you want to change this. YouTube.com/@1210 WPHT. It's coming down a little bit.
I mean, seriously though, if you're there with your family 2 booths over, if that kid's quiet, nobody cares, right?
Yeah.
Exactly.
We would all be ticked off if that kid was running around throwing micro machines and crowns, yelling about his iPad.
Yeah. I think of my dad,
Or
though.
throwing plates like at a Waffle House where they're throwing plates against the wall. I don't want to see that on Mother's Day. I don't want to see
Everybody's happy.
disgruntled patrons
we'll get
throwing
to
plates at each other.
We'll get to a disgruntled patron at Duncan, and we have another installment, Nick and Dawn, a Fight Club.
Oh, day 2 of Fight Club.
This is like day 3 of Fight
Day
Club.
3, yeah.
Tony, we're going to start a new thing on the cut sheet where I'm going to find a fight every day. Usually it's women.
I thought you don't talk about Fight Club.
You don't talk about Fight Club, but Fight Club can be sponsored. I'm talking to you, Rob Klustein and Dave Skopanich.
Yeah.
All right. Somebody brought up Jasmine Crockett.
That was me.
And Chuck Todd. Chuck Todd, by the way. She was on the Chuck Todd podcast. She thinks Kamala Harris struggled with black men in 2024 because of her prosecutor background.
Yeah.
Every excuse under the book.
21, Phil. 21, if you have that. 21.
Jasmine Crockett. Well, Jasmine's
How
a
big
lady.
do you think this black men voter issue with Kamala Harris, how much of that do you think was specific to hesitation of voting, a black man hesitating to vote for a black woman?
Ugh.
I will tell you what I was told. Because I did think that I definitely think that there was misogyny in this across the board, no matter what color male you're talking about. I just think that you'd be in error to not know that there was misogyny.
Can we just stop this real quick? So she says misogyny across the board. Do you really think any elected politician on the Democrat side that plays the identity politics card as their identity for their political career, let's say Kamala Harris, in a hypothetical, was running against a black man and she lost, do you think left-wing politicians and left-wing media would argue that Kamala Harris lost because of sexism to a black Republican man? Do you really believe that? You do? I mean, can you imagine trying to sell that?
When all you have is race.
Right.
When all you have is the race card.
Yeah, what if the nominee was Tim Scott? If it was Tim Scott or Ben Carson representing the GOP against Kamala Harris, could you imagine dying on that hill?
They would say Tim Scott is is an Uncle Tom.
Right.
If it's a black conservative, the black conservatives are Uncle Toms.
Let's go to a Democratic primary. 2 Democrats head to head, and the Democratic primary is black man versus black woman. Is it sexism then if the black man prevails? Ridiculous.
Of course.
The bottom line on her is that, and I don't know what, we will find out someday, whatever medication, maybe it's a prescription she takes for anxiety or whatever.
We're talking Kamala, not Jasmine.
Yeah, Kamala, not Jasmine.
She's on something different.
Yeah, but Jasmine is, at least she's on her point. You know what I mean? It's a progressive point that none of us, sometimes she says things that are ridiculous, but with Kamala Harris, we've talked about it. Like Greg called, what did you say? She was like the person who was getting sloppy at the party.
Yes.
And her speech seemed thick.
Yeah.
And this was going on for a long time. And even there were Democrat audiences where she would, they kind of looked at her strangely and said, what is she? And she'd do that weird, that.
Yeah.
And it was inappropriate and it was bizarre. So she was just overall a horrible candidate. Remember in Delco when CNN had that? Remember that? I think you did a big take on it at the time, Nick. Remember that? The panel in Delco? Mm-hmm. And they were Democrats, some of them, and they were like, what the heck?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And some of them even said the quiet part out loud. I don't know if I can vote for her.
Right.
Maybe I won't vote at all.
Yeah.
She was a disaster.
Nope. Yeah, right.
Speaking of voting, though, folks, let me say this as someone who voted in the last election in the Larry Krasner campaign. And I voted against him. Carlo Vega. Remember Vega was running against him and he lost?
Yeah.
If Larry Krasner wins a third term, Philadelphia deserves everything that happens to it when it comes to crime. This guy cannot be reelected.
He will be, though.
Which also goes to show how bad of a candidate Kamala. The fact that Larry Krasner could win a third term just goes to show you just how bad. Because he's atrocious. But how bad is Kamala Harris? Yeah. It's not sex. It's not race. It's everything. It's her speeches. It's her awkwardness. It's her policies. I wouldn't change a thing. Nothing comes to mind on how I would have done things different than Joe. She swung and missed on every single thing she rolled out. Presentation, policy, personality. She whiffed on every category.
Yep.
But still got 76 million votes.
Yep. Let's get to Trump's speech, which I thought was whoever wrote that speech yesterday. Tony, I don't know if you saw it. The speech.
Yes, I saw it.
There in Saudi Arabia.
I don't see the whole thing. I just see the clips at night before I go to bed. I just try to get caught up, and then I get up early and go through the. He's in Riyadh now. He's in Qatar today now.
Yeah, embracing nationalism and non-interventionalism. To every libertarian out there, this is like a wet dream for us.
Calling out Iran.
So we'll get to that after Bucks County.
All right. First, let's talk some furniture, right? I'm having my house furnished. Maybe you're in the market for a piece here, a piece there, a room there, a room there. You never know, right? Bucks County Estate Traders, because if you're tired of the cheap, mass-produced junk, perhaps from China, Bucks County Estate Traders, the place to be. They have a massive showroom in Hatfield, 58,000 square feet. It's really impressive. And within that 58,000 square feet, 16,000 pieces of high-end furniture. Brands like Stickley, Baker, and Henredon. The kind of quality craftsmanship that stands the test of time, and you can save thousands compared to new retail prices. No matter your style, if you're into the classic, the modern, the rustic, or traditional furniture, you're going to find stunning pieces that fit your home. Could be a dining room, a home office, even that man cave. Bucks County Estate Traders, they have it all. And unlike the big box stores, if you see something you love, you can take it home the same day. Every piece has a QR code which displays details instantly, and their expert staff is the best in the business. Swing on by, even ask for the owner, Matt Snella, my guy. No pushy salespeople on site, just straight shooters that know their stuff. BucksCountyEstateTraders.com. Swing on by in Hatfield. Tell them Nick Kayal sent you.
Bill Spadea lies about being with President Trump from the beginning. Here's Bill Spadea in his own words.
I'm not here to fight for Donald Trump. Again, I have my issues with Donald Trump. I wrote about how he failed as a president. Trump should have been tougher in his first term. I've said this before. President Trump failed. I don't want him to run again. I do not want President Trump to run again.
Bill Spadea, full MAGA? More like full of Paid for by Chitterelli for Governor, Inc., 99 Grey Rock Road, Suite 202, Clinton, New Jersey.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Out here in the middle of these acres, it can feel like you're the only person on Earth. That's how it feels when you're struggling with your mental health. But you don't have to feel alone. Find more information at loveyourmindtoday.org. Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Switch to Consumer Cellular to get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Plans start at just $20 a month, and now for a limited time, new customers can get their second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit a store near you, or ConsumerCellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Drive in with Kayal and Company mornings 6 till 10. Drive home with Rich Zioli afternoons 3 till 7. Live and local on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Oh, yeah, Kayal and Company. It is a Wednesday morning. Tony Bruno with us for a midweek, never-ending edition of What is on Old Stocker's Cut Sheet.
Trump went to Saudi Arabia. He's there now. The Middle East. It's a whole Middle East trip. Where else is he going, Dawn, Tony?
He's in Qatar, and they arrived. They had camels waiting for him there.
Wow.
They didn't have the big monsters, and they had camels, guys on camels.
Nice.
Yesterday it was horses that greeted him.
Yes.
Backwards people.
And McDonald's.
and
McDonald's, yeah. A mobile McDonald's van, yes.
So his speech, I got to say, guys, the speech yesterday, whoever wrote it, it's knocked it out of the park. Trump is embracing nationalism and non-interventionalism. Music to my ears. Cut 33, Phil. Go.
And it's crucial for the wider world to note this great transformation has not come from Western interventionalists or flying people in beautiful planes giving you lectures on how to live and how to govern your own affairs. No, the gleaming marvels of Riyadh and Abu Dhabi were not created by the so-called nation builders, neocons, or liberal nonprofits like those who spent trillions and trillions of dollars failing to develop Kabul, Baghdad, so many other cities. Instead, the birth of a modern Middle East has been brought by the people of the region themselves, the people that are right here, the people that have lived here all their lives, developing your own sovereign countries, pursuing your own unique visions and charting your own destinies in your own way. It's really incredible what you've done. In the end, the so-called nation builders wrecked far more nations than they built, and the interventionists were intervening in complex societies that they did not even understand themselves. They told you how to do it, but they had no idea how to do it themselves. Peace, prosperity, and progress ultimately came not from a radical rejection of your heritage, but rather from embracing your national traditions and embracing that same heritage that you love so dearly.
That is really well done, well written, well said by Trump. Now imagine sitting there and calling him Hitler or a dictator. Last time I checked, Hitler wanted to kill millions and millions of people. Dictators like Xi and Putin, what do? They go to war, right? China, Taiwan, Russia, Ukraine. All Trump wants is global peace. And that's why I think the deep state wants him dead. Not good for business.
By the way, Trump has already arrived in Qatar, and he's at the royal court, and he looks up and he says, "There's perfect marble," and he appreciates the camels. So that's what Trump does. He goes into these beautiful places. They have a transportation system that's like 180 miles long, and they built it in weeks. I mean, they got oil money, obviously, but they spend their money.
Yeah.
They have infrastructure. They're in the middle of nowhere. They live on top of oil, and they're getting all this stuff done. But Trump goes there and he looks at the marble. He says, "Hey, that's some good marble right there. Now, listen, I know marble.
Yeah.
You want to talk about good marble? I know good marble. Trust me. It's the best marble I've ever seen.
The most beautiful, greatest marble of all time."
By the way, Tony, I said this at 6 o'clock. I feel very vindicated after speeches like this because I was on these airwaves 20 years ago in this exact time slot, calling out the Bush administration and the people he had around him for all of these endless wars. And I was yelled at. I was told I'm not pro-American. I was told I'm a communist. I'm told this. And now here we are 20 years later, Tony, 20 years later, and you have a Republican president saying this. It's just it's incredible.
Well, political realignment's a real thing. The parties have changed.
All I heard for 20 years ago is America, love it or leave it. You don't support the troops. It's like, no, I don't support war.
Stocker has been here so long. There was a time that he was here and Joe Biden was cogent.
Wow. I don't even remember that.
I just feel vindicated. That's all. That's all I'm saying. We spent a lot of time yesterday about Tony, about the Afrikaners, these South African farmers that were brought to the United States. The media is losing their mind, Tony, because of their white.
Yeah.
They're white. They're white, and it's we don't care about brown immigrants. It's white. This is MSNBC's.
Well, can we condemn the Episcopal Church as well?
Yes.
I want to be the first to say, go to hell, Episcopal Church.
You
are scumbags. I will never, ever, ever even pay attention. Remember that woman who was in charge of the Episcopal Church that was anti-Trump?
Yep.
Yes.
All of a sudden, now the Episcopal Church, refugees welcome. Now they hate white refugees from South Africa.
Amen.
By the way, we will get to the Episcopal Church in just one second, but let me play this MSNBC.
I will never get to an Episcopal Church.
MSNBC political analyst Donna Edwards, roll 25, Phil.
Well, in my view, what makes it different is that they are white South Africans. The president, in my view, has not hidden his racism behind a bushel. In fact, in his policies, whether it's removing government workers or, in this case, admitting white South Africans while denying refugee status of asylum seekers from other countries, principally Central and South American and Black nations to come into this country.
Black nations.
And so I think that, this policy, while it's not surprising in this action, really speaks of the underlying message in this. that disrespects and shows disdain for people of color while embracing these Afrikaners now, and also expediting the process by which they can come into the country while denying that same process to other refugees.
So, Tony Bruno, it took a white South African group of 59 people for Democrats to find illegal immigrants that they don't like.
Unbelievable. And these people are families. They're not like military-age men sneaking across a border. 49 people and they go nuts. Imagine if they sent them up to, you think if they went up to Cape Cod, remember the women up there, and when our governor here in Florida sent up a bunch of people up to the Cape, 2 summers ago, and they went crazy and they got them out of there like in record time?
Yep. Yeah, Tony, you are 100% right, because you know what? If they sent those people up to Martha's Vineyard and Cape Cod, they would fit right in because it's all white up there. So these people are like, oh, more white people, come on in. They only had an issue with it because the people that they sent up there were brown and black, as they call them. Brown and black.
See what happens when you play the identity politics card? And eventually you end up with egg on your face.
All right, let's get to the Episcopal Church. This is Bishop Sean Rowe, who said this about the white refugees fleeing South Africa. Cut 32, Phil. Roll it.
We can't be ourselves in the Episcopal Church and take the step of resettling white Afrikaners from South Africa. Our church has a long commitment to racial justice and reconciliation, and we have historic ties with the Anglican Church of South Africa. Desmond Tutu is a part of, been a partner was a partner in this work for us. So we're just not able to take this step. It's not in line with anything that we're about. And
Tony Bruno, I'll let you have this one. You're fired up about this.
This is comparable. You know, the same people crying about, you know, the Saudi plan. Oh, how can Trump go and see the Saudis? They were responsible. That would be like saying we cannot accept any German people because of the horrors of the Holocaust anymore. And the fact that these white farmers who have absolutely been murdered and their land confiscated. Now, apartheid was horrible. They changed it. But do you think South Africa is in better shape now than it was? Listen, they made a decision. They're calling for the death of these white farmers. But to the Episcopal Church and all these other goody two-shoes morons, these people are 49 people, women and children and families, are now all of a sudden the enemy. The Democrats and their evil religious zealots. You always talk about, the Christians, Christian nationalists, Christian conservative church people. Where are the Episcopalians today? How can any Episcopalian put their head out and say, yeah, you know what? We're great. Come to our church and you're welcome here. Screw the Episcopalians. Screw every Episcopal church and every bastard who goes into one. Screw all of y'all.
Elon Musk, your thoughts?
Go yourself.
By the way,
exactly.
Road Warrior sent us all a tweet earlier today, basically showing this video of all these white crosses in South Africa. They represent a white farmer who was murdered in South Africa. And there are, I don't have the video, but there are thousands of them. Thousands. On this roadway.
You got the people in charge screaming, kill the Boer, kill the Boer.
Yeah, I saw that video.
And people are chanting, kill the white farmer.
Yes.
Kill the white farmer. Could you imagine that if the roles were reversed? You never saw any of that. During apartheid, the white people, I don't know, I wasn't there, but I know that when they changed the rules in South Africa, all of a sudden the people in charge are now running amok. That happens in a lot of these third world countries. But South Africa was emerging. Now South Africa is plunging back into its normal, nonsensical way of we got to punish people that we disagree with. They're punishing people, and 49 of these people coming to the United States is now a crime. It's ridiculous.
And by the way, the government, the controlling government, they're African American. They're not African American. They're Africans. They're dark skinned. They, the one chanting as far as kill the Boers, which means the farmer. They said that they defended that, saying that's free speech. But understand, they are pro-Hamas, not pro-Palestinian.
Shocking.
Pro-Hamas.
Yes.
So part of what understand, Hamas is embedded in South Africa right now.
Oh, yeah.
And by the way, for all these, do-gooders out there, you're damn right. We're going to pick and choose who we want to come in this country because we want people who will assimilate and people who have the best interests of the country in mind. You see these roving gangs that, were crossing the border before, and compare that to these families that are coming across the border waving American flags. I'll take them I don't care what color they are. They could be pink for all I care.
Exactly.
They have the best interests of the America and the American people in mind. Come on in.
Exactly.
We should. I want to get to a woman who's running amok in Dunkin' Donuts, but Dawn, tell us about Piazza.
Yes, and I sent you the chanting, by the way, Phil Almquist and all you guys.
The chanting. Oh, yeah.
That Tony just referenced. I emailed you. Okay, what are we talking about? I'm reporting news, opinion, etc. from the Piazza Premium Automobile Studio. We're all broadcasting from the Piazza Studios. And yes, I'm loving my brand new Piazza Honda HRV. That's how I identify a HRV, HRV. I'm loving it. It's so sporty. I'm no longer a minivan mom. But my friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles, featuring the very latest luxury vehicles. These are from today's top brands. I'm talking Mercedes-Benz, Jaguar, Land Rover, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo, Maserati, and more. And these models with such sleek new designs and innovative features are powered by the very latest in technology. Piazza has thousands of new as well as certified pre-owned vehicles available across their Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey dealerships. Piazza Premium Automobiles, you know this. Piazza stands out. Visit them. PiazzaPremiumAutos.com, Piazza, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
Some big news. Iran is threatening to wipe Israel off the map and destroy America. Now, UN inspectors say Iran is close to getting nuclear weapons, just weeks away. But President Trump vows he won't let them. He's even moved 2 aircraft carriers to the area. This is a big story, and Newsmax's Rob Finnerty is covering it all this week and exposing the real threat. Tune in at 8 p.m. Eastern tonight for Rob's series Stop Iran and find out Trump's secret plan to fix this. Watch Finnerty on Newsmax on all major cable systems. President Trump says he watches Newsmax all the time. You should too. So download the free Newsmax app on your smartphone and sign up for Newsmax Plus to watch us anytime, anywhere. Millions are making the switch to Newsmax because it's real news for real people.
Hello, this is Jan at Toyota.
Hi, Jan. Is now a good time to get a new Toyota?
It is. We like to say your summer starts here at your Toyota dealer. Now through June 2nd, we have a great selection of Camrys, Corollas, Tundras, and more.
Right, your summer starts here. I'm a pet sitter, and business is way up as people enjoy their new Toyotas. Stop, Sebastian. Goldie is not dinner. Right, your summer starts here.
Dealer inventory may vary. See your participating Toyota dealer for details.
Toyota, let's go places.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. Summer starts here at Tri-County Toyota, where the deals are heating up for the month of May. Right now, get 4.99% financing for 60 months on select new Toyotas, including the 2025 Corolla, the 2025 Camry, the 2025 Prius, the 2025 RAV4, the 2025 Highlander, and the 2025 Grand Highlander. Plus, choose from over 70 trucks they have in stock, with rates starting at 1.99% on the new 2024 Tacoma and a new 2025 Tundra. Visit online at tricountytoyota.com to see more.
Does it seem like allergy season is always here? If you suffer, it sure does. Dr. Molly Fantasia and the medical team at Innovative Medical Associates can offer several remedies, especially if you're an allergy sufferer. Through the use of her unique hydration therapy protocols, Dr. Molly has helped many deal with the day-to-day frustrations in what seems like a forever allergy season. And then there are environmental issues. Many times, after going to medical professionals in several states, people have come to find relief thanks to Dr. Molly Fantasia and her medical staff, and we all know that there are many issues out there in the world. For more information, contact Innovative Medical Associates at 856-489-0505. That's 856-489-0505. Or visit Innovative Medical Associates on their website, innovativemedicalassociates.com. And don't forget to listen to Dr. Molly Fantasia on the program Health Watch, heard every Sunday live from 8 to 9 a.m. and again from 4 to 5 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Tune in to the Crash Proof Retirement Show Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Joanne Small-Canella and Tracy Stillman. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Saving for retirement is one thing. Making your money last? Well, you might need some help. Listen to Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Saturdays at 5 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
See Joe Conklin in the City Rhythm Orchestra at Wildwood High School on Baker Ave, July 11th, and at the Ocean City Music Pier, July 12th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
Active Liver is the easy way to get a daily detox to keep you healthy and feeling your best. Find Active Liver at your local CVS or online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com.
Free speech lives here with Kayal and Company weekday mornings on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
9:03, it's Kayal and Company as we continue with Tony Bruno. It is a What Up Wednesday and the never-ending cut sheet. So let's get to this story. I'm going to actually tee this one up instead of Stalker because we had this on the show sheet for pre-cut sheet content, but we'll get to it now. Tony Bruno, we've talked a lot about, these trans athletes in, a litany of sports, high school down to grade school to college, Leah Thomas, Riley Gaines, and now it is happening again right here in our own backyard. White Marsh Township, which I know you're very familiar with, Plymouth White Marsh High School.
Absolutely.
So we're going to play you this video in a second, but let me just tee this one up. So this past weekend at the high school track meet, Sean Allen, who goes by the name of Luce, Luce?
I think it's Lucy.
Lucy?
That's
just spells it like a moron?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Couldn't do Luci or Lucy. Had to put the E in there, right? So Sean Luce Allen stole first place in the women's 200 meter. And Phil Omquist, let's roll the video, and you will see the height, the size, and the significantly larger build compared to the biological females.
So this is Plymouth White Marsh. This is happening.
Yes. Not sure if this is the actual high school location, but Plymouth White Marsh High School was participating in this. Down the stretch they come, and you'll see a big gazelle. No, that's not a gazelle. It's a giraffe. No, it's a dude. The dude.
Oh, my God. Look at the size.
And it's a dude.
Oh, my God.
Hardly, though, in a runaway. Hardly a blowout. I mean, relatively close. So that tells me right away that if Lucy was running against dudes, he would get dusted, right? Because he barely beat females. And Phil has the graphic up here. It's the girls' 200-meter Liberty Finals. Lucy Allen of Plymouth White Marsh runs it in 25.2 seconds, beating Tiana Nelson of Upper Dublin, biological female, by 0.15 seconds. I mean, that's a snap of a finger, basically. Also defeating Riley White of Hatboro Horsham, and also Ella Catania of Plymouth White Marsh. Now let's throw up the picture that Dawn found, courtesy of the Daily Mail.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Wow.
Yes.
She/he would kick my butt. You could argue professional basketball player build.
Yeah.
And you can argue bulge on the bottom half of our screen. Will you see the bulge?
Yes. You keep hearing, well, this is rare. This doesn't really happen. There was another meet in California where a dude won, and the people in the crowd were screaming, that's a man. That's a man. And then the mother of this person who won, who is a man pretending to be a woman, she starts fighting with somebody. They're screaming at each other. How dare you have your son out there taking away championships from biological women? And these people are relentless. They don't care. Mm-hmm. They don't care. And then they play this is a rare thing. Yep. If it's rare, how come we're seeing more and more of it every day? How come we're seeing more and more of this? And where are the feminists? Yeah. Where are all the people who stand up for women's rights? Dawn, you stand up for women's rights, especially Dr. Jill. So tell us what you think about this latest situation locally in the Philadelphia area.
That's a tease. That's a toss. That's a pivot.
A tease toss.
That's a transition.
Yeah, so...
Speaking of transitioning, yes.
So I was looking up the record of the student, and we can say the name because the student's mom, first of all, has made her child public, number one. Number two, Sean Allen, that's the legal name of this individual. I believe this is a fairly recent transition because I was trying to look up the record from freshman, sophomore, junior year. I was trying to figure out when this all happened. But understand that, and I'm looking at all the moms on social media who are commenting about this, and I'll quote Beth on here. She says, this is Sean Luce, in air quotes, Allen.
Lucy, I think.
Or Lucy, but it's L-U-C-E.
Yeah. That's how the kids spell Lucy these days, by the way.
And it's like the cool, spelling.
It's the cool spelling.
It's the woke spelling.
Luce, Luce. Luce, what do you do?
But which is a cool name, and here's the thing that then fine, make it like wrestling or whatever. If you want to have somebody in a special category, I think all the kids, there's a lane for everybody. But to kick a girl out of her lane and say, no, you're going to run. You're a freshman girl.
Yep.
Okay, so what? So you're what, 14? And you are running against an 18-year-old senior who is well over 6 feet tall, according to all these moms, and if you look at all the pictures. And this is a big, biologically born male.
It's Mrs. Doubtfire.
18.
You can say it.
No, I mean, it's a cute kid. They're all cute
not a
kids.
kid.
I'm
It's
not,
an adult. An adult.
But I'm simply saying anybody can look at this and say, is this fair? And by the way, by just a fraction of a second.
And barely win.
Right.
Barely
That's
won.
the other thing. That the girl who won the girls' race, I mean, quote unquote, lost it to a biological male by just a tiny nth of a second.
Sean was a scrub in male sports. Scrub.
You're right.
So
yeah, absolutely.
And because I believe this is a mental health issue, then I would say, none of us are unkind people. We love to empower the youth.
Mm-hmm.
But if you really want to empower everybody rather than stepping on the heads and the backs and of girls and stomping on their self-esteem, then why not just, if you want everybody to run, everybody can run in their own lane. That's okay.
Yeah.
And Senator Tommy Tuberville, Republican from Alabama, tweeted, absolutely unacceptable. Say goodbye to your federal funding, Governor Josh Shapiro. And I would like to know from all of the women that work as reporters here in this city, ton of them, 6 ABC, CBS 3, NBC 10, Fox 29, Comcast Sportsnet, Philadelphia Inquirer, Philly Mag, on down the list. You defend female rights? Why do I get this story 6.5 miles from my house from Outkick.com, but we've got 4 television channels in this city, which I would argue is probably 2 or 3 too many. Not necessary. It's all redundant crap. Get rid of them all. Why are you not reporting on this? Why?
It's a great question. Are they not? Are they not?
I have not seen what. I mean, I got to get this. Thank God I follow like people that actually unearth this stuff, as opposed to 6 ABC talking about threats to democracy and all this other nonsense. My God, do we really need 4 channels in this town? Who's watching any of them?
I know the Philadelphia Inquirer did a big piece on this, and so the student athlete who won, who's stated as the victorious person.
The Inquirer wrote about it?
Yeah.
Okay.
So they interviewed the mom, and there are all these pictures that they have chosen to post online. And so I can't help but point out to you that the individual who was running on the boys' team and has a male name, now a girl's name, the transitional student, the mother, and they posted all these photos. The mother is a white woman, and the child, obviously the child here, now 18, is biracial. So the father is obviously African American. So for me, the reason I just think this kid has a white mom who has chosen to, publicly and get a lot of publicity and get a lot of press and positivity and all of that. And so the mom has put all these pictures of herself with her child. And I think there's an aspect of this, and that's why I'm not going to say anything about the 18-year-old, because, man, I feel for this kid. This kid, I think that this...
You feel for the kid? I feel for the girls that ended up in second place.
I feel for all of them. But, Nick, for me, as a parent of teenage... I would never infuse my kids into this whole realm, number one, even though this is an 18-year-old, but also I would not take a picture. Like if my son David, he does track, right? Have you ever seen of all the championship stuff he's done and the shot put and have you ever seen a picture of me with my kid?
No.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, no.
Like I would never.
So what does what does
that tell you?
What's the slant that the Inquirer's putting on this column? Like a proud day for women's athletics? I mean, seriously, because I know they're not going to report on the biological facts.
Yeah.
They're going to make this like some victorious puff piece.
Like think about your wife with your girls in dance.
Uh-huh.
I mean, we see you're very proud and you put pictures of your twin daughters. I've never seen Kristen. Like she's like proud of her girl. She's the one taking the picture.
Yeah, she lays low.
I mean?
She doesn't like to put herself out.
She's not.
Nick puts way too many pictures.
She doesn't want me putting her out there either because she thinks I'll be the one that catches the bullet. So she
but
wants
you know
to be
what
a
I'm
survivor.
saying? There's a theme in a lot of these mothers that I maybe there's a part of their mental health, whatever, that they kind of crave the spotlight and say, look at what I'm doing, and oh, my boy is actually a girl. And we see a lot of celebrities. Why are all these celebrity moms and their boys are girls? Like,
I have no issue with the mom taking pride in it, whatever. I could disagree with all of what the mom says or believes, but that's her child. So like I understand she's going to be biased. But the media,
there's a promotion though. You know what I'm saying? The mom has promoted, Joe, you're really Jackie. I feel like the moms are promoting this.
My problem is the media with the way they cover it, rejecting biology. It's interesting when the media wants to say trust the science versus disregard the science to appease 2% of society. And then also, let's not forget, Trump put in an executive order. Public schooling, federal funding, that is really getting lost here. Tuberville brings it up. Hey, Josh Shapiro, say goodbye to your federal funding. I mean, the Trump administration should defund Plymouth Whitemarsh for allowing this. They're defying his act.
This also goes to the school choice. I know so many moms who they're flipping out over this very situation right now.
Rightfully so.
And yes. And so this also goes to the school choice issue. PW is an awesome school. It's an awesome high school.
Yeah.
A beautiful facility. They do a great job. But the problem is now you have this going on. And so think about what happens if your daughter is, whether she's a freshman or especially a senior, and is now pitted running against a biological male who is 6'2", whatever. It's like the Leah Thomas story. So now this affects your daughter's ability to get scholarships. It affects their record.
Exactly.
But it also affects their psyche. So even though you might not see the damage that these girls are, and I can promise you this, that this athlete was the one that was subject to one parent at least has already filed a lawsuit in this situation against this very athlete situation. So this is damaging to the biological girls and their self-esteem because they're bullied if they, God forbid, say anything. That's what happened to the other girl. She was bullied.
Right. Now, has the principal, the school district, have they said anything publicly about this?
They fully support, and they say that this is, the Pennsylvania law. PIAA did, they really took, I will say, a kind of a week out on this one because they're saying, well,
of course, because they're afraid of being criticized,
which is so ridiculous. It's a 90-10 issue, and the side that I'm arguing is the 90%. And then you have the high school the principal, Jason Bacani, Bacani, just like Gavin Newsom. Gavin Newsom said it on Charlie Kirk's podcast. Coward. None of these people really believe the grift that they're selling, that there's no difference between men and women. It's all political. They know it's a ruse. That's just annoying.
We now allow a fringe minority to scare the majority of people about the right thing. Again, I don't care if you want your kid to be trans. You can do whatever you want. This is the equivalent of like Little League coaches. A Little League coach has a son who is a great athlete. So what does he do? He coaches the team, and then his son's the pitcher, and his son's the star player. But at least he's competing against boys.
Right.
You know what I mean? So if you're a coach and you got a kid who's a hot shot player in Little League, he's going to get all the playing time, and maybe your kid doesn't get into the game until later, but he's supposed to put everybody in and give them a chance. This is the same thing, except that Little League coach knows he's got the best player, and he's trying to win games. When you do this with biological men competing against women and barely beating them, that's the other thing.
Yeah.
Barely beating by, not winning by like the length of a track, like we see some of these other events.
Yep.
It's a disgrace. And the fact that these gutless administrators kowtow to the minute percentage of people who think this is okay. Where have we come as a country when we bend over literally for the fringe minorities in this country who now claim that they're oppressed and their rights are being taken away? It's a joke.
Yeah.
Get on over to YouTube right now, youtube.com/@1210WPHT, because coming up next, Fight Club and a woman flipping out at Dunkin' Donuts, and we'll get to all of that.
Oh,
love that. Kayal and
Everyone
Company.
has a fave Wendy's Frosty flavor. And when you're choosing from chocolate or vanilla, it's not that hard. But now, there's all new Frosty Swirls and Frosty Fusions. So try picking your fave from Oreo Brownie Fusion, Pop-Tarts Strawberry Fusion, Strawberry Swirl, Brownie Batter Swirl, Caramel Swirl, and Caramel Crunch Fusion. Not so easy now, huh? For a fresh way to Frosty, gotta be Wendy's. Open till midnight or later.
At participating U.S. Wendy's. Hours may vary by location. Oreo is a trademark of Mondelez International Group. Pop-Tarts is a trademark of Kellogg North America Co., LLC. Used with permission.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
Win a Maserati at Borgata Hotel Casino and Spa during the $1.5 million Luxury and Overdrive drawing. Play and earn entries now through June for your chance at over $1.5 million in prizes, including 2 Maserati Gran Turismo Modenas valued at $200,000. Drawings every Saturday with grand prize drawings May 31st and June 28th. The $1.5 million Luxury and Overdrive. Only at Borgata. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
At Kitchen Magic, we believe the heart of your home deserves American-made quality you can trust. That's why we manufacture all of our products right here in Nazareth, PA, so you won't face shipping delays or tariff surprises. As a local family-owned company, we are proud to offer reliable service and custom kitchen remodeling you can count on. And this May only, enjoy up to 30% off your dream kitchen. Visit kitchenmagic.com and schedule your free design consultation today.
Every day, kids at CHOP face medical battles no child should have to fight. That's why this May, United Tire and Service stands beside them, and you can too. Donate at any United Tire location and they'll match your gift dollar for dollar to support the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia. Behind every small donation is a big heart and a child who needs it. Every donation also gets $50 off 4 new tires to use now or later. Join them in making a difference. Find your nearest location at UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduce stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to tell you about a full-day event we're having on Saturday, June 14th. Not only will you learn stock options and real estate, but you'll also learn asset protection, you'll learn how life insurance really works, and so much more. To sign up for this event, go to 4mmw.com That's the number 4mmw.com. And I'll tell you what, if you put in the coupon code WPHT, you're going to get a free ticket. That's it, 4mmw.com, coupon code WPHT.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/radio, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy. Pretty much hands off, They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief. The best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Kayal and Company, as we continue, Stocker's cut sheet, including coffee shop fiascos.
Oh, yeah. By the way, already getting emails, Nick, Tony, Dawn, about small businesses wanting to sponsor Fight Club.
Awesome.
So
yes.
I got an email from Keith, who was just basically what's the cost of sponsoring Fight Club?
$100 billion.
Get in on it now. Well, it's look, it's a hot segment. People love to see fights. People love to see women fight.
Yeah.
I'm doing my best to find women fighting.
Sometimes people like when we fight on this show amongst ourselves.
Exactly. Starting with Cut 8, Phil. And then we'll get to Dunkin' Donuts. So this happened. I'm not exactly sure where this happened. I pulled this from TikTok. These women were fighting outside of somebody's house because there's cars around and everything. Fight Club Part 3 on Kayal and Company, the morning show, the Cut Sheet. Roll it. Oh, look at right through the window.
That was a brick.
There it is. Oh, there it is.
Oh, there we go. Look at this. Weaves. Weaves. The weaves.
The wig is gone.
Oh, got a belt. Ooh, he's taking the big.
Yeah.
Now, this is a Fight Club I want to talk about.
Ooh, lead pipe. Lead pipe.
Oh, God. It's like an ECW. Look at this. Oh.
ECW.
It's at a gas station.
Did you see the brick in the open? I haven't seen a brick like that since Ben Simmons.
or LeBron James in the final minutes before his team got eliminated in the first round of the playoffs.
The kids these days, man, they just revert to violence.
I mean, this is not even like the old bloody nose back in the day when the school bully gave you a little shiner, right?
Yeah.
I mean, these are straight kill shots.
Yeah. Pipes, bricks, all for you. And by the way, it was over something stupid.
I know.
It's just that there's a mindset out there right now that it's resort to violence.
Yeah.
Under any circumstances.
Kill or be killed.
It's unbelievable.
That's right.
This isn't exactly violent. Well, it's a little violent. This woman who's dressed like sprinkles on
a donut. Yeah, like a munchkin.
She I'm not exactly sure where this was, but she goes into a Dunkin' Donuts and just goes off on the people because apparently they didn't get her order right, or I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know what the answer is. YouTube.com/at1210WPHT to see all these wonderful videos. Fight Club on Kayal and Company. We will do it every day for as long as I can find videos.
I don't think you're ever going to run out of content.
All right, Phil, roll it, my friend.
I don't need to do anything. I was just asking you. I don't need to do anything. What do I need to do? I don't need to do anything. What are you going to do to me?
Uh-oh.
Exactly.
Uh-oh, it's right.
Exactly. You rip serve me. I will need somebody in here serving me.
I said 10 pumps of sugar.
10 pumps.
Can you imagine, by the way, just stop it for a second. Can you imagine, and back it up a couple seconds, can you imagine just getting this enraged at a
She's
Dunkin' Donuts?
coming in dressed like she came out of filming the movie Candyland.
Yeah.
People, I mean, for the most part, people go to Dunkin', they just wanted coffee. And
They don't
maybe
even want the donuts
and
anymore.
a donut.
Yeah, and
give me
maybe,
an eclair and
yeah.
get me out of here. Yeah.
maybe a nice cruller.
They actually, I think branding-wise, Dunkin' actually dropped the donuts from their signage, right?
Yeah, it's just Dunkin' now.
Just
It's just Dunkin'.
They
They,
should. Only the
they
old,
want private.
Only the old school ones still have Dunkin' Donuts. But
And
yeah,
by the way, speaking of old school, whatever happened to the guy with the mustache that would walk out in the commercials and say, time to make the donuts?
I mean, that was the 80s. He's dead, bro.
Bring him back.
He's dead.
Yeah. All right.
Bring him back.
Keep rolling this woman.
Chick with blue hair. Uh-huh.
No, she has one of those hijabs on, dude.
Oh, okay.
What kind of job does she have on? Oh.
Oh, boy. Sorry about everybody behind. Embarrassing. Yeah.
Can you imagine?
No.
Can you imagine being this entitled?
No, that's why I actually don't go into places like that. I go through the drive-thru, if anything.
Like this entitled to just demand things.
Yeah.
Sorry about your kids. Like,
Yeah.
No. Just order a large coffee and get out.
And you say I'm a grouch when I don't want to give 18% on a tip for bad service. I never act like that.
By the way, I mean,
the rule is now, the new rule is that if you stand up to buy something at a counter, there is no tip required. You do not tip somebody who just hands you something. Right?
Yeah.
I agree.
Am I wrong?
No, you're absolutely correct.
You're absolutely correct. Can you back it up a couple seconds, Phil? Just so we
let
can
me
make
see
sure
her candy striped keister one more time.
All right, roll it.
Look at this.
Get the manager.
Right.
Just
Get the manager.
Where's your supervisor at?
There's two people in the back room making fake eggs and then putting them in containers.
And microwaving them.
EKZ is exactly right. No self-awareness, no self-control, just
unhinged. I'm a victim. Everything should be gifted to me on a silver platter, like a plane from the Saudis.
You know that's a low-rent Dunkin' Donuts because it still says Dunkin' Donuts on the carpet.
Right, exactly.
I mean, they're Dunkin' everywhere now. They're repainting all these places. I remember I bought Dunkin' Donuts stock, and then all of a sudden they went private.
Yeah.
They went, they became, and then because it was going through the roof. I saw Dunkin' Donuts blowing up.
Yeah.
Living in the Philadelphia area, now they're everywhere.
I will say this too. I don't mind their coffee. Their coffee's fine, but the donuts, completely overrated.
Agreed.
Never liked them as a kid.
Yep.
I always thought I always thought like you go to your local corner bakery where like the grandmothers are in there.
Well, yeah, but you don't have a local corner bakery. You got
I
Dunkin'
know.
Donuts, Starbucks. You ever go in Starbucks and buy like a $17 croissant?
Trash.
You think those things are fresh?
No.
At least Dunkin' Donuts makes their stinking donuts. They're not flying them in from China.
I used to love. There was a place up in the Lehigh Valley. Stalker, you might know this. Easton Bakery. They made a chocolate covered coffee roll.
Yeah.
Oh, it was to die for. So fresh, the grease was actually soaking through the bag.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you who makes good donuts as well in the bakery. Giant. Great donuts.
Really?
Giant doesn't.
No, you got to go downtown to
Tony's
Byler's.
Sure.
Yes.
Byler's
yes.
inside the That's the name of the place down there.
The market.
Reading Terminal.
Yeah,
Reading Terminal Market.
Yeah.
Reading Terminal
of course.
Market.
Yeah, that's a
They have the best. They have the best pastries in there at Byler's.
Yep.
You got to get early because they're gone.
They are.
When they make that first batch in the morning,
Yep.
they fly out of that joint, man. They're awesome.
All the stoners come in. All the stoners come in and they're like, "Can I get a box of donuts?" They're like, "Sorry, man, we're all out. It's
Bruno,
3 o'clock in the afternoon."
Yeah, Bruno, you mentioned.
Well, you
Reading
don't see
Terminal.
any people throwing down in the Reading Terminal Market when the donuts run out or the crawlers.
I had friends and colleagues that were doing sports radio in Nashville when I was down there, and every year their station would fly them up to Philly for Army Navy, and they would make it a guaranteed stop that they had to go to Reading Terminal Market for what you're talking about.
Yeah. By the way, so that is Fight Club. We will do it every day here on Kayal and Company. Get in while it getting's hot
and sell it
because people. Well, Keith already is. He's interested in buying it.
Well, Keith's interested, but can we close?
Yeah, let's
Coffee
close
is
this.
for closers.
This is
as Glenn Ross said. A B C A always B B C closing.
Look at all these.
Always.
Let's do the deal. Just do the deal.
Look at all these views on YouTube. You want to see some. You want to see some people patronize your business? Sponsor Fight Club. That's all I'm saying. Dawn, Marvin E. Cans.
Yes, got to talk about my guys at Marvin E. Cans. And you've heard me talk about them. They're with Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. My guys, well, I just had a Mitsubishi Electric Heating and Air Conditioning mini split unit. Yeah, just installed in our lower level because the lower level has poor ventilation and not enough ductwork. So this is perfect because it's a ductless unit from Mitsubishi Electric Heating and Air Conditioning. Has been a total game changer for us. Larry and I, share that office and studio downstairs in the lower level. I want you to consider this mini split for your hard-to-reach areas. Just visit my guys at Marvin E. Cans. That's Marvin E. Kanze, marvinecans.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hi, this is Joe Mederchik, PNC Bank Regional President. As a bank, we pride ourselves on being boring. But the truth is we couldn't be more excited to serve the dynamic greater Philadelphia community. For nearly 160 years, we've quietly toiled away to deliver brilliant results for our equally brilliant clients. We have dedicated PNC teams throughout the local area, all ready to do the boring work to help you unlock your own brilliance. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
When you buy windows this spring, you don't have to spend a fortune for replacement windows and doors. I'm Rob Mado, owner of Keystone Window. We keep it simple. Stress-free estimates, good for 30 days, and we're not staying for dinner. Those big window companies never leave and will do anything to get your money. At Keystone Window, we are different in a good way. Our quality windows are affordable and come with a 50-year warranty, including labor. We don't operate all over the country or use an 800 number that rings at a call center on the other side of the planet like those huge window companies. We are local, and every happy customer means we're getting it right. We offer an honest, everyday low price with 0% financing. We will save you hundreds, if not thousands, on a very warm window. Call today for a free estimate. 267-308-2500. 267-308-2500. Windows for a lifetime. Keystone Window, a better window, an honest price.
Need new windows, pick up the phone. Keystone.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduce stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
You know you have pride in your team when you offer a guarantee for the life of your roof. That's right, for decades and thousands of roof installations, the award-winning team at GP Martini lives for roofing. That's why homeowners trust GP Martini to protect their largest investment. Whether you're considering an asphalt, shingle roof, metal roof, or even a solar roof, you can trust GP Martini Roofing. Visit martiniroofing.com. There's probably a satisfied GP Martini customer in your neighborhood. martiniroofing.com.
This is Merrill Reese. When it comes to your roof, it's like football. Good planning is essential. That's why I've got a brand new gorgeous roof from Impriano Roofing. Jack Impriano and his 4 sons are a true family business, serving our area for 5 decades. Accountability plus. It's good to get a brand new roof from Impriano Roofing. Visit Impriano.com. That's Impriano.com. The best homes have an Impriano roof.
I'm Todd and Tucky of TNT Amusements in Southampton, Bucks County, and we sell real pinball machines and arcade video games like Pac-Man for your home. Your home. Imagine the fun your family can have. You can even rent our maze-like showrooms for an arcade party. So, check out our website, tntamusements.com, or just Google us. TNT Amusements.
Yo, I want to get my wife something special. Bracelet, earrings, but not some cookie-cutter piece every woman's got.
Then step up to the 5th C, bro. Color, cut, clarity, carats, and Cozy.
Cozy Jewelers?
Yep, family-owned in Newtown Square. The team at Cozy handpicks and handsets every diamond. And if you want custom, they'll design it just for her.
Sounds legit. I want something that's really one of a kind.
Exactly. No mass-produced junk here. Just stunning, timeless pieces. Hit up CozyJewelers.com and their Instagram at Cozy Jewelers.
Step up to the 5th C, Cozy Jewelers.
Some big news. Iran is threatening to wipe Israel off the map and destroy America. Now, UN inspectors say Iran is close to getting nuclear weapons, just weeks away. But President Trump vows he won't let them. He's even moved 2 aircraft carriers to the area. This is a big story, and Newsmax's Rob Finnerty is covering it all this week and exposing the real threat. Tune in at 8 p.m. Eastern tonight for Rob's series Stop Iran and find out Trump's secret plan to fix this. Watch Finnerty on Newsmax on all major cable systems. President Trump says he watches Newsmax all the time. You should too. So download the free Newsmax app on your smartphone and sign up for Newsmax Plus to watch us anytime, anywhere. Millions are making the switch to Newsmax because it's real news. For real people.
Hey, it's Nick Kayal. Don't miss your chance to witness history as the iconic Wanamaker Trophy makes its way to the city of brotherly love for the 2026 PGA Championship at Aronimink Golf Club. Ticket registration is happening now. Be there for every moment as the best golfers in the world go head-to-head. To register for tickets, go to pgachampionship.com/register. The earlier you register, the better chance you have at securing the most popular tickets.
Tom Giordano at noon. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Kayal and Company, as we are about to wind down the cut sheet, but it's not over just yet.
Oh my God.
But you'll know it's over as soon as Phil comes in, and then we go to the movie, and then we go to the music, and then we find out what Dawn has on tap, and then we hand it off to Dawn. Still some leftovers.
Tony, what do you think about Trump accepting the plane from Qatar?
Well, it's not his plane, and I don't even know if he's going to do it. But the bottom line is he's just pointing out Obama. By the way, Bill Clinton got his own helicopter from the Saudis years ago. So these guys have hundreds of billions of dollars, and they like to grease politicians. So Trump is not getting
excuse
the
me,
airplane.
I don't like to grease politicians. I like to grease something else, Tone.
Grease interns.
Ew.
I mean, that's all these people worry. They worry about things like, yeah, why, if you're going to get something from another country, this is putting pressure on Boeing. Boeing was supposed to build a new Air Force One. It's 40 years old.
Yeah.
I mean, 40-year-old planes, you know, that are out there still. I mean, there's a lot of planes that still have the ashtray, which is welded shut when you fly around. The 737s and a lot of those old planes, they do. If you go into an older plane, you can see it. There's still an ashtray on the thing, and there's still a light that says "Do not smoke." So they have to update these planes. You know, the good thing about planes, they're like diesels.
Yeah.
You know, you can if you maintain them, you can keep them forever. So there's no way Trump's going to get the plane and keep it. You know, and the thing about Ronald Reagan, remember, Ronald Reagan's plane is inside a building. He didn't get to keep the plane. It's in his library, and you can go inside and see it. It's cool. The actual plane, which doesn't fly anymore.
31, Phil. By the way, Chris Apolito is asking if this is still Monday's cut sheet.
These are actually some of the stuff from last Thursday that we never got to.
Chris, you got
to play the hits. You got to play the hits.
You, my friend, won YouTube today. Well, Tony says he doesn't think Trump's going to keep it. I don't know about that. 31, roll this.
Let me do that. And they had a plane, not a new plane at all, but they had a plane. And you know, these planes, the plane that you're on right now is almost 40 years old. And when you land and you see Saudi Arabia and you see UAE and you see Qatar and you see all these, and they have these brand new Boeing 747s mostly, and you see ours next to it, this is like a totally different plane. It's much smaller, it's much less impressive, as impressive as it is. And you know, we're the United States of America. I believe that we should have the most impressive plane. So anyway, so they said to me, we would like to, in effect, we would like to make a gift. You've done so many things, and we'd like to make a gift to the Defense Department, which is where it's going. And I said, well, that's nice. Now, some people say, oh, you shouldn't accept gifts for the country. My attitude is, why wouldn't I accept a gift? We're giving to everybody else. Why wouldn't I accept a gift? Because it's going to be a couple of years, I think, before the Boeings are finished. And they'll be wonderful when they're finished, but that's a long time.
Part of your argument.
No, there's Sean. There he is. Sean actually let Trump speak for 1 minute and 8 seconds before he jumped in.
I know.
There. By the way, if I was Trump, I would sign an executive order that all presidents moving forward can no longer do interviews in front of or on aircraft.
I agree.
The worst sound of all time.
Agreed.
Oh, my goodness gracious.
Agreed on that. Speaking of flying, 29 here. You guys want to fly Spirit Air? I don't. Listen to this. Listen to these drill instructors telling people about their flight.
Roll yes. Watch this, Karen.
Oh, yeah. She's awesome.
Yes, sir. All right. So, everyone's going to shut up. And we're going to say this once, and we're only going to say it again because we're frustrated as hell.
At least she's got the crowd on her side.
I don't know what aircraft is here because everybody's sprinkling numbers. I don't know what I have. I'm going to be honest. I don't know what aircraft is sitting out there. I don't know what's going on. You guys won't give me a minute. Please give me a minute. Please.
Fly Spirit,
Wow.
where they have the spirit of
whoa.
Yikes!
I think that was the Ohio bus driver. She's now regained employment.
Do you hear me?
Yes, I hear you. Can you hear me now?
Oh God! Oh
Done with this.
That looks like one of those regional airports where you just walk out onto the tarmac from the 8.
Is that Lehigh Valley
like
International?
Atlantic City? Or...
Yeah, it's amazing.
That's not Newark, though. No, that's not Newark. Cory Booker's out there trying to get into the detention center to visit his friends who are criminal illegal aliens in prison.
Man, was she raging?
Yeah.
Wow.
We have to take another break. We should do movies and music on the other side.
Yeah.
Checkers gift card to kill?
$50 gift card. Checkers will give you the specific location and date where you can be served French fries by a football player.
What?
Who is that
Checkers.
football player?
Checkers.
Yes.
Checker.
It's Checkers, Tone. It's not chess. And we're back after this.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/radio, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs, with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Hi, this is Don Giordano. Do not miss out on the memorial sale at Rescue Natural Supplements going on now. With prices rising across the country, Rescue is rolling back pricing to the year 2010. Plus, enjoy their fantastic buy 2 bottles, get 1 free, and buy 3 bottles and get 2 free memorial deals. Stock up on your favorite, save big with Rescue rollback pricing, generous free bottle offers. Whether you're in need of 1250 omega-3s, cholesterol supporters, probiotics, or natural pain relief, everything is on sale. To order, call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a Rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com. res-q.com. Don't miss this opportunity for huge savings on over 50 Rescue products to tackle your health goals. Remember, 2010 rollback prices and the memorial deals are going on now through May 29th. So go shop res-q.com. That's res-q.com.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hey, Hatboro. Tell your smart speaker deployed. 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
All right, Kayal and Company, we are winding it down on a Wednesday with Tony Bruno. What occurred today in music history in a moment. What's on tap for the Dawn Show in a few minutes. But right now, Jimmy Kelly with our morning mystery movie clip.
And now, the morning mystery movie clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Well, then you should also know that the last thing he needs right now is a sadistic father figure scaring the life out of him.
Maybe what he needs is for you to pop your out his mouth and let the boy grow up.
Excuse me? What did you say?
I didn't stutter. I said, pop your out his mouth and stop babying him.
Oh,
Wow.
breastfeeding.
Oh, it's amazing.
Now I get the tie-in.
Jimmy finds him, man.
Look at Jimmy around there digging in the back. Nice work.
Jimmy wins today.
Caller 12-855-839-1210. If you can identify that clip. $50 gift card to Checkers and fries scooped by a football star. That's right. Come to the drive-thru at Checkers, 9173 Roosevelt Boulevard in Philly this Saturday, May 17th from 6:30 to 7 p.m. to see who it is. So it's only for 30 minutes. So it's not a high school football player. They would have him there all day.
Yeah.
For 33 cents from every large fry sold all day long, we'll go to the Boys and Girls Clubs of Philadelphia.
By the way, I didn't play this. Can I play Saquon bench pressing 540 pounds? Squatting.
Well, if he benched 540, that would be really impressive.
540. Look, check this out. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Look at this.
Come on, get it.
Wow, look at that.
Yeah.
Look at that. Look at that.
Les Bowen write a column criticizing his deadlifting?
Are those MAGA quads?
Look at it, and he smiles about it.
Yeah.
He smiles about it.
Yeah, that's a right-wing thing. There's no doubt about it.
Good job, Saquon.
There you go.
Good job.
All right, Phil Almquist. Let's find out what exactly happened today in music history.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, May 14th, we celebrate the birthdays of Ian Astbury from The Cult, CeCe DeVille from Poison, Dan Auerbach from the Black Keys, and David Byrne from the Talking Heads. Heavenly birthday shout-outs to Bobby Darin. We also lost Frank Sinatra in 98 and B.B. King in 2015. Singles include One Way or Another by Blondie in 78. Albums include Vapor Trails by Rush in 2002, Minutes to Midnight by Linkin Park in 2007, Symbol of Salvation by Armored Saint in 91, and Onyx by Pop Evil in 2013. Also in 83, Spandau Ballet was top the UK singles chart. In 68, John Lennon and Paul McCartney go on The Tonight Show to announce the formation of Apple Records. Unfortunately, Johnny Carson was not there on vacation, and Joe Garagiola had no idea what to talk about. Gee, big shocker there. And in 95, the Stones sell out 2 New York area stadium shows in 81 minutes, an average of 1,400 tickets every 60 seconds. But lastly, a couple notable documentaries premiered on this day at the Cannes Film Festival. In 79, The Who's The Kids Are All Right premiered, and in 2015, it was Quiet Riot. For Kayal & Company, I'm Phil Almquist.
There's Phil Almquist with the music. Now, quickly, we have our winner for the movie that is Ray in Washington Township. Ray, what movie did we play for you?
Major Pain, my old TI.
And you just got a major gift card to Checkers for $50. Congratulations, Ray.
Thank you, sir.
You got it, Ray in Washington Township. Dawn Stensland is up at the top of the hour. Jill Biden will join her at 10:05. What do you got lined up, Dawn?
No, so I'll get into this story that is the Colonial School District, something I've been following since earlier this year with the lawsuit and the parents who say that their daughters, their biological daughters, are victims of the political situation surrounding a biological male running against girls. It's happening right in our backyard. So we'll talk to all the experts. We're trying to reach out to Paula Scanlon, Riley Gaines, among others. We're going to have a big update for you. We also will get to RFK Jr. He's before the Congressional Committee answering some questions about pharmaceuticals and your health, what you need to know. And what about the big, beautiful tax bill, Trump's tax bill, and what will that really mean for you? We'll take you down the timeline. Coming up in the 11 o'clock hour, we will take you back to the future with a star from that movie. So we'll get in the DeLorean together, and we'll take you back to the future, have a little fun.
Is it Biff?
You can guess.
Is it the guy from the Dunkin' Donuts commercial?
Crispin Glover.
I'm not going to tell.
Michael J. Fox. Doc Brown.
Eddie Guerrero.
All right,
Tony Bruno. Great stuff, brother. Thank you.
I gotta go dig a well at the lot. We'll have live late breaking. We'll break into regularly scheduled programming.
All right.
When we have developments.
And if you start to have any cognitive decline, do not let Robin cover for you.
No, absolutely not. No.
All right. We'll see you. Tony Bruno, good night. Everybody have a
Good night, everybody.
Great rest of your day. Dawn is up next, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Good night, everybody. Everyone has a fave Wendy's Frosty flavor. And when you're choosing from chocolate or vanilla, it's not that hard. But now, there's all new Frosty Swirls and Frosty Fusions. So try picking your fave from Oreo Brownie Fusion, Pop-Tarts Strawberry Fusion, Strawberry Swirl, Brownie Batter Swirl, Caramel Swirl, and Caramel Crunch Fusion. Not so easy now, huh? For a fresh way to Frosty, gotta be Wendy's. Open till midnight or later.
At participating U.S. Wendy's. Hours may vary by location. Oreo is a trademark of Mondelez International Group. Pop-Tarts is a trademark of Kellogg North America Co., LLC. Used with permission.
Toyota is proud to present the 98th Stotesbury Cup Regatta on the Schuylkill River, May 16th and 17th. Enjoy the Toyota experience in Stotesbury Village.